The Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance's standard of accreditation and grant process provide donors with confidence.
Get ready, sports fans. It's Southwire Baseball Softball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. Today, we're bringing you exclusive interviews with the coaches and star players from across the 3rd region. Stay tuned for insider perspectives, season predictions, and a behind-the-scenes look into the champions of tomorrow. Your home for 3rd Region sports is 102.7 The Game. Southwire Baseball Softball Media Day starts now. Let's play ball.
It's Southwire Baseball Softball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. Vic Evans here in the Floor Concept Studios, also being joined by Jalen Daugherty.
What's up, Vic?
Hey, not much. And we've got our very first school here. Make sure everything's turned off over there because I'm getting feedback whenever you're not using the mics, Jalen. We've got Ohio County baseball and softball to kick things off, running just a few minutes behind. Had a little technical difficulty, but that's the way it works. We'll start with the old pro of Media Day, and Coach Ted Hill now jumping in from softball to baseball this year, also on the basketball floor. Welcome back, Coach. And, Jalen, there you got to get the right mics there, Jalen. It goes 1, 2, 3. All right, there we go. First of all, prayers up for Celeste Jacomowitz, who, with the ACL problem there. But, Coach, moving over from softball to baseball, looking at last year, the one thing I was looking at, did you ask Taylor and Clark to come hit in the 3-hole for you on the baseball side?
Absolutely, yeah. She'll start center field and hit third for us.
Yeah, and this is an old hat for you. You were coach there at Ohio County once before. Now, going back, what was it about taking the job on the baseball side that made you decide you wanted to add another hat to your ring of service at Ohio County?
Well, with Lily Kate being a senior in her last year of softball here, and the job just came open again, and had a lot of conversations with the administration there with Alex and Paul and Mr. Southard, and it just felt like the timing was right. To go back to the baseball side and really boiled down to I kept telling them no, and basically came down to a conversation between me and Lily Kate. She's like, man, that's something that you love. That's always been your love. It's baseball. Go for it. I only have one more year, and go in there and go to work. So that's how it came about.
And it's always been the first love. I mean, you've always been a baseball coach at heart.
It has. I'm a baseball coach that's coached a little bit of everything else, but growing up, that was my first love, and just something that I still enjoy to this day. I got out of baseball and started coaching Lily Kate in softball, and just kind of hung in there with her for several years, and time to pass it on to Coach Schroeder here.
And coming off Ohio County, coming off a 9-21 season, if you look back, and I'm sure you saw him play a lot last year, maybe the biggest thing was offensively, really kind of a struggled offensively at the plate. What were some things is that something you wanted to jump straight into this offseason and be like, hey, we can't hit 211 or 220 as a team. We've got to be better than that.
Yeah, 220 would have been good for him. But when I got the job and we met, I guess, August, got ready to play fall ball, got them all together, me and the coaching staff. The first thing we talked about was hitting, and had to get better. The pitching and defense is there. We're pretty solid all the way around. A lot of arms, a lot of young arms as well. But so basically all fall and most of this winter, that's all we've worked on is hitting, bunting, putting the ball in play. I know in the fall we worked a lot when we were on the field, of a lot of execution of hit and run, things like that, and just worked on their swings. 90% of our practices was on hitting.
Hold on. Which part? Radio or audio? All right, hold on here. All right. We'll finish that whenever we get a chance here. Looking at these three guys you brought with you, Eli, Keaton, Isaac. What was it about these three? The reason that you brought them here to Media Day?
Well, they're seniors, and I didn't really have a choice. But no, I'm just kidding. They're really good players and good kids. I got to know them this fall. I hadn't been around a lot of those. I only knew a handful of those kids, and I got to know them this fall. And they're just really good kids, good leaders. Starting with Eli. Eli is a great player, and he comes in, and there's a reason for it. He comes in every day practice. When we played this fall, he's all business, and so everyone kind of feeds off him. And so he's already signed. Where'd you sign? Vincennes.
Okay.
So he's already signed. So he's got that out of the way. I can't ever remember that. He's got that out of the way so he can relax and just have a big senior year. And Keaton said he's getting ready to announce he's going to play at UK today. I didn't know that. But he's going to go.
He didn't know that either.
He is a really good first baseman, one of the better especially defensive first baseman you'll see in the region. And his hitting has really improved. I was watching him yesterday during tryouts. His hitting has really improved, so I'm tickled for him. Another great kid. And Isaac Lloyd down there, he's a gamer, man. He's been around baseball his whole life. His family was all baseball. Can play anywhere. He'll be a good 2-hole hitter or anywhere in that lineup that you can put him. So I'm looking for big years out of these guys. And we've talked about changing the culture, and it'll all start with this senior group, and looking forward to working with them some more.
And we'll start here with Eli. You're talking about you got that out of the way early to Vincennes. Is that something that you were looking to do to kind of, we didn't have to worry about it your senior year? Is that kind of was the plan to make a decision early?
Oh, yeah. Just making the decision early really takes a lot of pressure off of you. It makes it a lot easier for everyone.
And, what was some things in the off season that everybody, no matter what it is in the off season, there's something that you wanted to improve on from last year. Give me a couple that you felt like that, you weren't happy with maybe, how you played in a certain area or what, went well or didn't go well. What were some off season things that you were looking to get better at?
I felt like I needed to get more aggressive in the box and definitely put the ball in play more often.
Okay. And, as Coach Hill moves in, he's not listening, give him a grade, A to F of how the offseason's gone so far leading into this season.
Oh, he's been an amazing coach. You can definitely see that he has a lot of heart for the game and that he really cares about us as a team.
How much of the check did he write for you before you came here today? Make sure you say good things about him.
He didn't say anything.
Give me a teammate on your team when things aren't going well that's able to crack a joke and kind of lighten the mood. Who's kind of the guy that breaks up the monotony some days, because it can get monotonous and in baseball such a game of repetition over and over. Who's the guy that can break that up on the team?
Both these guys next to him, man, they're always there to have a good time.
Oh, are they? All right. And individual goals for this season. I mean, what have you set? Like, have you set any individual goals numbers wise, or is it just about going out and just doing the best you can? Or, everybody kind of set some goals that you're looking for. Give me a couple of yours this year.
I don't really set many number goals. I just want to have a good season all around, really flip the script for all of us this year.
Okay, let's go down here to Keaton. And Keaton, he says that you know how to crack a joke. I mean, is he right or is he wrong here?
I don't have too many good ones right now.
But, talk about the season, the upcoming here, things that you want to do better than last year, and how do you think the off season has gone so far?
I've really just been focused on hitting more than defensively. I'm pretty solid in the field, so I've been trying to work on my hitting.
This was a team that, for a long time had a long stretch where it was at the regional tournament. It was not only at the regional tournament, it was, it won a regional title, but it was always very competitive. It'd win a game or two or get to the semifinals and the finals. Last year was a year that you guys got beat in the district, did not go to the regional tournament. It couldn't have set very well because it's become, a team that's very competitive in this region. Talk about that a little bit.
Last year things just didn't really go our way, so we've been trying to work on that, and hitting has been a main thing. So hopefully we get better at that, and I think we will. We'll do good.
Outside of baseball, or other sports, what's Keaton do just to relax or have a good time, or with his buddies or whatever? Is it hunting, fishing, PlayStation? I mean, what's if you're just going to get some free time to your own, what are you doing?
Do a lot of hunting with this guy. So
who's the better hunter?
He's better at everything.
At least you're honest, right? We'll go down here to Isaac, the man that can hunt. We'll just swing that microphone down there to you. Make sure you leave. Maybe the cord may not just be quite long. You have to give it a little bit. There you go. So is he right? You are the better hunter?
Oh, yeah. I'm glad he knows.
What else? Outside of hunting, are there any other sports that you play or have played?
I swing the golf stick a little bit, so it messes with my swing a little bit, but that's about it.
It's the same swing, just a different plane. Yeah. I mean, you do know how golf got its name, right?
No, I don't.
All the other 4-letter words were taken up.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. We'll think about that one a little bit. But how good can this team be? Is this a team that can compete down there in the 10th district and do some damage in the regional tournament?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, if we're all on the same page, I don't think anybody can beat us. So we just got to get our hits up, and our fielding's pretty good, I'd say, but just working to that.
As you think about the 4 years you've played at Ohio County, going to this 4th year, how many changes have been out there, now with the unbelievable turf facility. Talk about that, of where you guys were and where these facilities are and what it's like going there every day.
Well, my freshman year, we'd go out on the baseball field, and it was about like concrete. You're sliding on the dirt. You'd be getting raspberries on your butt sliding, and now we're just sliding on turf, and facilities are nicer. Pitcher machines are more predictable, and not predictable sometimes, so just better place.
You don't need Coach Hill throwing BP, right? I mean, is that what you're telling me, that he throws a terrible BP?
No, he's up there. He can throw some, so.
Coach Hill, how good can this team be?
Really good. We were walking in the door, and Eli said, we haven't won a district championship since my 8th grade year. And I'm like, well, we're getting ready to, could compete for one. So we have the talent. We just got to hit the baseball, obviously, and get their mindset right. There's a little bit there's some things that went on last year with the coaches that, that you don't plan on, tragic stuff,
right.
And that the kids didn't have a control in that happening. It was just kind of out of whack, seems like. So come in there, change everything, got a great staff, brought Ben Everly back. He'll be my associate head coach, and of course Wade, and a lot of those guys have been around. Have a true pitching coach now. His main job is pitching. So I'm excited about him, Coach Moeller, and just got a great staff, and they've been working hard while I've been out chasing around the basketball a little bit. And so we're looking forward to it. A lot of excitement around the program right now. And so I think we're going to have a great year. We'll compete. And if nothing else, we will compete in the district and region.
And it's a district, if you look at it, McLean and Muhlenberg, very good last year. A lot of seniors, a lot of production that was graduated. They had to find new. Right. You would think it's kind of an open district of whoever wants to come out there and take it it's there for the taking.
Right. And just, been around a long time and looking at the makeup of our team, that can happen. We could win the district and make a lot of noise in the region just because our pitching and defense is going to keep us in it. We're just going to have to scratch out some runs.
And then we'll slide over here to Coach Schrader, jumping in his first media day, taking over the softball program, taking over a team that had a very good year last year, 24-14, I think is what it was. Very good offensively. What was it about the job? I know, that said, hey, okay, I'm going to move over from here to here and move one seat over in the dugout, and all of a sudden now you're the man. And how's that transition been?
It's been pretty good. I'm excited for the opportunity to coach there. And looking forward to a good year. I think we've got a good blend of veterans and some young talent, and so I think that we're going to be okay.
Well, the one good thing is I know it's really easy. Anytime you can, pencil in Taylor in the 3-hole, it makes a coach look a lot smarter. Talk about her offensively and what you're expecting out of this year.
Yeah, Talon's definitely a threat. Got a good bat, a lot of speed, and a lot of experience. So I think that definitely going to be an asset for us, looking for her to really kind of set the tone for us this year.
You know, it's a team that not only won the district last year, got to the regional semifinals last year. What's the ceiling for this team? Is it to get back there and in the regional tournament, compete for a semifinal, maybe get to a championship game and take your best shot? And to get to that ceiling, what has to happen?
I think that we're going to have to hit. I do feel like we have the capability of winning district again this year. I know Muhlenberg is going to be a pretty good. But I feel like, we're capable. I feel like we're capable of competing in the region, and making a little bit of noise. I know that there's some good teams. I know Meade, Davis, they've always kind of been the standard here in the third region. So our goal is kind of get to that level, and we're working hard to do that. So,
and you look at it overall, you return, quite a bit from last year's team. We talk about, Talon, hitting 452, Madison hitting 411, offensively leading the team. The pitching at times was really good. At sometimes it struggled. Is that, is that the part that has to maybe take a next step up for this school to take another step?
Yeah, absolutely. I was, looking at our stats. That Madison pitched 100 innings last year. Addison Graves, of course, was a senior last year. Lost her. She was next, 92 innings. We're going to need Madison to continue to be good, and we're going to have some other kids step up. And I do think we're going to have some other kids step up. We've got a junior, Emma Messman. I think she's going to step in and give us some quality innings, and just got to be solid defensively. Sure.
In the world of softball, I would say 6 years ago, 5 years ago, you look at the schools in the third region, and one young lady pitched every inning. Now you look at it, there's a few schools that are still like that, but a lot of schools now have 2 and 3 pitchers. It's almost looking like a staff, kind of like what you see in baseball. Is that something you're seeing completely, the thought change in softball, that I don't need to throw this young girl 300 innings, I can do 100 here, 150 here, 100 here, and spread that out, and then also build for the future?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I know some teams do depend on one kid. We're probably going to pitch by committee some this year, and not just to save arms, but just to maybe keep teams off balance a little bit. I think that changing speeds and changing deliveries, I think is definitely a good thing that could help. And we want to develop young kids too for the future. I mean, we know that Madison is not going to be around forever. Emma's not going to be around. So we have to focus on kids and getting them ready for varsity innings.
We'll start down here with Lily Kate Hill, coming off a year, 292 last year. Looking at your game from last year to this year and what you wanted to improve on, give me a couple things that you really worked hard on the offseason.
I've been at basketball, but when I get back, I'm definitely going to work on hitting and being more effective in the box. Because last year I was really just mostly a sacrifice just to move talent around. And that's just kind of what I'm used to. But this year I know I need to step up.
How tough is that in the summer when you play multiple sports like that, where you want to work on both? I mean, your schedule in the summer has got to be crazy. Do you get as much time in, I know you don't get as much time as you'd like on both, but how hard is it to separate that, making sure that you're working on both in the off season when you're a multi-sport athlete?
Yeah, it was really basketball in the day, softball in the afternoon, and then sometimes I'd throw golf in there. Like, I had no free time, but I try to work on both. And when I had Dad with softball, he would make sure I was doing both.
How different is it this year that, he's moved over to baseball? And when he came to talk to you about that, knowing it was your senior year, how easy a decision was that to make as a family, and for him to make and get your blessings on that?
Lots of tears were shed. I'm still kind of mad at him, but I know it's not an opportunity that will come by twice, and he has always been a baseball guy, and I'm happy he's got the job now.
How old were you when you got your first ball? You got a dad that was been involved in coaching. I am pretty sure that when I was coaching at Owensboro, or maybe it was Owensboro, you were there, and then you left, and I went to Ohio County a couple of years after that. I mean, this guy's been doing it a long time. Do you remember getting your first ball, or was it just it's always been one in the crib for forever?
I don't even remember. It's been around whole life.
If you had to pick one, golf, baseball, basketball, do you have a first love?
Probably basketball.
Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. Which one are you better at?
I'd say golf.
Okay, all right, got in. Hey, you better watch. The one thing about golf, though, is
I'm joking.
The one thing about golf is you can play that when you're 85. It's really hard to go out and play softball when you're 85 or basketball when you're 85. It can be done, but it's really hard. And I'll ask you this because I always like to know, who's the worst driver on the team? Like, who's the one girl on the team that you're like, I don't know if I want to ride with her?
Talon or Haley Patton. That's a tough one right there.
What's the plans after? Have you made plans yet for next year? What you plan on doing, or after you get out of high school?
I'm going to Western to major in dental hygiene.
Oh, there you go. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. We'll go to Talon, she was an ESPN Owensboro first teamer last year, 452, just one home run. That number kind of came down, and it is. And I don't know what. And Coach Hill will tell you the same thing. There's something about watching left-handers that can swing. It's just gorgeous. It's different. How old were you, when you started developing this swing? Because it's one of the best swings in the region, and that's baseball, softball. It doesn't matter. I mean, is it just something that always came natural to you? Is it something? I know you work on it, but is a lot of it just some natural ability too?
Whenever I was really young, my parents would always put me on the right side, and because nobody in my family is left-handed, and I just kept going to the left side, and they just let me do it, and then Coach Hill, he helped me develop. I played baseball for a while. They helped me develop it. But as a team, we just really work a lot.
They say everybody's born left-handed, just the best overcome it. That's what they say. I'm just letting you know. But who's the funny one on the team? Who's the one that can crack jokes and lighten the mood a little bit when things aren't going well?
I've been at wrestling, so I haven't really talked to many people.
Lacey Lee.
Okay. Tell me about that wrestling. That's something that's gotten big. I mean, it's gotten, when I was in high school wrestling, I went out to college in Indiana, and you get into Indiana and Illinois and Iowa, high school wrestling's huge. It's getting bigger and bigger here now. And then, you're starting to get female wrestling that's gotten really big. I saw where, you guys had a great regional tournament run just not too long ago. I think our player of the week this year for the Ohio County is the girls wrestling team. Talk about that and what made wrestling interesting for you and wanted you to get into it.
My brother was a wrestler, and he had a coach that was like a father figure to me, and he helped me and my brother, and I've just been in it ever since.
Okay. Do you wrestle him any? Growing up, did you guys wrestle? Is that part of it?
Yeah, we still wrestle.
Who wins?
It depends.
Okay, all right. And how good can this team be? I mean, it's a team that got to the regional last year, got to the regional semifinals. How good can this team be?
I think we're going to be really good.
All right, and he's not listening either. You got the new coach this year. You got to give me a grade, A to F, on how I know you've been at wrestling, but you talk to the girls on the team. Tell me something about Coach Schrader that I need to know.
I'm really excited. I was really happy whenever I got told that he was going to be our coach. I think a lot of the girls were too, especially this one.
We'll go down to Madison Crow. Another one coming off a big year last year. 4.11, also a 3.14 ERA. Is it getting the big hit or getting the big strikeout? Which one kind of gets the blood pumping more?
I think it really depends on the game and what's happening at the time. But I feel like a strikeout is more for everybody. It's more exciting.
Growing up, did you watch a lot of softball, a lot of baseball? Were you always a baseball, softball type person, or is there, are there other sports that interest you?
Well, I did play. I've always watched softball and stuff, but I did play basketball up until this year, and then I ended up giving it up to focus on softball this off season and stuff.
So into the offseason, what were some things that you were working on that you felt like that, you want to be better than you were last year? I mean, you put up great numbers last year. Everybody wants to get better. And how hard is it, to be a dual, you got to work on both. How do you balance that out? So give me one or two things you were wanting to get better at, and then how do you balance out trying to improve both on the mound and at the plate?
Well, definitely I knew what I needed to do for pitching. I knew I needed to develop some off speed And then hitting, I guess it's just like staying consistent, like trying to put up the same numbers that I did last year and trying to get even bigger numbers.
So if you have to take a test on Friday at school, and let's just say it's a math test, and you've got to pass it or you can't play Saturday, Sunday, Monday in a big tournament, which teammate are you asking to help you study?
For math, it'd definitely be probably Lily.
Okay. She's a smart one. I mean, she's a dental hygienist. She's going off the Western. That's what you always have to, and tell me something about your two teammates here that we need to know that nobody knows. It doesn't have to, nothing too bad. We don't need anybody arrested here, but tell me something about Talon and Lily that most of the world doesn't know about her or they don't understand. Who's the funny one between the two?
I'd say they're both pretty funny, but probably Lily. She's more like honest. She's a very honest person. Like she's going to tell you not what you need to hear, what you want to hear, or not what you want to hear. Oh my gosh.
What you need to hear.
She's going to tell you the truth. Yeah, she's going to tell you the truth.
Lily, you must pay people really well because this is like your third media day and everybody speaks glowingly of you. I don't know what you're doing, but keep it up. That's all I can say. Coach, what was it about these three that you wanted to bring them to media day?
And then Madison, of course, has been a contributor for several years now. So, and I knew they would handle the experience well. And so, looking forward to working with them this year.
Did you keep Coach Hill's number so when you run into something that, he's seen it all over the years, you'd be like,
sure.
Man, hey, give me some ideas. And how often do you guys kind of banter back and forth?
Not a whole lot, really. I know he's busy with basketball, and that's probably occupying most of his time right now. And then we're staying pretty busy with softball as well. So we'll have a plan laid out, and hopefully we can follow through and execute with that. So.
I'll ask you a question here. It's starting to gain some traction on the basketball side. Being a new softball coach, there's been talk of super regionals. You have any ideas of whether you would like that, don't like that, going forward, or just kind of wait to see what the proposals are?
I'm not real sure. That's something new to me. Yeah, if you want to explain, I'd give you a better answer, but I'm not real sure.
Well, I think on the basketball side, they're talking about making a 12-team regional tournament where you would have the first round district losers would play an elimination game, and that winner would also go to the regional tournament and kind of expand in the overall regional tournament.
Yeah, I think that would be good. I think that's fine. I would have no issue with that. I'd be for it.
I got to ask Coach Hill. I know you're a guy on the basketball side and also on the baseball side.
Bad question.
Yeah, are you even a fan of it, or are you kind of like, hey, if things aren't broken, let's don't fix it?
I'm a fan of it, and for basketball, if it's getting, I like the idea of the districts being the winners hosting the first round and all that. Maybe getting the Final Four to the Sports Center. Unlike Coach Lynham that wants to play all 32 games at Sports Center, to get the districts and some at least first round of the region out at the other schools in those gyms. When you asked Coach here about it just now, I was thinking baseball, softball, really not a big difference there. You're talking fields, that's just basketball. It's the big advantage of the Sports Center for certain teams, so we need to get out of there.
How long do you see you doing this? I know you said you only had like a year left. That may be on the teaching part. Yeah. But is this something that you could they're going to have to take you out off of your uniform, pull you out of the dugout out of your uniform?
Yeah, it'd be according to health-wise and, if it's still having fun with it and all that. But I still have 2 or 3 more years of teaching. I don't foresee it just being a year or two and out. I'm kind of looking long-term at that, and still have a daughter playing basketball that's sophomore right now. So maybe a couple more years of basketball and then go retire down there at Bill Leach Field.
You'll be like those Greek soldiers. They're going to carry you out in catcher's gear, like, with the chest protector, just carrying him out come home with your shield or on it. You're going to come home on the chest protector.
Yeah, and you also look at it as you don't want to stay too long and let the game pass you by and all that stuff, So as long as we're having fun with it and still enjoying it health-wise, I'm good with it.
Go ahead, Jalen.
Coach, another thing I think was discussed at the AD meeting on the baseball side was the the idea of changing the rotation in terms of who hosts the regional tournament, where you've got to have certain seating, certain lighting, turf fields. And right now, the only schools that would do that is the 4 seeded 9th district schools in Breckinridge County. What's your thoughts on something like that as well, to where you have to meet certain qualifications to even be able to host a baseball regional tournament?
Yeah, that's probably down the road, and that's probably coming. And, within the next 5 years, I would think that about all softball and baseball fields are going to be some turf, half or full. And so I could see that, especially, that's going to knock out your rainouts and things like that. I mean, it can pour the rain there in Ohio County at lunch, and we can still play softball and baseball by 5 o'clock. I mean, it's the drainage systems are so well. And so we have really nice facilities there at Ohio County. I'm really, really proud of those. But that'd be awesome to me. I'm all about it. I'm sure Coach would like to host the region every year. So would I.
Oh yeah, I have no problem.
Yeah.
I've got to ask the ladies here. As you've grown up and played in this program, that facility at Ohio County on the softball side is absolutely tremendous. Talk about the difference, and I just love the backdrop of the woods in behind, and watching games there and seeing talent hit 3 or 4 of them into the woods every now and then. But talk about those facilities, Matt. We'll start with you, Madison. Jalen. Okay, go ahead.
I think that the turf is really nice, and knowing that it's going to be flat and smooth, and also coming from a pitcher, knowing that you're having that flat lane to pitch through. You're not having to worry about big craters in the dirt.
How about you, Talon? I know they kept the grass outfield. Do you like the I know that times the coming from turf to grass can get kind of tough, or you can get a little lip there, but overall, I mean, you got to enjoy out there playing in the facility.
It's definitely easier to hit and run on the turf, but I like the grass and I like the turf. I like getting dirty.
Oh, there you go. Well, my partner Stephen A. Turner, he believes they all should go back to natural. He's that that old school. I want natural. How about you, Lily? I mean, how do you like the facilities there and everything?
Oh, I love the turf. There's no bad hops. Easier to dive and slide.
As a hitter, you always love the backdrop too. You guys got that perfect backdrop with the woods out there that you can pick up the ball. There's nothing there. Talk about that a little bit as a hitter. How hitting there is a lot easier maybe than other places.
Oh, I don't even know. I try not to look.
You got to look at the ball.
Yeah, I'm too focused on the ball.
There you go. Well, guys, girls, thank you so much for coming to Media Day. Ohio County, good luck this year. Stay healthy, everybody, and we'll catch up with you as the year's gone on. And we'll be right back with more Baseball Softball Media Day presented by Owensboro Health.
Southwire in Hallsville has been family-owned since 1950 and strives to be generationally sustainable for years to come. They are one of the leading manufacturers of wire and cable used in the transmission and distribution of electricity. Southwire delivers power to millions of people around the world. Their mission to be a preferred provider of solutions to the electrical industry by providing innovative products and services with exceptional quality and delivering on our promises. They also are proud supporters of all Hancock County athletics. Go Hornets!
You can trust that your heart is in expert hands at Owensboro Health. Our board-certified heart specialists provide the full spectrum of care, from minimally invasive procedures to the latest technologies and life-saving treatments. Get the advanced heart care you deserve close to home in Western Kentucky and Southern Indiana. Learn more or schedule an appointment at owensborohealth.org/heartcare.
Craving championship flavor? Tune in every Wednesday night at 6 for the Owensboro Catholic Aces Basketball Coaches Show on K News, proudly sponsored by Old Hickory Barbecue. Savor the insider scoop on your favorite teams, while you imagine the smoky, slow-cooked taste that's made Old Hickory a hometown legend. Don't miss our weekly fix of hardwood insights and mouth-watering barbecue, because legends deserve legendary barbecue. That's the Owensboro Catholic Aces Basketball Coaches Show, Wednesdays at 6 on K News 101.3.
Kentron Manufacturing is hiring. We're looking for entry-level associates who are dedicated and drug-free. In business over 50 years, we offer insurance, paid holidays, vacation, and a clean, controlled environment. Apply in person at 610 Industrial Drive. Kentron is an equal opportunity employer.
Hey, Chris, can you fix my leak? Yes, we can. Hi, I'm Chris Estes, owner of Above All Roofing and Seamless Gutters. From your windows leaking air to installing new energy-efficient windows, we can do it. 313-4275. Gutters leaking past few rains? Get new 5 or 6 inch gutters with guards. You have a roof leak? We can install a premium roof on your house or business. We have an affordable solution for all your leaks. 270-313-4275.
Hey y'all, it's Kellyanne Harris with the Harris Group at Keller Williams Elite Realty. As a proud sports mom, I know what it takes to show up, stay focused, and deliver results on the field and in real estate. That's why we're offering our Guaranteed Cash Offer program. We guarantee to get your home sold or we'll buy it. For all your real estate needs, trust the Harris Group. We're always ready to go to work for you. Call us today at 270-929-5857 for the details.
Looking for a financial partner you can trust? Look no further than Green River Area Federal Credit Union. Whether you're saving for the future, buying a new home, or need a loan, we've got you covered with competitive rates and personalized service. Join the community that cares about your financial well-being. Visit Green River Area Federal Credit Union at one of our 3 locations in Henderson, Greenville, or Owensboro and experience the difference today. Your money, your future, your credit union. Member NCUA, Equal Housing Lender.
Let's get back to the interviews of Southwire Baseball Softball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, here on 102.7 The Game.
It's Southwire Baseball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health here on 102.7 The Game. And before we get to Meade County, Jalen, why don't you tell me about some people who are all making this possible?
Yeah, Vic, we've got Southwire, our title sponsor. We've got Owensboro Health, our presenting sponsor. Mr. B's Pizza and Wings, who's providing lunch, and then Rolling Pin Donuts, who's providing breakfast for us today.
And we'll start here on the baseball side. It's a little early because of the time differential and the travel they have to make, because we usually save the regional champs for last. But we get Coach Ambergy with the regional champion, defending regional champions in Meade County, and Coach, every time you get the big show, the big bullseye on your back here now, and it's a new start and a new season. But how's the offseason gone with the guys looking to try to, as they say in Meade, we play till June. Last year you guys did play till June. How's the offseason gone so far?
And the good thing is we got a big core group from last year's team still back. We lost some guys that were some key pieces last year, but we've got guys that are coming in and we'll fill those, right away. So we're excited. We talk about last year's team and talk about, how special that year was. And we talk about now, why not make another special year in this year in 2026?
You talk about back. It's always nice when you bring a team back and you start with, Austin Stansberry on the mound. You get him back the year he had last year, 1.28 ERA in his 49 1/3 innings pitched. What was it? I think 9 innings in the regional championship game. It was absolutely outstanding. Talk about it's a good thing to start when you get to hand the baseball to the ace right off the bat. Right. Talk about the all season he's had.
Yeah, I mean, he's his pins are looking really good. In the cages and everything else is looking tremendous, just like he normally does. But we have a staff coming back that should be pretty solid. In Austin, and we didn't have Grayson Rhodes last year. We had Aiden Bratcher last year. We lost him, but Grayson kind of fills that role where AB was last year. So having 3 of the 4 guys up here that pitch, that'll be our top 3 guys. We're definitely excited for going forward this year, and excited what we have back on the mound. So, starting with Stanny in that region championship game, things have to fall in place for, to be able to have your ace at the end of the year in the championship game. And we had to make some tough decisions, to be able to get to that point. And those things just fell in place for us. And we were fortunate enough to, get that region championship, and what Stanny was able to do in that championship game was pretty remarkable. And then Jeffrey coming in right after him and shutting it down for us was kind of the nail in the coffin, and got it done for us in a very exciting time, because it was kind of a roller coaster. I know you guys know we've had some injuries.
Oh, yeah.
And stuff like that, and be able to do what we did, having those injuries and still, wasn't going to back down from anything. And our guys showed that, and we're able to get it done. And it was a fun year for us.
You talk about injuries. It seemed like it was the Tommy John capital of the world there for a little bit with Lucas and Grayson, and talk about his bounce back and how he's. You had him in the outfield last year towards the end of the year. Didn't pitch, but talk about his bounce back so far.
So we had Lucas in the outfield when he wasn't able to pitch there.
No, he was DHing.
Yeah, but he was our DH. He wasn't able to throw or anything like that. So he kind of came in, probably about 3/4 of the season. We threw him in, a JV game first just to kind of get him a feel. And then after that JV game, he was right back in the lineup. And, what he can do at the plate for us just goes a long way. And that helped us kind of, we kind of struggled at the plate, time to time. We kind of got hot there in the region tournament. And that's the time that you want to get hot. But just with his rehab and everything that he's, gone through so far, and with his pitching and everything else, he's looking really, really well. So we're excited, for this upcoming season.
If there was looking back, offensively, you do lose, Lucas graduates, Bratcher, they were your two top hitters if you look at the numbers.
Yeah, absolutely.
And as you said, it was a staff that kind of led the team, and you would find a way to scratch out runs.
Right.
So I'm sure going into this year, you were looking to increase the offense. How's that worked out in the offseason so far? And you feel like that this team's making steps that way?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've got guys that are looking, really good in the cages. Obviously, here this past month, we haven't been able to be outside and, get some outdoor hitting and, get some live BP and stuff like that. But because of all the snow that we've had, we're fortunate enough to have an indoor facility where we can still get all that work done. And I tell our guys all the time, we're very fortunate to have, the things that we do and have these cages in the building and everything else. So don't take that for granted. Just because we're in here doesn't mean we're not in here to work. And our guys kind of, take that and go with it. And, so we've been working hard. So hopefully we can, replace Lucas and AB at the plate and hopefully be able to get things done. Obviously, our pitching staff will keep us in games, and we just got to be able to find ways to score some runs and get those timely hits. That was kind of something last year where, we'd have guys on second and third a lot, and we just couldn't get that timely hit to kind of just bust it open for us. So that'll be something that we'll talk about a lot, kind of decrease our strikeout rate. And, if you get a fastball, do something with it, put it in play, make the defense make the play. And if they do, great, make them do it again the next time. So hopefully we can, decrease our strikeouts and get those timely hits when we have runners in scoring position.
Yeah, if you're looking for a fastball and you get the fastball and you can't hit it, then maybe you ought to play chess. That's just the way it works. Go do something else different.
Yeah.
But rumor is that they, there's a new property that they bought there that's right there on campus with Meade, right next to the school. There may be a baseball and softball on site in the future.
Yeah,
is
that's something that they've talked about, down the road. But I tell our guys every day, we go day to day. We're going to focus on what we have. And, what we have is a nice facility, a nice park and, buildings and everything else. So, that's definitely in the talks. I know they've got the property to be able to do it. And they haven't told us, when that might be. But, things change. It might be next year. Who knows? But everything costs money. So
if Todd Clanton's running it, he'll find a way to get a baseball facility on site.
We'll see. It's like pulling teeth sometimes. No, I'm just kidding. But we'll see what happens.
Let's go down here to Grayson. Coming off the injury last year, getting the DH and play late in the year and into the regional championship and state tournament. How's the elbow? How's the health doing? And how's it feel to get back on the mound and do a little bit of throwing?
Yeah, I'm excited. It was a long recovery, about going on a little over a year. But, this offseason, put a lot of work in. I'm excited. I'm pumped. Like you said last year, I didn't get to get the pitch or anything. So adrenaline's rushing to get back out there.
How tough is that? I think people don't realize how tough it is for a high school athlete that's, played sports all their life, and I know everybody saying, it's just it's an extracurricular activity. It's not as important as school, but in a 15-year-old kid, baseball, if he's a baseball player, it's his world. I mean, it's number one. And when you get that news that, hey, you got to have surgery, you got to have this, you're not going to be able to throw for a year. How tough was that mentally? And then how have been the hurdles getting over that as you're getting back into throwing and on the mound? How tough has that been mentally?
Like the first couple of months was rough, but I'm glad I had it earlier than this year, because if I had it this year, I wouldn't be able to play my last year. So I got that out of the way. But there were some bumps in the road and stuff, but I was excited, because it was towards baseball season. I got to help out the guys. I was on the field with them, helping them, just talking it up with the boys. So it kept my head clear and all that.
You know, and have you no setbacks yet? But have you found it when you get on the mound that there's still some mental hurdles you have to get over that as you're starting to throw again and get back healthy, and of how tough that is sometimes?
Not really. I haven't had really no hurdles. The couple pins I've been throwing, this winter. I mean, I've looked pretty sharp. I mean, I'm feeling great. Arm feels good. I'm just ready to get back out there.
Ready to take over the number 1 spot from Austin down there already. Is that what you're telling me? That's what I'm hearing.
No.
Talk about your teammates a little bit. The 3 guys that are here with you, that you guys have been through some wars together. What makes these guys special?
I mean, we've been playing baseball since we were little all the way to now, I mean, it's just been fun watching them grow up with me, I mean, we always hang out. We do stuff together as a team. It's just what's so special about them, and they're always there for you. They're always going to have your back.
So these guys you hang out with a lot off the field too?
Yeah. Yeah, we know. We'll go fish,
Who's the best fisherman?
I don't, I mean, it just depends on the day. It depends on the fish,
Well, I'll make an easier question. Who is the biggest liar when it comes to fishing? Who? Oh, there you go. I knew you know that one right off the bat. Everybody knows who that is easily. And then we'll go right to Jeffrey Johnson. He's a guy that does a little bit of everything for him. Close for him. He'll play some defense for him. Talk about what some things in the offseason that you wanted to get better at.
Pitching 100%. I mean, I've really put all my time into it, and I'm ready to get back out there and show what I got. Okay. I mean, I've worked hard for it.
All right. And talk about the experience last year. You get to go play at Kentucky Proud Park. I mean, it didn't turn out the way you wanted to, but talk about that experience of and how do you think that's going to help you guys this year?
Oh, it was a blessing. I mean, it was beautiful and everything. I think experiencing it will really push us to want to go back. I mean, we didn't really get the first round that we wanted, but I mean, I guarantee if we played it different, we would have came out winning it. But I mean, it was beautiful.
And it's always a thing. I think if you can get back and you've been there, like if you look back at that game, you're only really like a hit away here or a pitch away there in the first couple innings, and it completely changes that game. And I think sometimes it's just, when you haven't been there, to be able to settle down and just realize you're playing baseball as opposed to at some big state tournament is a huge advantage. And when you think back, that's when you'd like to have those first couple innings over again.
Yes, sir.
Of your guys, you guys hang out. Who's the worst driver of the group that's up here? I mean, who's the guy? There you go.
Grayson.
Grayson with no problem, real quickly. If Grayson's driving, you're like, I'm riding with somebody else.
Yeah, maybe. John's like a grandma driver, so I feel safer with that.
There you go. That's always good. Talk about you 3. You guys are going to be the leaders of the staff. How much competition in daily at practice is there between you 3, and how much do you guys push each other?
Oh, it's always competition, especially on the mound. I mean, John doesn't pitch, but he's a great defender always. But I mean, always trying to hit our spots on the mound and stuff, seeing who can get it there more accurately and stuff like that. So it's always a competition there, especially hitting. That's another one. I mean, we all can hit. We all can go out there and put a ball in play. So it's just fun at this point. See who can do it more often.
Here's the toughest question. So if Coach comes up and says, all right, we're going to take live BP today, would you rather hit off Grayson or would you rather hit off Austin?
Got to think about this one. I'll say I've hit off Austin before. I mean, his pitches move weird, but I haven't seen Grayson in a while, so I'd take Grayson. See what he's got in him.
There you go. We'll go down here to Austin, and talking about a year that he had last year, and you go 7-1 on the year, 1.28 ERA. You throw, I think it was 9 innings in the regional championship game. I mean, everything that you want your ace to do, you take the ball and you go out and keep the team in the game every year. But there's always things you want to work on. Looking back from last year's season you had on the mound, what's one thing that you wanted to get better at this year?
Probably accuracy overall. I know sometimes I would have my accuracy problems, but I'd get out of it without giving up any hits. And I've worked on other things like my velo as well, getting back and making sure I'm not getting hurt.
Coach, you got this one trained right, because he only walked 16 guys in 50 innings last year. That's not very inaccurate, I'll say that. Right. And also we talked about how with Jeffrey and Grayson, the competition between you guys, how much do these guys push you to be better on the mound?
Oh, they're always behind me in practice, trying to push me and making sure I'm staying straight with my head. Because like Coach said, I get hard on myself sometimes. They're just pushing me to make sure I'm not getting down on myself.
It was a Breck Meade party last year in the regional championship at all 11th district. And for people, that are outside of that area, maybe get Owensboro centric, it's been great baseball up there for the last 10 years, or however long I've been covering this thing. Talk about that matchup each year with Breck and how big of a rivalry that's become.
It's always a 1 or 2 run game between us. It's always competitive. It always comes down to the last inning or last couple innings with them.
And I'm sure some of you guys you guys grew up playing each other and playing with each other. And, how much camaraderie is there between you guys with the guys that play for Breck?
Well, I've played with a couple other guys, their catcher, a couple other pitchers, a few other guys. I played with them. We know them real well. It's always competitive because we always talk to each other about how the game's going and how we think it's going to go, talking a little bit of trash and whatnot.
There's a lot of trash you can talk from all the way from last year to this year. You guys own the trash talking right now, right?
Yeah.
We'll go down here to John and, kind of the odd man out here. He brings 3 pitchers down here, and then he brings you with him. If you're going to hit against one of these 3 guys, which one would you rather hit against? You got to scoot on there. I know you have to lean in there real quick.
Yeah, I don't know. They're all 3 great pitchers, but I don't know. I haven't hit off Grayson much since he's been hurt for this last year, so I'd probably choose him just to see what's different about him than the other 2.
Who's the funniest of the 3?
Oh, funniest? I would say Grayson. I hang around Grayson the most. We've played baseball since we were super young, so I would say me and him have the best bond between each other.
Okay. Is there a pitcher in this region, that seems to have your number? I mean, there's always a pitcher out there that, you see his name on the lineup card and you're thinking, man, if it had been anybody else but him today, and I'm struggling, I don't want to see him. Who's the pitcher in the region that has given you the most trouble over the years?
I don't know. Playing Brett County and always having that rivalry between them. And Tristan Waker gets up there and he's super confident with himself and everything. And that usually gets us fired up in the game. So I would say him.
I think super confident is being nice. I mean, but he has every reason to be that way. He's one of the best pitchers in the region. Talk about your relationship with Coach Ambergy and what he's brought to the program since he's kind of taken over as the head baseball coach at Meade.
He's a great coach. He he coached my brother when he was younger. So there's always a bond between me and him. He always knew me from me going to my brother's games. So he's a great coach, and I'm glad for him to still be going this year to coach us.
One thing from the outside looking in, the one thing I've always, either coaching against Meade and Coach Clanton back when he coached or covering it through the media, it always seemed to be a very tight-knit group that got along together and almost like a family. Talk about that a little bit, of just that relationship that, is in that Meade County baseball program from when you start all the way through the years.
Yeah, I mean, growing up in a small town, we're all together. Everybody's friends, everybody's hanging out with each other. And we just have a really good bond as a team, hanging out with each other and just going out to eat or going out to play some games or anything like that.
We're going to slide down here to Coach Skaggs now, and on the softball side. And, it's been a program that in the last few years has been right there with the best in the region. Talk about, I know last year didn't end the way you wanted it to do, but how's the offseason been this year so far?
Well, our season, we start back in October with conditioning. Most of our girls are in a conditioning class during the day, weightlifting conditioning. We are very fortunate in Meade County to have a strong program for our girls and guys to be involved in. Dylan Joyner is our weightlifting coach. He does a great job with them in the off season. We come in the building starting November, 3 days a week. And then we start back in January, 4 days a week, coming on Saturday morning, 8 o'clock, which I don't think the girls care much for that. We come in at 8 o'clock on Saturday morning and work for a few hours. All season's been good.
You know, and more schools are going to that. And talk about the advantage that gives you, that you can put into the school system in a class where it is weightlifting for your athletic programs, and what advantage that's given you since that's been installed.
Well, you know, that starts from your top. You know, you got to have support administration. Our Mark Martin, our superintendent, he's very for sports. He understands the importance of sports for the school program. I mean, academics is number one, obviously, but sports can add to that, and he understands that. And it's a great asset for the kids. It teaches them how to, we do nutrition through the thing. They have sports drinks they can drink. They got programs they can go through. And I mean, outside of softball or baseball or anything else, it's just good for them for a lifelong learning experience for them. And that's what's great about our program down there. We go through stretching exercises for them. I mean, it's a complete program. They don't just go in there and throw up weights. They do learn how to take care of their body. And, you know, hopefully down the road, it helps them out more.
You know, a team that went 23-14 last year, you know, got beat by Davis County in the first game of the regional tournament. Tough draw, you know, for one thing. That was a rematch from the regional championship game the year before. What's the ceiling for this team? Like, if it was to reach its ceiling, is it right there competing for another regional title?
I feel like we've been, you know, we've been up there with them for the last 2 or 3 years.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we got a strong pitching staff, obviously. Our hitters have been there, but just 2 years ago, we took them 9 innings, got beat 1-0. And last year, it was actually the second round of the region last year. And we had that 1 inning. We let them get away from 1 inning. And, of course, with pitchers they got, you can't let them get 1 inning on you. And it just happened to be that way. We had opportunity to score a couple runs late and had a tough call to plate. And, you know, we're back again. I'm kind of showing my age a little bit, but, you know, Bum Phillips said a long time ago for Houston Oilers, you know, Pittsburgh beat them every year in the playoffs, and he finds I'm tired of knocking on the door. We're going to kick it down this year. Well, that's kind of what we're going to do this year. We're going to try to kick it down and go through it. So, you know, Davis County's tough. They are. And this was their year they pointed at. They got a lot of good seniors. Sophie Kane coming back for them pitching, going to sign with Princeton. Newman signed for UK. I mean, they got a strong staff coming back. And, but, no, we do too.
If I was going to ask you, give me 2 things for you guys to reach your ultimate ceiling. What are 2 things that you have to do better this year, or give me one or 2 things you have to do better this year than you did last year?
Well, we're replacing. We had a 5 senior class last year, and we got to replace them. And in the last 3 years, we've been one of the top teams in the state in home runs. This year, I'm not sure we have the power we had in the past, but we got good hitters. We got 2 seniors here. We got 2 seniors on the team. 1 junior basically is coming back, and then the rest are freshmen and sophomores. So we're going to have good leadership from our senior group. Our young group are good. They're used to winning. They won the middle school state a couple of years ago. You know, so we're going to have to understand what it takes to win a game. I mean, you got to keep stuff in the game. Strong pitching, like baseball here, we're the same way. We rely on our pitching to keep us in the game. We got to score more runs. We got girls put the ball in play, have back-to-back hits, and understand, you know, where we're at in the game. And I think we got some girls who can do it.
You know, as you talked about the long ball, the power that you've had the last few years, do you see that this year you have to maybe change the way you score runs, and maybe you have to change a little bit too, that you don't have the same power that you've had, that now maybe you have to play a little bit of small ball and a little bit of this and a little bit of that?
We've played long ball. We won quite a few games, 6th, 7th inning with home runs last 2 years. I think I counted up 6 last year in the 6th and 7th inning with home runs. But 2 of the top home run hitters we got are sitting right here beside me. And then we got a couple more that have. Macy Fleener, you know, Kendall Buchanan has an opportunity to do that. We've got some girls that can do it. Angela Atkinson came in late last year and shoots the ball hard. So those young girls have to step up, hit line drives. If it goes out, it goes out. But just put the ball in play, hit it hard, and we try to tell them, just do some damage up there at the plate. Just do damage. But we are blessed with speed. We got speed in the lineup. We got speed coming off the bench. You know, like I said, our pitching staff will keep us in the game, and our defense keeps us in the game. We just have to find a way to make runs.
We'll go down here to Kaylin Ledford, and what a year she had. He talked about 8 home runs last year, 405, also doing damage on the mound. I mean, you couldn't hit one more, out hit Kennedy. I mean, she finished with 8 too. One of you couldn't hit one more, so you had some bragging rights.
I know it was definitely a competition between us at home. We were like, oh, I'm going to hit one this game. No, you're going to hit one the next game. was definitely a competition between us. And coming from myself, not really being a power hitter, and I usually slap and everything, it was definitely an accomplishment of hitting 8 home runs.
Huh?
So
there you go. And also went 11-4 on the mound with a 2.89 ERA. Is it hitting the home run or getting the big strikeout? Which one gets the juices flowing a little more?
I love pitching and I love striking someone out and everything, but hitting a good old home run kind of tops out. It's good to round them bases and score some runs.
You know, you talk about the relationship you have with your sister. You say it was a competition at home. You both ended up with 8 home runs. Overall, is it a bonus that you guys get along so well, or is it more fighting, infighting? I mean, how's that dynamic for the most part?
Our dynamic, we're very close. We've always been close, even when we were younger, but we're also very competitive. But I say we push each other more than we compete. We definitely push each other to be better than one another and be a better ball player all around.
Now, is she still catching?
She catches sometimes. I think she's going to catch at IUS next year. So hopefully that goes good. I know her arm, she's coming back from recovery. So hopefully that goes good for her.
And if you got a pitch, do you want her behind the plate, or is that how does that dynamic work when you come out? If she's behind the plate, she's going to come out and give you a talk at the mound. I mean, is it, hey, we can, is it a good talk, or sometimes is it like the sister talk being like, what are you doing?
It just depends. I know my sophomore year when I pitched against Davis County and we went 1-0 in 9 innings, she always called pitches, and that definitely helped. She was my support then and everything. It's a little different this year. She's playing third base last year. So I have Emma Tanner behind the plate, who is a great catcher. She's young. She's a junior. She's coming up, and she's an all-around good ball player.
We'll go down here to Veronica, and another pitcher. You talk about great stats. She went 11-7 last year, a 1.70 ERA. You got Kaylin. That you guys. How's that competition between you two, and how is it that you two push each other on the mound?
I think it's a healthy competition. I love having her as a teammate, and I think we both work well and we both have different looks. And overall, I'm just looking up to her as her being a senior this year. I'm going to miss her next year. Both of them.
Now, here's a tough question, because I know they always laugh at this, but there's no way Jeffrey's getting a hit off you, is he, on the softball? Like, all these baseball guys think they can hit these softball pitchers. Just once, wouldn't you like to bring them over and just show them that they cannot hit a softball?
I've thrown to one of them before.
Oh, did you? Which one?
Austin.
How'd that go?
I think he got a little bit hold of a changeup, but it was down to the first baseline, but
a little weak ground ball down the first baseline. That's what I kind of figured. They never understand how good you guys are, and how good can this team? How's the off season been for you so far?
It's been pretty good. I'm looking forward to the season and having my defense to back me up, and overall looking forward to my friends being my teammates.
Which, Kaylin or Kennedy? Who's the better driver?
Yeah, she
drove here. Which one's smarter? If they're gonna help you study for a class, okay, it's gonna be Kennedy. I got you. Yeah. We'll go down to Kennedy real quick, and Kennedy, I'll ask you the same question. I mean, you had to stop at 8. Either you couldn't hit number 9, so you had bragging rights. I mean, what's up with that?
Yeah, there was a couple games where she'd hit one and she'd be like, I'm ahead of you. And then we'd turn around the next inning and I'd hit one. And it was just, we'd go back and forth about it. It was a good competition, though. It was fun.
Somebody was a caught, but you also play the field too, and you talked about playing third base last year. If you got to pick and make out the lineup card, is it catching or is it playing a position? Because I know I was a catcher and I went and played first base for 1 inning, and I made the other catcher take my gear off and put it back on because I was bored. I didn't know how people did it.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you had to choose, if you got to make out the lineup card, what's your favorite spot to play?
Last year was my first year ever playing third, so I think I really enjoyed it. It was something new for me. I've been catching since I was 9 years old, so.
It's a calling. It's not a position. It's a calling.
Yeah, it was. I feel like I just really liked third. It was something new for me, so.
And kind of what's your plans for after school? I mean, in the future, what's Kennedy going to be doing?
I'm currently committed to IUS,
right,
which is in New Albany, and
it's a great school.
Yeah, I'm going there for catching and to get my nursing degree.
Okay, all right. Is Kaylin? Are you committed anywhere? I know. Where are you committed at, Kaylin?
I'm committed to Campbellsville University.
I thought so. We'll fix it. There you go. I'll start with Kennedy real quick. I mean, how different is that going to be? Where you're going to be off in different places? Have you thought about that yet?
Yeah, we've really sat down and talked with each other about it, and just thought about how it's going to be kind of weird being 2.5 hours away from each other. We're not used to that. Usually, we're right down the hallway from each other. And we've been playing with each other since we were 5 years old.
We've got to get a Campbellsville IUS matchup. That has to happen. Is all I know.
That'd be fun.
Will you get to hit off of her? I mean,
yeah.
Okay, I was just asking. I'll ask Kaylin the same thing. I mean, you are striking her out, right, Kaylin?
She usually gets me on the changeup.
It's a good one. Talk about this offseason, Coach Skaggs, the relationship you had with him and what he's kind of meant to you through the years at Meade County softball.
Skaggs has been a great coach to me, a blessing, honestly. He's really pushed me throughout the years, and I'm really lucky to have him as a coach.
Oh, so Coach Skaggs, you paid him well. I'll say that, and I'll ask, how good can this team be? Do you feel like this is a year, and it's always a big mountain to climb. Davis County's won 6 straight regional tournaments, but you feel like that, hey, we just want to get our shot and we can take our best effort. I mean, is this a team that could surprise people and win a regional title?
Yeah, I really hope so. We're really young this year, but the talent coming up is really good. Davis County is a really good team, but it's a really fun game to play. It's really competitive between both of us, so I'm looking forward to it.
You talk about being young and some young girls coming up, and, you and Kennedy, you and Kaylin have been through all the wars there. Talk about just the different atmosphere, maybe taking a bigger leadership role and helping some of these young girls understand what it is about Meade County softball and how you have to play to be successful.
Yeah, with us being the only seniors, it's a little different. Last year we had 5, but it's not bad. The younger groups, they're good. We all are friends, so it's not like we're in there bossing around or like anything like that, because we're all friends. We hang out outside of softball too, so it's really fun.
Oh, that's Kaylin here before we let y'all get out of here. Going to different schools, as you said, you're down the hall from each other. You've been playing all your lives together, and then next year it'll be, 2.5 hours away. I could see your car making a few trips to New Albany, Indiana. Have you thought about that whole process yet?
I definitely have. I'm excited for Campbellsville, playing with Shannon Walton and everything like that. She's a great coach. I'm a little nervous about being away from home and away from my sister, so we'll see how the first year goes.
I mean, it's been one of these things where I guess, is it just second nature that she's just been there? I mean, that's just the way it's been.
And I go upstairs, walk down the hall, she's right there. If I want to go anywhere, she's right there. So it's definitely going to be a little different not having her around, especially on the ball field.
That'll be well. Good luck. Everybody stay healthy. Grayson, Jeffrey, Austin, stay healthy, Grayson. That's all I can ask you. Coaches, thanks so much for coming down. Good luck in this season. And we appreciate you guys showing up. And we'll be right back with more interviews from the 3rd Region in Baseball Softball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health.
This is Travis Holtry from Foreman Watson Holtry. I recognize that there is a stigma against personal injury lawyers, and I understand that stigma because of some of the ways that personal injury lawyers portray themselves. But at Foreman Watson Holtry, we are real people helping real people with their injuries. We are your one call for injury law. Foreman Watson Holtry, dedicated to you, committed to justice. FWHlegal.com.
Kentron Manufacturing is hiring. We're looking for entry-level associates who are dedicated and drug-free. In business over 50 years, we offer insurance, paid holidays, vacation, and a clean, controlled environment. Apply in person at 610 Industrial Drive. Kentron is an equal opportunity employer.
At Davis County Teachers Federal Credit Union, our priority is you with mobile banking, free financial tools, and a team that listens. We're here to help you grow. Visit us at 1900 Southeastern Parkway in Owensboro. Davis County Teachers Federal Credit Union. By the people, for the people.
When you're looking for the perfect place to eat, drink, and have a blast, head to Mr. B's Pizza and Wings in Owensboro. Dive into hot, fresh-made pizzas, bowl wings, and all your favorite game day classics. And now take the fun even further at Club 18 Golf, the indoor golf experience right inside Mr. B's. Bring your friends, book a bay, and swing through world-famous courses while enjoying great food and cold drinks. It's the ultimate night out with great eats, Great swings, all under one roof. Mr. B's Pizza and Wings and Club 18 Golf, right on Highland Point Drive, where Owensboro comes to play. Need electrical services? Call Bailey Electric, serving Western Kentucky since 2002. We handle commercial, agricultural, and residential needs. With over 50 years of experience, we're licensed, insured, and ready to help. Bailey Electric, your trusted local electricians.
Are you looking for an unbeatable quote on home, life, or auto insurance? Contact Kyle Colberth or Sarah Brown with Kentucky Farm Bureau in Hallsville. Their prices are second to none and the service is spot on. Located at 445 Halls Boulevard in Hallsville. Go see them for all your insurance needs.
Step into sports country and let your game day spirit soar. From autographed jerseys to retro memorabilia, we've got the gear to turn your space into a true fan haven. Sports Country, located right behind Shammy's Car Wash on Park Plaza Drive, Owensboro's ultimate destination for sports enthusiasts. Looking for quality tools, building supplies, and equipment for your next project? Visit Miller Building Supply, Seabury Hardware and Rental, or the Providence Home Center. Owned and operated by Opie and Leslie Parrish, they have a friendly staff with great selection and everything you need to make your next home improvement dream a reality.
Let's get back to the interviews of Southwire Baseball Softball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, here on 102.7 The Game.
It's Southwire Baseball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, here on 102.7 The Game, live streamed out there on X, Facebook, and YouTube, wherever you consume your live streams at. Now we're being joined by McLean County baseball and softball, and we'll start first with, or by just the baseball team, we'll start first with Coach Lynham here. And Coach Lynham, you know, coming off a great year at McLean County last year, a lot of guys that graduated that played 2 or 3 years for you. Talk about how the all season's gone so far with the new team and the new season. Hold on one second, Coach. Jalen. Yeah, thank you. All right.
Got it?
Yeah, you're ready to go.
We graduated 6 guys last year, and, we're looking forward to still another fine season. We've got a few returnees. I've got some juniors and sophomores that's kind of been waiting in the wings the last couple of years to get a chance to play. And, it's going to be game on for them this year. We've gotten some things done in the off season, workouts a couple of days a week. A lot of my guys play travel ball, so they're kind of still hooked up with their travel teams and workouts either individually or with those teams during the winter. We'll be ready to hit the ground running when that date comes.
You know, you're 21-9 last year. You go to the regional tournament. Looking on the mound all year long, a 2.68 ERA as a team ERA. You did graduate like Jax Lee, who was the quote unquote ace of the staff. Is pitching still going to be something that makes this team kind of go?
Oh, yes, absolutely. We feel we've got some returnees. The 2 guys are up here with me. They've all thrown varsity innings ever since their freshman year. They're seniors now. Layden Bozarth here and Corbin Martin. Jalen Groves has pitched a lot, too, as well. He's one of our senior returnees. Will be a starter this year. And we've got some other boys, too, that, again, some of those juniors that haven't seen a whole lot of varsity innings. But guys like Nash Lee and Jordan Bailey, they'll get time on the mound. And, we feel our pitching and defense should be pretty solid.
And if for this team to reach its ceiling, what's a couple things that you felt like has to happen for this team to get to its absolute ceiling that maybe has to be a little better than it was last year?
Consistent hitting. Pitching's going to have to maintain itself and be solid. Defense solid, and then we're going to have consistent hitting up and down the lineup. When you take some of those seniors out of the lineup that we had last year, guys like Connor Mitchison and HB Whittaker, when you're replacing your leadoff and 3-hole hitter, that is quite a bit. Like I said, we've got some guys that we can replace those guys with, maybe not to the level that they were. But, to answer your question, we're going to need to hit the ball consistently.
And it's a kind of an open district. Everybody had a fairly big, Muhlenberg, graduated their top 3 pitchers that kind of led the way for them. You guys lost a lot in graduation, too, that performed for you last year. That district seems like it's right there for the taking for any of the 3 schools.
Yes, I agree. It's kind of wide open this year amongst the 3 teams. Absolutely.
You know, and we've got to ask, because I know on the basketball side you're a big proponent of a super regional, and you know, is that something you would like to see in baseball too? You know, that some type of super regional for baseball, or do you kind of like the way baseball is set up now?
Nah, I'm for the super regional format. You know, most people that know me know my opinions on the subject. You know, I've never said anything to him about it, but, you know, I would like to see someone like, you know, Coach Lil Pop at Kentucky Wesleyan just try to get the region at his place every year. Centrally located, you know, everybody knows where they're going to go. College facility, you know, much like the sports center in basketball. I know there's a proposal on the table to, you know, you've got to maybe have a turf field, lighting specs and all that stuff, you know, to host it. But anyway, however it would work out, I think it needs to be some kind of a super regional. And I'm still just for all of it being at one spot, basketball, baseball, whatever. Then everybody knows where they're going. And they know what they're doing. I know it takes a little bit more time to do something like that, but I just feel it gives you a real tournament feel.
You know, somebody's been doing this a long time. You've been in baseball all your life, in basketball, you've been coaching. If I was to make you the king of the KHSAA, is there one thing you would like to see high school baseball do differently than it does now, whether it be a rule change or something like that?
Well, you've put me on the spot with that one, and usually I have an answer. No, I really don't think so. Not off the top of my head.
I was always one. The one thing I was talking about is and I know it's the reason they do it, but I've always felt like I would love to see high school go to the rule where you can't re-enter. Like, you know, you come out of the game, you know, just like the baseball is supposed to be played. When you make a substitution, you know, that person's out. That person's dead.
Yeah, I would be good with that. I mean, you know, of course, I played, you know, collegiately and professional for years. And, of course, you know, playing under those rules. Anyway, you know, I would be good either way. I'm good with the way it is now because, you know, you can take somebody out and put somebody in for defensive replacement. Yep. And then, of course, you know, put that hitter back in the end or whatever. But I would not be sweating it if they wanted to do that.
You know, before I jump down here to Layden, I got to ask you, good move by the Reds with Suarez, or is that one that you just, I mean, they needed a bat. Are you happy with that bat?
Yes, I am, as long as, you know, he can put the bat on the ball consistently. And I don't think he's going to hit 49 home runs this year. But as I've been telling, you know, some of my buddies that are Reds people as well, you know, we'll take 30 plus.
There you go. There you go. Do they make the playoffs?
Yes, I think so. I think so. Yes, I think they'll take the step forward. I'm hoping Matt McLean will be able to bounce back. I think he's going to be a big key if he can have a good year and play to his potential. And of course, obviously the pitching should be there. I like the bullpen this year, and I think they've got a really good chance.
You know, I may have asked you this before, but I know you enjoy coaching both of them so much in basketball and baseball. And I kind of have always seen you as a baseball guy, just because when I first met you, it was over at Brescia working with Aaron Biddle. If you were forced to choose, what would you choose if you had to only coach one? Which one would it be?
Oh, it probably would still be basketball.
Really?
I coached high school basketball. I mean, you know, if it was college based, it would definitely be baseball or higher than that. I mean, you know, I've really enjoyed coaching the baseball team. You know, we've done really well. And anyway, you know, I've enjoyed my time. It's just so much different. Yeah. You know, I've told the guys in basketball meetings and things, and Layden and I have talked about it. I'm two different individuals.
Really?
On the basketball court. Wouldn't you agree with that, Layden? I mean, you know, on the baseball field, there's a pitch and a pause. Yeah. You know, there's an out and a pause. There's an inning over and a pause. Basketball's not that way. I mean, you know, and I mean, you know, I joke around a lot with the baseball umpires and things. Would like to do that in basketball, but you can't because it's on to the next play. And, I mean, you know, you can be up 8 points and you've got a comfortable lead, and within a minute and a half, it's gone.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not quite that way with, you know, baseball. So it's more relaxed and laid back. I do enjoy it. I enjoy both different ways.
Right. I'll have to ask the basketball officials next time we have them in if you joke around with the basketball officials. That's what I'm going to do. I hear Coach Lionel just jokes around with everybody.
I guess tell him to become a baseball umpire.
There you go. And then, you've seen it's come to the professionals, it's come to college, the pitch clock. I don't know if you ever have a pitch clock on the field in high school, and I think even the high school umpires can keep a little bit of that. But was that something you would like to see, maybe to speed the game up just a little bit?
Even at the major league level, I don't see the use of a clock. I mean, what else have those guys got to do? They play a 2.5, 3 hour game every day, make millions of dollars. So, I mean, if you're a broadcaster, I hear those guys complain about the pace of the game, or they used to. I mean, what else have they got to do?
Nothing.
I mean, whether a game takes 2.5 hours or 3.5 hours, I mean, it's the grand old game. And to me, the greatest game there ever was.
Oh, yeah.
So,
well, I mean, you can't run the clock out. Like, you have to get 27 outs, or
Correct.
in high school, you have to get 21 outs. You can't go in and have a 2-run lead and then hold the basketball.
Correct.
Let's go down here to Layden, who's coming off a big year last year. At the plate last year, Layden hit 293. He had a 1 home run, also drove in 21 runs, and also on the mound. How about 4-1 with a 1.18 ERA? Is it pitching or hitting? Which one drives you more?
Last year it was pitching, but I think this year it'll be hitting again, just like it was sophomore year.
Okay. All right. So it's getting the big hit over the big strikeout. You'll take the big hit anytime?
Oh, yeah.
And Coach Lionel talks about he's two different guys. You're a guy that plays multiple sports for him. Is he right on that? Is he a little different at the two different sports?
Oh yeah, it's a completely different.
Really?
Game. Yeah.
I was just taking him. He was just, I was just, coach speak, but he is two different guys. No, I'm just teasing with you. But, you guys do lose some seniors last year that have played a lot of time for you guys, whether it be Rice or Mitchum or Jax Lee. Looking at this team, it's a different makeup, and I know you're in the basketball mode right now more than you are, baseball. But looking forward, what are you looking about? What are you looking forward to this team and getting onto the baseball field about?
I'm just looking forward to see what everybody young brings to the table and see how hard they've worked in the offseason. I think we'll be fine as it comes on, because I really think that our young players are just as good, close to what we will be last year. We just lose a little bit of hitting.
Yeah, for a guy that plays multiple sports, I'm sure you guys, you play travel basketball or AAU basketball and travel baseball. How tough is that in the summer to kind of balance that out where you're getting enough time in each sport to help you for the next season?
Yeah, so basically my travel team, I'll play like one weekend and then we'll skip a weekend. So some of the weekends I'll play baseball one weekend and then play basketball the next weekend. And baseball doesn't really run that long in the summer. It'll be like the week-long tournaments or whatever. Mm-hmm. And so then I'll just be basketball as soon as I can get to basketball. But I enjoy both of them.
Do you have a first love? I mean, if you had to choose, is it the round ball or is it the white ball with the seams? I mean, if you had to choose the two, do you have a first love?
Oh, it'd definitely be baseball.
Baseball? Okay.
Yeah, I'll definitely try to go play somewhere at the next level.
The great thing was, Coach Lime has shown, whether you're at McLean County or anywhere, you had multiple guys from last year going to college and playing college baseball. He's been at this sport a long time, knows so many people that it's got to be nice to have someone there that can help you through that process.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And talk about your teammate down here, Corbin. I mean, how long have you guys been playing together, and how long have you guys known each other and the relationship that you guys have?
So Corbin, he transferred down here his 7th grade year, but I've known him forever. We've always played travel ball together, and we've always been really close. I mean, as soon as he came to our school too, we obviously got more close. But Jalen, 7th grade year, he didn't play baseball, so me and Corbin were kind of the two, 7th and 8th grade, and then Jalen started playing, and then we're all three really close.
Tell me something about Corbin I need to know before I interview him. Within reason.
I can't think of anything off the top of my head.
No, that's not a problem. That's not a problem. We'll go down here to Corbin. And another one he talked about, coming off of last year, a nice year last year. What were some things, Corbin, that you wanted to get better at for this year to improve on?
I definitely want to focus more on hitting, which I always like pitching more, but I feel like my pitching is always ahead of my hitting. So I kind of want to pick up hitting and kind of put better numbers up hitting.
Okay. So who gets the better when you're on the mound? Who gets the better of the two? Do you get better of Layden, or does Layden get better of you when you're pitching and he's hitting?
I don't think we face each other that much, but I definitely think I'd strike him out.
That's the way it always works. And, how good can this team be? I mean, what are some things that you think that as a team to reach your ultimate ceiling that you guys have to do better this year than you did last year?
I think we're going to be pretty good, but I just think we're going to have to work on manufacturing runs. All of our young guys, they've been pretty much around the whole time, or younger brothers, like Layden's little brother, Jackson's younger brother. They've all pretty much been around the whole time. So I think they've just been waiting on their moment to actually be able to play, but I think they're ready for it.
What do you like to do for fun when you're not on the baseball field or you're not doing whatever? What does Corbin like to do to relax and have a good time?
I mainly just play baseball and go to work and hang out with my friends. I don't really do too much.
Okay. Well, hey, that's enough right there as it is. What is it about the game of baseball? I mean, you've been playing probably most of your life. What was it about baseball that just first grabbed your attention and just the reason you love it so much?
I think at first I started playing when I was younger, just being outside all the time. And then eventually my dad started coaching and we just grew that bond together. So I think just over time it just kind of stuck, and it was just mine and my dad's thing, and I just grew it to like it more and more over time.
Talk about the relationship you have with Coach Lynham and what he's kind of meant to McLean County and the job he's done out there. He's kind of changed that baseball program where you guys are, consistently since he's been there, right there around 20 wins every year and making, runs to the regional tournament. Talk about the relationship you have with him.
Well, when he first started coaching, I didn't really know who he was at first. And his first year was probably my first year starting varsity, like full time.
Oh, you didn't know you hadn't been to a basketball game and seen him on the sidelines and be like, that's going to be my baseball coach?
Not really. I didn't really pay attention too much. But definitely our wins definitely have improved over the longevity of the last couple of years. So definitely putting up bigger numbers than before.
And Layden, talk about the relationship you have with him a little bit, because you get him at both sides on the basketball floor and on the baseball floor, and, kind of what he's helped you with along the way. Hold on 1 second. Mic 1. Okay, now you can go.
Okay, so being around in both sports, we kind of talk about both sports together and what we think. Like next week, we're talking about what game we're going to play Thursday. So we kind of have a close relationship. We're always looking at what we can do to fix both teams.
What does Layden like to do, when you get some downtime, when you're not either on a basketball floor for AAU or a travel team? I mean, what do you like to do just to kind of relax and decompress?
I just like laying down, sleeping.
Just sleeping, huh?
Yeah.
And Coach, how about you? I've always wondered this. I mean, you're a guy that, you're coaching basketball right into baseball, and you get into the summer. What does Coach Lynham do to decompress a little bit and to relax?
Oh, I don't know. Probably the big thing is some people know this, some people don't. My dad is a big farmer up in Chrisney, right above Rockport. And I really enjoy getting up there and working on the farm.
Really?
Which is where,
Okay.
I will, eventually probably wind up, when all the coaching and the teaching and stuff is done. So I'd probably have to say, that's the biggest thing for me. And I like to play golf and things like that. Of course, as we've talked before, I'm a big Reds guy, and, so, of course, I follow them extensively, stuff like that. But anyway, I'd probably have to say the number one thing is, just getting out on the farm and working out there and getting away from the grind.
I can just see you in a tractor just driving down, we're driving the tractor, plowing the field or whatever, and the whole time you're doing it, you're thinking about a new offense or what we have to do on the baseball field. Go ahead,
Vic. Everybody knows that in his spare time to clear your mind, Coach Lynham jumps on the trampoline.
Oh, that's true. That's true. You got to turn his mic on real quick. What was that, Coach?
I said, I don't know why that seems to be that big of a deal.
Those guys love it.
Anyway, yes, I do that for relaxation. Always have.
We're gonna have to get. I wanted to get you on a podcast and let you talk about Bradley Payne and Matt Briggins. That's what I need to do, is bring you on, and you and I'll just have a podcast about them.
If everything was told, that probably would be must-see TV.
There's no telling what comes out of that. Talk about these two guys. You brought them here with you. You talk about the leadership. You've been coaching them for a while now. Talk about what these two guys have meant to your program on the baseball field at McLean County.
Yeah, I mean, when I took over, we had one senior at that time in Cruz Lee. We had no juniors. The team hadn't been overly successful. And, we started with that crew that graduated last year. They were sophomores. And these two guys and Jalen Groves were, only freshmen. And of course, Brooks Lynham was just a 7th grader. And they made up the core of the team and have the last 3 years. These seniors now that were freshmen then, they got thrown to the wolves early. And, they handled it. I think we went 19-15 that first year. And, they were asked to do a lot of things that, freshmen and sophomores at smaller schools, aren't asked to do. And, they came up in spades. They both have done really, really well. We're looking for big things this year out of those 3 guys. And then, Jaden Taylor is with us as well as a senior. He's a big, powerful guy. We'll probably put him in the middle of the lineup. And he's when he's on, he's probably has as much power as any bat in the 3rd region. We just got to try to get him to hit the ball consistently. And those 4 seniors or those 3 have been with me ever since day one and have done an admirable job. And we're looking for one more here.
If I was to ask you to give me one name that maybe we don't know in the average fan in the 3rd region doesn't know right now that plays for McLean County that say come on May 2nd, people are like, hey, where'd this guy come from? Who's somebody you're looking to have a breakout year for you?
It would probably, I've got 2 that comes to mind offhand. Nationally and Jordan Bailey. Again, they're 2 juniors that's kind of been waiting in the wings to get their chance to play. They both have a lot of talent, especially Nash on the mound. Jordan's an excellent infielder, can swing the bat some, can pitch some, kind of like Layden, can do a little bit of everything. And I'm looking for those 2 to, take a big step this year and show that, that they can replace those guys that we lost last year.
You said something, wait in the wings. That's kind of a lost start in today's world where you have to kind of bide your time and learn and the process in today's world. It's got to be nice that you've got a couple guys that have done that.
Yes. Usually it's been my experience, the better the program, the more you have to kind of wait. Yes. Because you've got juniors and seniors that are ready to get the job done. Maybe you have some sophomores that are kind of there, but they just can't quite crack, that lineup or that rotation or whatever it is, whatever the sport is. And they just kind of have to wait their turn until, there's some graduation. And then, when it's their time to shine, then they go ahead and shine.
Well, Corbin, Layden, good luck this year. Stay healthy. Coach Lynham, thanks as always. You're always such one of the better interviews always in the 3rd region. And I'll set that podcast up for it'll be Coach Lynham and Vic Evans after dark. We'll let it all out on Payne and Briggins. But good luck, Coach. Thank you so much.
Hey, thanks a lot, Vic. And like I've said before, you all do a tremendous job of covering high school sports. I love coming on here and talking to you guys. And, personally, I want to thank you all for what you all do for high school sports here.
Well, it's our pleasure. It's absolutely our pleasure. Coach Lynham, Layden Bozart, Corbin Martin, good luck, guys, and we'll be right back with more interviews here on Southwire Baseball Softball Media Day presented by Owensboro Health.
Experience ultimate control and peace of mind with Labor Management Federal Credit Union's Secure Lock Equip, an easy-to-use mobile app that allows you to protect your credit and debit cards in real time. Turn your card on or off. Customize permissions as needed to prevent fraud and control spending. Visit lmfcu.net for details. Power to protect with Secure Lock Equip at Labor Management Federal Credit Union member NCUA.
Need insurance you can count on? Jeff Johnson with L&I Insurance has you covered. From auto and home to life and business. Local service, personalized coverage, competitive rates. Call Jeff Johnson with L&I Insurance today and get protected the right way. L&I Insurance, protection you can trust.
Ace Hardware Livermore has everything you need for all the jobs you do. We offer Craftsman, DeWalt, and Milwaukee power tools. We are also a full-line lumber and building material store. Ace Hardware Livermore, the place for all your hardware, building, and farming needs.
Looking for a bank that truly puts you first? At Sacramento Deposit Bank, we've been serving our communities with hometown care for over a century. From personal checking and savings to business loans, mobile banking, and more, we make managing your money simple and stress-free. You'll always talk to someone who knows your name. So whether you're saving for the future or chasing a dream, we're here to help you every step of the way. Visit sdbky.com or stop by one of our local branches today. Sacramento Deposit Bank, where banking feels like family. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. Got a pizza craving? Come on down to Gino's Pizza in Livermore. Proudly owned by Matt and Carrie Huff. Enjoy mouthwatering pizzas made with the freshest ingredients. Come see us at 405 East 7th Street or give us a call, 270-278-5121. Gino's Pizza, your local pizza hotspot.
Your home, your car, your family's future. Protect what matters most with reliable coverage you can trust. We offer home, auto, business, and life insurance tailored to you. Call Drew Young for a free quote at the Insurance Group in Owensboro, 812-608-0649.
Owensboro Health Cardiothoracic Surgery welcomes Dr. Jeffrey Silver to its team of experts for the most advanced heart and lung surgery right here close to home. Visit owensborohealth.org/CT surgery.
Kentron Manufacturing is hiring. We're looking for entry-level associates who are dedicated and drug-free. In business over 50 years, we offer insurance, paid holidays, vacation, and a clean, controlled environment. Apply in person at 610 Industrial Drive. Kentron is an equal opportunity employer.
Honoring someone with an award, plaque, trophy, or just a unique gift? Then there is no better place to check out than the Trophy House. With their new location at 325 Park Plaza, they have everything you need to honor someone. Nick Clemens will help you with all your award needs.
The Owensboro Health Neurosurgery team welcomes Dr. Keith Preston, who provides advanced surgical treatment of the brain, spine, and back. For expert care close to home, visit owensborohealth.org/neurosurgery.
Looking for a financial partner you can trust? Look no further than Green River Area Federal Credit Union. Whether you're saving for the future, buying a new home, or need a loan, we've got you covered with competitive rates and personalized service. Join the community that cares about your financial well-being. Visit Green River Area Federal Credit Union at one of our 3 locations in Henderson, Greenville, or Owensboro and experience the difference today. Your money, your future, your credit union. Member NCUA, Equal Housing Lender.
Let's get back to the interviews of Southwire Baseball Softball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, here on 102.7 The Game.
It's Southwire Baseball Softball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, here on 102.7 The Game, live streamed on X, Facebook, and also out there on YouTube. And before we get to Muhlenberg County softball, Jalen, why don't you tell us about some people who are making all this possible?
Yeah, Vic, we've got Foreman Watson Holtry, Green River Area Federal Credit Union, Kentron Manufacturing, and RFI Plumbing.
Hey, without that, we couldn't do what we do here at 102.7, and now we're being joined by the new softball coach at Muhlenberg County, Coach Davenport. He, I think you did the one thing that maybe is against the rules is you left, McLean County and go to your rival Muhlenberg County down there in coal country. Talk about why that move was made when the job opened up.
I left Muhlenberg to go to McLean.
Oh, so you're like a double trader.
Yeah. I coached baseball at Muhlenberg.
Okay.
And then I went to McLean because they offered me more of a role to make a difference. And now I got a head coaching job, so I took it, and I'm excited. So that's why I left. I've been praying. I did interviews, and I think I was passed on by 10 jobs, and then I got this one, and we've been running with it. So I'm excited.
Well, the one thing is my wife passed on me like 10 times too, and we've been together for 30 years. So it all works out in the long run. Yeah. What was it about Muhlenberg and this softball program when that job opened up that you like? I know it wasn't just because I wanted to be a head coach. There had to be something that pulled you to there.
They were 12 and 18 last year, and I got to looking at the numbers, and with that, there was talent coming back. Now, we did lose 4 seniors, but they had 64 errors last year. I said, if we clean that up, we throw more strikes, and we bunt the ball, score runs. I mean, that's a 20-win team. And if you win that game against Ohio County, you draw Hancock in the first round, and that, you know, instead of Davis County. So, you know, if you win a few games, you're in the region championship. So, you know, that's something that implied me to go. And I was like, we have a chance of doing something special here. So that's what we're going to do.
That's my kind of coach. If we throw strikes, we field well, and we hit and score runs, we're going to win games. That's a coaching genius right there, the way it works. And sometimes that's what it is. It's just fixing the obvious. And, you know, as you talked about it, you know, was it defensively, when you have that many errors, was it something defensively that you really wanted to press off in this off season to get ready for the year?
Yeah, when I went back and watched film, BJ Cotton, he does that Mustang Sports Nation.
Mm-hmm.
It made it great for me because I could go back and watch every home game. And bunt coverage, we've really hammered that away. We've simplified it. We made a lot of errors last year, not covering bunts the way they need, just throwing it away or not being in the right position. And this year we're going to do something different. I was kind of over the scouting of McLean County in the past, so I do a lot of shifting. I go back and look at Game Changer, and I watch games. So I told our pitchers, you let them put it in play, we'll be in the position most of the time to make it. And I just went to them and told them, I said, let's make the routine plays. I don't care about diving. You make the routine plays, we'll be in the game in the 7th inning ready to make the win. So we've done the basics. We've hammered, you know, I got hired in June. We started in July as soon as dead period. But we've been going 2-3 days a week ever since then. So we're going to clean it up, and I think we're going to surprise a lot of people this year.
What was it about these two? Because we were talking off the air, and you're like, I don't think these two ever had any idea I was going to bring them here. Yeah. What was it about these two that you brought to media day?
A lot of people have said that we're going to struggle pitching. Well, I brought the two pitchers. You know, I'm going to put them out there. I'm going to put the pressure on them. So I went to them. I said, do y'all want to come to media day? And she's regretting it already, I think.
It's a piece of cake, Zoe. We'll get to you in a minute, but it's easy. I'm an easy guy to get along with.
You know, I want to mix it up because we got the local radio. So Jocelyn and Ella, and we got a senior, Kirkpatrick. They're going to do that. I'm going to try to mix it, but I just went with the two pitchers. We're going to rely on them quite a bit this year. We've got a freshman pitcher that I'm going to use her as a closer. I know that's not a real big thing in softball, but a baseball guy, if I got a girl throwing 59, 60 mile an hour, I'm going to have her come in and just give me 3 outs, 4 outs. So that's what we're going to do a little bit different here at Muhlenberg County. So, but I wanted to get the pitchers up here, give them some confidence that I trust them, that I know that they're going to do a good job this year.
You know, that's one thing that's been a big change in softball, you know, I would say in the last, 5-6 years, even at the college level, of more of a staff mentality as opposed to one pitcher that throws every game. I think that's kind of cool. You bring kind of a new idea of a closer and almost like not just a staff, but having, different roles in that staff.
I've got a lefty that I've got him. They know what the plan going forward. Like the lefty's going after her, the fast is going at,
Yeah.
I pay attention. I love that. Like these radars and stuff I love it because I can go out and I'm going to tell them like, this girl's throwing this. This is why you're pitching tonight, so I'm excited. Really, we got 4 pitchers that's going to help us varsity wise.
And you talk about that offensively, you talk about doing different things. I thought, you were talking about the way you're kind of a numbers guy and you get into the, not so much the analytics, but at least the numbers of the game. They were already talking about their numbers. Is that something you kind of brought to the program of looking at numbers more and different types of matchups?
Yes, I do a lot of charting. When Bella's pitching, she's 56, 57. So when they're facing her, I chart who's hitting well against that. She's more 53, but with a lot of spin.
Mm-hmm.
So I see who struggles with that. So when we go play someone, I tell them, you may not be in the lineup tonight because you struggle with her. So I know you're probably going to struggle with this one. So the girls are buying into it. Like every time we're in the cage, they take it serious. They're like, I've got to do well here to show coach that I can hit this type of pitcher. So it's nice to have 4 different people that has 4 different things. So our hitters see something different every day. So, and I want to cut the strikeouts down. We had 106 strikeouts last year. It don't seem like a lot, but when a ball's that big around and we can bunt and move runners, I want to cut them down quite a bit. So yeah, I love numbers. I do.
For a guy that cut his teeth in baseball, you coached baseball at Muhlenberg. You moved and was on Coach Lynham's staff. When it was softball, had you coached softball before, or how much did you have to kind of jump in when you got the job and be like, okay, I know these things are similar and a lot alike, but there's also some big differences in it.
The first question they asked me in the interview was, have you ever coached softball? I said, I know the ball is yellow and a lot bigger than but I've got a staff. I've got 7 people on my staff, 8 counting Steph Milosky. She's kind of my pitching coach without being my pitching coach. She sends that pitching, what the bullpens and everything each day. And I got my wife. She does all the paperwork and that kind of stuff, taking care of the girls at school. And on my staff, I've got 2 ladies that played softball. One's a physical therapist, and Mindy Hardison, which is great to have on your staff. And then I've got Blake Culverson that coaches travel ball, Dustin Pentecost that coaches travel ball at a high level. So I rely on them. And like I said, the BJ Cotton, I've been watching third region, Hancock County. And so I go back and watch anything and I break things down. Oh, this is what they do in softball. This is what I do in baseball. So it'll probably look a lot like baseball, some of the things we do. And sometimes they think I'm speaking Spanish, I think, but I'm so detailed on the small things. I said, if we take care of the small stuff, the big stuff's going to take care of itself.
Always.
Right after Christmas, we had an outdoor practice and we couldn't get a bunt down. And I wasn't yelling at the girls. I said, I'm frustrated at your coaches and this, because this is the simple, basic, just get the bunt down, field the bunt, throw it to first, So they found out real quick that the little bitty detail things is what gets me tore up when we can't do that. So,
well, let's go down here to Bella real quick. And, you hit, you also pitch, first of all, give me Coach Davenport's off-season grade, A to F. He's not listening. I've turned we got earplugs in. Give me a grade for Coach Davenport in this off-season so far and your first experience with him, A to F.
Well, this season we have been working a lot in practice. I mean, like he said, we started in late July, which was a big difference from last year. And we have been going 3 days a week since then. After the new year, we're now at 5 days a week. So I definitely give him A for effort, because we have done a lot.
And he talked about coming over from baseball, kind of learning, as he goes along too. He says sometimes he speaks Spanish. As a player, had there been times where you're working on something and you're like, this is not how we do it, or what are you talking about?
For sure. There's times that I'm just like looking at him like, what are you talking about? Are we like on the same page here? But my hitting coach over the summer is a baseball coach, and so I've been kind of familiar with it for a little bit. But I'm up for the baseball style of the game. It doesn't bother me too much.
There you go. Is it getting the big hit or getting the big strikeout on the mound? Which one gets Bella's heart pumping a little more?
Probably the strikeout. Big. I love pitching. I've been doing it since I was 8 years old. Something I've always been very passionate about. Mm-hmm. And so I would say the strikeout.
Everybody's got things they want to improve on in the offseason. You look back at your, the year you had last year. Walt, give me a couple things that you really wanted to work hard to make sure that you do better this year.
I'm going to say definitely a big part of my game is my mental aspect as a pitcher. You have to be very mentally strong. And last year, some of the games I pitched were against state champions. We pitched against the Assumption and the Fort Walton Beach. And after just a couple innings of those games, it was an automatic, different setting in my mind. And I think that I needed to be more calm and stronger in my mental aspect.
No, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, baseball's a mental game. I mean, you're going to fail 7 out of 10 times when you're at the plate. And I think people don't understand that it's the ultimate game of failure.
Yes.
Yeah. Before I go down to Zoe, tell me something about Zoe I should know that I don't know yet.
Well, me and Zoe have literally been playing softball since we were 6 years old together. And so there are a lot of different things I could say.
You got all the stories is what you're telling me.
All the stories. Oh, yeah. One of the things I'm going to say, recently, we just have these weird things where we're like, just weird. We're obsessed with these little fugglers now, and they're just these little tiny stuffed animals. They're on these keychains. They're so weird, but they're like so ugly. And we've been collecting them recently, and they're on both of our bags. And
all right. Well, we'll go down here to Zoe real quick, and I was told that you were a little nervous about coming here. It's a piece of cake. I mean, she's already spilling beans on you. I'll let you replay me. Tell me something about Bella that I need to know, since y'all known each other forever.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Like the first few months of practice, we were leaving practice and I'm sitting there watching Bella pull out and she backs right into a car. And Wes, we didn't really know Wes yet. So he had to come out there and yeah. Yeah.
They told me not to tell my parents.
There you go.
That's something you need to tell in person.
There you go. And Zoe, I've got to ask, what were some things that you were looking, what were some things that you were looking forward to improving on this year? And one, I mean, you've got to be somebody that's like a stickler, because you were like, don't look at my stats. And I look up your stats and you hit 358 last year and you're not happy. I want you on my team if you're not happy with 358. But what were some things you were looking to improve on?
Well, I think with pitching, I really want to improve on my spots because I feel like most of the time, like my mental aspect of the game, I feel like it's pretty good. But most of the time, I feel like I can miss my spots. I tend to miss my spots sometimes. So I really want to improve on that.
Talk about the camaraderie. You and Bella said y'all been playing and knowing each other since you were 6. Just talk about the whole camaraderie with the team and the aspect of that, how it's going so far this year.
I think it's good. I think that everybody, has each other's back. And I think that we really, like most of the girls on the team, we've been playing together since we were like 8.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like everybody, we know how we play together. And I feel like we just all go together pretty good.
When you got the news, the news breaks that they hire Coach Davenport, and then you look at it and you realize they've hired a baseball coach to come coach softball. Be honest. What was your very first impression? Did you know him beforehand but what was your very first impression when you found out the news?
Well, I didn't know him at all. I just know Tabby because she works at the school and she was my gym teacher, but I don't know. I didn't really have any feeling either way about it. I guess I was excited, maybe.
I'll have you give me a grade so far of the off season.
I don't know. I think we've been doing a lot of work as a team, and I feel like we really needed that. So I guess I'll have to give them an A+ too.
There you go. It is for this team to reach its ceiling, whatever it may be. Okay, whether it's a district title, win games in the region, win a regional title. If you give me one big thing that has to be better than it was last year for you guys to reach your ultimate ceiling this year as a team.
I feel like as a team, we just have to work on being strong the whole game and getting through the whole game. Because when we get down like by 2 and it's like deep into the game, most of the time we just like drop our heads and like that's it. But I feel like if we really want to go somewhere, we have to push through the whole game and just fight the whole game.
I'll ask you the same thing, Bella. I mean, you can give me another thing that for something that has to get so much, not so much better, but has to be a lot better from last year to this year for you guys to reach your ultimate ceiling. Hold on one second, real quick. Yeah, Mike won there, Jalen. Thank you. All right.
Sorry. Piggybacking off of what Zoe just said, last year, our all-time goal is definitely making it past first round of region. Mm-hmm. It kills us every single year. And last year we drew Davis County and we weren't playing bad. In the first few innings, we weren't doing bad at all. It was a couple run difference. And then like 4th, 5th inning came along and it just dropped. Everything dropped. So working on our endurance, mentally too, and trying to get past that first round of region.
As a coach, it's gotta like make your ears perk up when you bring young ladies here and they do a great job in the interview, even though they're worried. But they're also talking about mental toughness and mental, staying in the game mentally. Because as I said, baseball and softball is the ultimate game of failure. And so that's got to be music to a coach's ears.
Yes. We go live in the cages quite a bit. And
hold on one second. Yep. There we go.
We started going live in the cages, and I don't make it easy for them. I'll call a ball on a strike that's no doubt that's a strike, just to make it tougher on them, and just to make them. I said, because guess what? Umpires aren't always going to give you the call.
Right.
You can't blame him. Come back and throw that next pitch. So they're buying in. I really, we've been on the job for a few months now, but the girls are seeing that. And I told them, I said, there's not going to be anybody that outworks us. And they're there every day. And I make days, I'll tell them, today's going to be a rough day for everybody. You're not going to be successful. But guess what? There's going to be days we show up the field that we're not going to have our stuff, but we're still going to battle with them. So I'm glad to hear that. It really is. It's nice to see that they're buying in, and it's kind of like that blue collar. We're going to bring our lunch pail, and we're just going to get to work that day.
There you go. So, there you go. Before we get out of here, Coach, you talked about your wife helping you out on the staff. I mean, any great coach or any coach that's successful has a huge support system at home. You know, did she think you were a little crazy when you decided you wanted to be a softball coach? But talk about that a little bit and what she means to you and in your coaching career.
She prepared me. She goes, Wes, you're going to deal with stuff that you never thought you were going to deal with. And she's right. She coached volleyball at Muhlenberg for 10 years. So she's been there, done that, paperwork, the messages that I get. And, she's been a supporter. Every time I apply for a job, she's like, you do what you need to do, because she knows this is a goal for mine. And, we've got a 4-year-old little girl and a 10-year-old son, and he plays travel ball. And I never get to watch him play, but she takes him to practice. She does everything. So I can't thank her enough that she allows me to practice every day. It's never been like, you don't need to practice today, you need to do this. It's been, you do what's best for the program. And that's what we do. Now, she may complain to them, but
they may complain to her.
yeah. But no, she was supportive. She kind of looked at me funny when I said I'm going to apply for it, but I just want to coach. Yeah. And this is what they're allowing me to coach. And I want to be successful. And when you have talent, you can be successful. And we have a lot of talent. Just the real shout out real quick. Josh Leno, she has a chance of being Region Player of the Year.
Oh, yeah.
When you have that in the lineup, it kind of makes you want to go coach a place. And we got Ella Watkins that hit 425 last year as a sophomore. So it's excited. But it's been a learning curve dealing with boys. I just go do this. Girls are more like, why are we doing this? They want to know why we're doing it. Where boys are like, yeah, we'll just go.
They'll just go run through a wall. They want you to explain why we're running through that wall. What benefit?
We're not time out here, Coach. What are we getting? So, but no, they've been great. Day one, like I said, I've changed a lot of things. We do a weighted ball program. We've been in the weight room. And we swim every Thursday. We swim to build up muscles, and they've been there. They've done it. They don't ask a lot of questions. They're like, Coach, whatever we need to do that you think we need to win, and that's what they're doing. So. That's all I can ask for as a coach.
Well, Coach Davenport, thanks so much. Good luck. Zoe, Bella, hey, good luck on the season. Also stay healthy. That's always the most important thing, but good luck on your upcoming season. And we appreciate you guys for coming. When we come back, we'll get more interviews. Is it Southwire Baseball Softball Media Day presented by Owensboro Health.
Southwire in Hallsville has been family-owned since 1950 and strives to be generationally sustainable for years to come. They are one of the leading manufacturers of wire and cable used in the transmission and distribution of electricity. Southwire delivers power to millions of people around the world. Their mission to be a preferred provider of solutions to the electrical industry by providing innovative products and services with exceptional quality and delivering on our promises. They also are proud supporters of all Hancock County athletics. Go Hornets!
You can trust that your heart is in expert hands at Owensboro Health. Our board-certified heart specialists provide the full spectrum of care, from minimally invasive procedures to the latest technologies and life-saving treatments. Get the advanced heart care you deserve close to home in Western Kentucky and Southern Indiana. Learn more or schedule an appointment at owensborohealth.org/heartcare.
Craving championship flavor? Tune in every Wednesday night at 6 for the Owensboro Catholic Aces Basketball Coaches Show on K News, proudly sponsored by Old Hickory Barbecue. Savor the insider scoop on your favorite teams, while you imagine the smoky, slow-cooked taste that's made Old Hickory a hometown legend. Don't miss our weekly fix of hardwood insights and mouth-watering barbecue, because legends deserve legendary barbecue. That's the Owensboro Catholic Aces Basketball Coaches Show, Wednesdays at 6 on K News 101.3.
Kentron Manufacturing is hiring. We're looking for entry-level associates who are dedicated and drug-free. In business over 50 years, we offer insurance, paid holidays, vacation, and a clean, controlled environment. Apply in person at 610 Industrial Drive. Kentron is an equal opportunity employer.
Hey, Chris, can you fix my leak?
Yes, we can. Hi, I'm Chris Estes, owner of Above All Roofing and Seamless Gutters. From your windows leaking air to installing new energy-efficient windows, we can do it. 313-4275. Gutters leaking, past few rain? Get new 5 or 6 inch gutters with guards. You have a roof leak? We can install a premium roof on your house or business. We have an affordable solution for all your leaks. 270-313-4275.
Hey y'all, it's Kellyanne Harris with the Harris Group at Keller Williams Elite Realty. As a proud sports mom, I know what it takes to show up, stay focused, and deliver results on the field and in real estate. That's why we're offering our guaranteed cash offer program. We guarantee to get your home sold or we'll buy it. For all your real estate needs, trust the Harris Group. We're always ready to go to work for you. Call us today at 270-929-5857 for the details.
Looking for a financial partner you can trust? Look no further than Green River Area Federal Credit Union. Whether you're saving for the future, buying a new home, or need a loan, we've got you covered with competitive rates and personalized service. Join the community that cares about your financial well-being. Visit Green River Area Federal Credit Union at one of our 3 locations in Henderson, Greenville, or Owensboro and experience the difference today. Your money, your future, your credit union. Member NCUA, Equal Housing Lender.
Let's get back to the interviews of Southwire Baseball Softball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, here on 102.7 The Game.
It's Southwire Baseball Media Day, brought to Baseball and Softball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. We got Owensboro High School who's coming in. We'll split up the Owensboro High School softball and baseball. Baseball team has some tryouts this afternoon. We will also have Muhlenberg County Baseball. We have an interview with their new coach, Coach Brody, that we'll play a little bit afternoon. But before we get to Owensboro High School, Jalen, you're going to tell us about some of the great partners that make this all possible. Nope. Get your mic on there, Jalen. There you go. Nope, it's not. You may have ran out of battery there. I've got it. I'll get it right here while you're working on that over there. Now it's working. I can hear it. You got Davis County Teachers Federal. Yep, go ahead.
Bailey Electric, Miller Building Supply, and Old Hickory Barbecue.
Hey, without them, we couldn't do what we do, and we couldn't do especially a big thanks to Owensboro Health. We'll interview Jacqueline a little later for Media Day, but Owensboro Health also comes up with Media Day shirts this year for all the athletes and coaches. But we'll have now Owensboro head coach Jake Fiorella. And Coach Fiorella, you know, this has got to be an interesting year as for a coach, because you've been having a group for about 3 years where you had about 8 sophomores that played a lot as a sophomore. Then they all played as juniors, and then you graduated them last year. I mean, it's kind of a whole new team this year, and kind of maybe give you some new energy, some new life of kind of covering some things. I mean, you always cover the same things. Not many long they've been there, but it's like a whole new group of guys that are getting their first varsity experience. How's that gone so far? Hold on one second, Coach. I need his mic. Yeah, there you go, Coach.
I was talking to Max out in the lobby. He asked a similar question, and it does provide some new energy. We had an awesome group of guys that we spent a lot of time with through the last 4 years, and it was sad to see them go. But we have a large number of guys that have been in the dugout with us. They just, we had great talent and great kids that they weren't able to crack the lineup. So it'll be interesting to see what those guys do this year and the years moving forward when they get this opportunity.
You know, and of course, you get to start with our reigning, ESPN Owensboro Offensive Player of the Year and Eli Hampton, and also that behind the plate, as a catcher, one of the best catchers in the region, which that's a good place to start with. Talk about, the growth you've seen in him through the years and what he's what you're hoping he brings to the table or you expect him to bring to the table this year.
He's grown so much. Most of it, none of you would see. It's more maturity and timing of his poor jokes and types of things. But he's grown as a leader and he's had those natural leadership abilities, but to see them kind of fine tune has been pretty remarkable through these last 4 years. It's going to be a fun one for him this year, I think.
And for, as you're, it's a new pitching staff and, a lot of guys. I think I was looking at if you take Eli and Ty out of the equation, you return like 12 at varsity at bats, and then if you take, Ty out of the equation pitching wise, you return like 12 innings in varsity. Has this been kind of a practice where you go, hey guys, this is a baseball. I mean, we're starting from scratch here.
No, the guys that we have behind them, Braden Toller being one of them, Nash Miller, another senior that is not here today. Those guys got a few innings last year here and there. And again, it was just one of those situations where we had a pretty good depth and it was hard to keep people off of a roll.
Mm-hmm.
Caden had a great year last year. Will Rickard, Will Hume, TD got a few good innings too. So we have capable guys right behind them and we're expecting them to step right in here, throw them to the fire and see what they can do. We're confident that they're going to be able to do it.
As you get into this season and your first off season with the new facilities, that's got to help with practice. I know it's funny you were saying right before we went on the air, it's nice not to have to worry about how wet and how muddy is the outfield going to be. Last year was tough because you guys were kind of playing at Wesleyan and you were doing kind of moving around with really nowhere to play. How's that gone into this off season to make things a lot easier?
It's been awesome. Our facility is unbelievable. But we're very fortunate for our school district to have put so much money into it and into our programs and the weather. I know that we had 2 weeks of hibernation, but the weather leading up to that has been great. We've been on the field, not just because of turf, but because of temperature, pretty much the entire month of January. So we've had a good opportunity to get some work in and it is nice. It's nice to be able to go over there and know, unless there's torrential downpours at the time, that we're going to get on the field and, try to get as much work in as we can.
For this team to reach its ceiling, whatever it may be, between now and come May, 25th, what are a couple things going into the year, hey, we're going to have to keep working and getting better at this?
It's the same as it is every year. We just need to make sure our pitchers are consistent. And we know that we don't have Caden Ray, a dominant arm, but we have 7 or 8 arms behind him that are capable of throwing 3 pitches for a strike and are able to execute in moments that they need to execute. So we feel confident with that. It's the same coach answer every year. We need our pitchers to throw strikes. We need our offense to put the ball in play, and our defense doesn't need to make a whole lot of errors.
It's been the same year. It's been the same answer in baseball for the last 250 years. I mean, we're not reinventing the wheel.
It's pretty simple. And that's the biggest thing for us is getting these new guys, getting their feet wet and getting them to understand it's a long game and there's a lot that goes into it. All you have to do is focus on what is right in front of you in that moment and try to dominate it. And if we can do that consistently, we're going to be just fine.
I always thought, coaching, especially when you're dealing with younger guys, the hardest thing was to make them understand, like, I don't need you to make the Willie Mays catch in the outfield. I need you to 99% of the time when they hit you a 3-hopper, we make that play. It's just the routine play.
Yeah, hitting a relay man, backing up a base, putting the ball in play, executing a get them over. Those things are the difference. And we have guys capable of that. And that's going to be the biggest challenge, I think, for us is we have some guys that are talented, but they're also young and they want to come out and hit doubles and they want to come out and, make a huge impact. And we don't necessarily need that. My job is going to be to convince them, hey, we need you to be a really good Dax Garrison, or we need you to be a really good Jackson Fogel. And if we can get that consistently up and down our lineup, I feel really good.
Any changes in the staff? I know your staff's been with you quite a long. Is there any changes in the staff, or is it everybody back?
Not to this point, unless somebody quits today. I think we're all good. Coach Pecos is going to take care of our pitchers, and Mark Kane helps him with that and coaches our JV team. And Dalton Payne's a varsity assistant that was a Whitesville native. He would say Knottsville, but it's all the same to me.
There you go.
He's a Whitesville native, and he coaches us with varsity. And then Brian Casey's been a floater with the JV and freshman teams as an assistant. Catch-all. So our staff is intact. We feel good about those guys. I appreciate all the work that they put in. and all the time that they pour into these guys.
We'll go down here to Eli, and, coming back off the year you had offensive, like I said, the ESPN Owensboro Offensive Player of the Year. The first question I have is, how different is it this year, or strange has it been when you're out at practice and you look over and Evan's not there? I mean, that's a whole new world for you. How's that been?
That's been okay.
Hold on one second. We go turn his mic on real quick. He went to the bathroom. Well, give me a second here. He's going to should be number 2 over there on the mic 2 there real quick, Brian. There you go. Now we're ready for you.
It's been okay. I've a great group of friends on the baseball team anyways, so have those guys around. But I got used to it in travel ball, just being with my dad on the road and not having him, I got used to it. But the biggest change is not having him in the house. That's the biggest change.
How's that been?
It's been okay.
There's more food for you, I would say.
Absolutely. Nobody's arguing about bathroom time and how long I'm in the shower, so I can play my music as loud as I want, and nobody's complaining about that at all. So yeah, it's been okay.
We talked about it, the Player of the Year last year in the ESPN Owensboro area, but everybody wants to improve on something, each and every year. If you had to give me 1 or 2 things that you were looking to get better at this year, or maybe that you need to improve on to help the team overall, give me a couple of them.
Right. I think I can look back to my 8th grade year. I thought I did really well. And then my freshman year, it was all about, how can I top that? How can I be better than the year before? And I think I look back at last year and I was like, I had a great year. I just got to do it again. And that's just, I'm working on my consistency, right? It's just being consistent every day. I'm not trying to be better. I'm just trying to be more consistent. Obviously I'm trying to be better,
right?
But I'm not trying to be somebody that I'm not, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Look, I'm trying to focus on doing my job right here, and whatever happens. Just let the cards fall where they may. And obviously with the new group of guys, working on your leadership skills a little bit, trying to take some guys under your wing, show them the ropes a little bit of hey, this is varsity baseball. You're in this situation, do this and A, B, C, or D.
And this is how we do things at Owensboro High School.
Correct.
When you got to that first workout and, you look around and, all of a sudden you're used to seeing, Trevor DeLacy over here, Hume over here, guys that you've been playing with since you were in 8th grade.
Yes.
How different was that first practice?
Well, at least I wasn't coming in last in the sprints this year, but I say that's a pretty good time joke.
That was a good one, Coach. I think you were wrong, Coach.
But it was different. It was different. The energy was different, and so that gives us older guys an opportunity to create a different type of energy. And so I would say it's a good thing. Change is a good thing sometimes.
Oh yeah.
So yes, it was different, but it's a good different. And it just gives us an opportunity to put on a different type of culture here at Owensboro. And I feel like everybody is up for the challenge, right? Everybody's excited for the new season to see what we can do.
Do you feel like, and this is an odd, different type of question, but, the run that you guys had in football and what you were able to do, being a little middle linebacker, you and Ty kind of leading that defense and also playing offensive line, whatever you need to do, but kind of taking some of that experience and bringing it to the baseball field. Do you feel like it's helped you be a better leader on the baseball field?
Oh, tremendously. I think what it's taught me is to be selfless, right? I came in to Owensboro High School wanting to play quarterback. Mm-hmm. That was what I wanted to do. And that's not what happened. Same thing for baseball. I'm not going to go 4 for 4 every day. Okay. Well, I'm trying to win. I have to win a baseball. I have to help win a baseball game. So it's definitely helped me become less selfless. And I think Theo has told me many times, Eli, you can be a little selfish sometimes. So trying to just help the team win, I would say that part from football has helped me a lot in the baseball world.
Let's go down here to Braden. I'll just have you slide your mic down there towards Braden. Or no, he's back here. He can turn Braden's on. Coming into this year, Braden, everybody has things that they want to improve on. It's kind of a new role for you, a more, expanded role that kind of biding your time. Talk about how your off-season went, some things that you were looking to improve on from last year.
The off-season went good. At the start, Eli, I wasn't there. They still had football. So I had to step up, be a leader as a senior, and get the other few seniors that were there, just step up, help the younger kids, set the example. And then when they got back, they helped push us even more. And when they come back, Theo was talking about it as well. they are like great leaders. They've had the experience, and we just go off them and continue to help set the example for the younger kids, show them what it's like, and just I need to improve on for this year. Just be a role player. Like I'm gonna get more time. Just help the team win. Do whatever I need. Trust the coaches. Trust my abilities. And just go at it as best as I can.
And I know coaches don't look at this, but if you're going to talk to the media around or you talk to people around, they expect Owensboro High School baseball to take a big step back, from where it's been the last couple of years. Do you kind of see that as a, hey, you a little bit, not so much disrespect, but like, hey, we will show you that this team, we have a lot of people that can still play here. We're still going to find a way to win baseball games. Do you have that kind of, will you wear that as a badge of honor?
Yeah, like I don't see that as like full disrespect, but like they just like they don't know, like they're not there at our practices. Like we know that we have it in us and we can play as a team, and our coaches know they have full faith in us. And we play as a team, we're going to win as a team.
Do you ever think, sometimes when it's like 34 and a little windy and coach is like, hey, we're out on the turf, do you ever then sit back and go, man, I wish we had a turf field. It was a little muddy here. But how the facilities, how they been in practice? I mean, they're first class for one thing. I mean, it's a college facility. But just talk about what it means getting up every day and going to practice there at the, the new park.
It's great. Just being able, like, even with all the snow and everything, like, being able to get inside and still work. Like, yeah, we didn't get to like do all the throwing. Like we had a little setback, but we can still do the plows inside. We have plenty of space. We have plenty of hitting space. So it's a lot better. And even when it's raining, like we can get out on the turf. Like we can always practice. And it's just great just knowing that we can always keep getting the work in and just keep improving day by day.
Who's the funniest guy on the team?
I'll say Eli.
Eli? That doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise me at all.
Thanks,
have you seen a difference maybe in the whole coaching staff, Coach Fiorella and the whole coaching staff, of maybe how they approach things, knowing that it's, this is not a team, this is a least varsity experienced team that he's had the last couple of years. Have you seen maybe a little bit more patient side of him, a little more teaching side of him than maybe what you saw? Or is it the same old Jake Fiorella?
Answer freely.
They're more patient for sure, especially with the younger kids. Try to keep us cool.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Hey, Coach, you pay them well.
I've been working on that.
There you go. But I mean, do you see that? I mean, is that something that you I mean, you're going to be you, and I mean, you can be as demonstrative on the field as any coach in the area. I mean, I know you know that. I mean, it's just who you are. I mean, that's how I coach. I was very loud and very demonstrative. But did you make a conscious choice that, hey, I've got, not that I let things slide, but I have to understand I'm dealing with some guys that I have to make understand that they need to make a couple of mistakes to learn. Is that something you went in this year with, maybe trying to be a little more patient?
Honestly, no. I don't ever try to be more patient. I try to be as consistent as possible. Now, I do understand that we have younger guys, we have new guys. There are going to be mistakes, but they're addressed. Every mistake is addressed the same in a different manner. I don't know if that
right. Oh, yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Braden Toller misses first base, I'm going to address him one way. If Eli misses first base, it's going to probably be a bit more aggressive.
Right.
And may include some profanity. From time to time, but no, I am definitely more patient. I think some of that honestly is my kids as well. Like I have 2 children and they force you to be patient. So that has helped prepare me a little bit this year, but I've grown quite a bit in the 5 years here and in my 15-year career. But I'm not conscious, but I am more patient.
I always thought that the biggest misnomer when I got into coaching after I'd been in it for a while was people say, you have to treat everybody the same. Well, no, that's not right because they're all individuals. I have to treat them all fairly, Correct. But I need to treat them towards their individual because what makes Eli Hampton tick is totally different than what makes, Braden Toller tick. And for me to be the best I can be is to be able to find which buttons to push for each of those guys.
Absolutely.
And I think that's what you were trying to, what you were saying.
Yep.
And then Eli's just sometimes you just want to use a 4-letter word after him. I've interviewed him a couple of times.
He gets the most of it.
He does.
If they happen. Allegedly, he gets the most.
I will say this, and I don't know. You see him every day. I just get to interview him. He's always a great interviewer. But I can see where he's a little bit of a guy that just likes to poke you just enough to see the reaction he gets from Coach Fiorella that day.
That reaction is just a look. I don't have to say anything to him. I just
That's it. And then he usually shuts it down. It could be a post-game talk. It could be a post-practice talk. It could be a pre-practice talk. And he'll just be pushing that line, and I'll just give him a look, and he'll.
Eli, I've got to ask you, and I'll ask you the same thing. I mean, it's, and I know you guys don't care about what media says and polls. I don't know that, but you're coming off a team that was, was very highly rated early in the season, got off to a slow start, and then you go and dominate and win a state title. This is a team that if you were to poll the entire media or teams in the area, it would not be a favorite in the top 5 or so early in the season.
Right.
But do you think this team has a lot higher ceiling than? And then, do you take that as a badge of honor that, hey, we're going to prove you wrong? But do you think this team has a higher ceiling than what most people think around the area?
Absolutely. Nick Saban always said it best: the media is rat poison.
Yep.
So I'll always point. No disrespect to you.
No,
guys,
it's fine. I understand. I understand what we are.
As a player, as a coach, it is. It's
noise.
It is. You can get fed up with it. And I look at the team we have now, and I'm like, okay, like you can't compare last year's team to this year's team, right? There's got to be a different way that we're going to have to win games. And I think with the group of guys that we have, we can have that mindset of embracing who we are and win games that we probably, people might say we shouldn't, right? But I think the ceiling is higher than most people perceive right now. I think I would. But if you put a polyester test on me right now,
polyester.
I believe that's what it's called.
That's a type of
shirt. Polygraph. There you go.
If you put a polygraph on me, I would be telling the truth. I would not be lying.
Braden, if you have an English test coming up, do not have Eli help you study. That's all I know.
Polyester. Dang, I was on a roll there and just kind of.
I will tell you this, Eli. That right there will be a drop on 102.7 The Game for going forward.
Go ahead.
Guys, Coach Fiorella, good luck in the upcoming season. Stay healthy. Thanks so much for being here, and we're looking forward to following you guys all year long. And when we come back, we'll have Hancock County as it's Southwire Baseball Softball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health.
This is Travis Holtry from Foreman Watson Holtry. I recognize that there is a stigma against personal injury lawyers, and I understand that stigma because of some of the ways that personal injury lawyers portray themselves. But at Foreman Watson Holtry, we are real people helping real people with their injuries. We are your one call for injury law. Foreman Watson Holtry. Dedicated to you, committed to justice. FWHlegal.com.
Kentron Manufacturing is hiring. We're looking for entry-level associates who are dedicated and drug-free. In business over 50 years, we offer insurance, paid holidays, vacation, and a clean, controlled environment. Apply in person at 610 Industrial Drive. Kentron is an equal opportunity employer.
At Davis County Teachers Federal Credit Union, our priority is you with mobile banking, free financial tools, and a team that listens. We're here to help you grow. Visit us at 1900 Southeastern Parkway in Owensboro. Davis County Teachers Federal Credit Union. By the people, for the people.
When you're looking for the perfect place to eat, drink, and have a blast, head to Mr. B's Pizza and Wings in Owensboro. Dive into hot, fresh-made pizzas, bold wings, and all your favorite game day classics. And now take the fun even further at Club 18 Golf, the indoor golf experience right inside Mr. B's. Bring your friends, book a bay, and swing through world-famous courses while enjoying great food and cold drinks. It's the ultimate night out with great eats, great swings, all under one roof. Mr. B's Pizza and Wings in Club 18 Golf, right on Highland Point Drive, where Owensboro comes to play. Need electrical services? Call Bailey Electric, serving Western Kentucky since 2002. We handle commercial, agricultural, and residential needs. With over 50 years of experience, we're licensed, insured, and ready to help. Bailey Electric, your trusted local electricians.
Are you looking for an unbeatable quote on home, life, or auto insurance? Contact Kyle Colberth or Sarah Brown with Kentucky Farm Bureau in Hallsville. Their prices are second to none and the service is spot on. Located at 445 Halls Boulevard in Hallsville. Go see them for all your insurance needs.
Step into sports country and let your game day spirit soar. From autographed jerseys to retro memorabilia, we've got the gear to turn your space into a true fan haven. Sports Country, located right behind Shammy's Car Wash on Park Plaza Drive, Owensboro's ultimate destination for sports enthusiasts. Looking for quality tools, building supplies, and equipment for your next project? Visit Miller Building Supply, Seabury Hardware and Rental, or the Providence Home Center. Owned and operated by Opie and Leslie Parrish, they have a friendly staff with great selection and everything you need to make your next home improvement dream a reality.
Let's get back to the interviews of Southwire Baseball Softball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, here on 102.7 The Game.
It's Southwire Baseball Softball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health here on 102.7 The Game. Vic Evans in the Floor Concept Studios. Got Hancock County. Before we get to Hancock County, let me tell you about some of our other great sponsors for this. You've got L&I Insurance, Gino's Pizza, Ace Hardware, Livermore, and Kyle Colbert with Kentucky Farm Bureau. Without our great sponsors, and realize these are local businesses that are supporting local high school, third region athletes and athletics. So when you go out and spend your money, spend it the ones that are supporting your kids in many different ways that you don't always realize. And now we're going to jump in. You know, he was asking who's going to go first. I told him we'd go with the veteran of Media Day is Coach Rogue, back again for Media Day. One of the veterans of the third region coaching wise, you know.
Yeah, I can't know anybody else to be older.
Well, I mean, it keeps you. That's why you keep Todd Count around, so you feel young, right?
He's older.
There you go.
Feel young.
Keep him feel young. You know, talking about a year last year. You know, it was a different type of year for you. Kind of a, you know, it's still a 16 and 14 year, but it was a different way you played. You know, before then you had, you know, Lily Roberts, where you had to make 3 plays a game, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, when you average 15 strikeouts a game,
it gets a little easier to play defense. But you know, a lot of growth last year from a lot of young players. You had a very talented sophomore. I think it was sophomore class last year.
Freshmen
and now sophomores. You know, talk about the growth that you've seen from them, and in the offseason, are you seeing another step forward?
Yeah, I mean, soft season, really haven't had a lot of them with us so far. You know, being a small school, we've got, I think, 10 play basketball. So, you know, we've got, I think, about 12 that don't play basketballs that we've been working this winter. And our pitcher's been going about 3 days a week for a couple months. And I've seen some improvement there. I like what I've seen there. And had to bring in some position players to do the catching for us. So it's, you know, kind of mix and match here for a while until we get going.
You know, Hancock has been a traditional third region power. I mean, you know, right there in the thick of things. You know, whether not only in like All A, but in the regional tournament and making regional finals, looking to kick that door in. You know, but what is it about the softball at Little Hancock County, in a small school, as you talk about having to share athletes, but year in and year out putting together a softball program that's right there towards the top of this entire region?
You know, I've thought about that a lot. You know, why has our softball been so successful? You know, and it comes down to, I've been very fortunate to have girls that love playing softball, and it makes my job a lot easier. And you got to have players, and we've been fortunate. You know, this game of pitching, you know, been fortunate to have some good pitchers down through the years, and so that keeps us being able to be pretty successful. Haven't quite knocked that door down yet, but we're trying every year.
Well, one reason it's successful, too, is because of the man sitting behind the mic right now. And I know you don't want to have any of the – I know coaches pass all the credit on, and that's what they're supposed to do. You know, the coaches lose games, players win games. That's the way it works.
I will say one thing. You know, I've been here so long, they kind of know what to expect, what the you know, what we're trying to do here, our goals. And so I'm sure that helps a little bit, but I'm very fortunate to have players I've had over the years.
You know, and if for this team to take another step, you know, we talk about kind of had to learn how to play defense again last year. For this team to take another step this year, you know, what are some things that you have to do better than maybe you did last year overall?
Last year, we had, you know, some of the younger players the year before were just kind of role players, you know, and put in position. Last year, they had to step up and be the girl, you know.
Right.
But and I thought we struggled a little bit hitting last year. That I felt that was going to be one of our strong suits. But I look for us to be able to hit it this year from the top to the bottom of our lineup. And you know, defensively, we're going to be right there in our pitching. I really feel like our pitching might surprise some people from what I've seen so far. But so, you know, our softball's not a, you know, real complicated game. If you field it and pitch it and hit it, you're going to be pretty successful, just like baseball. So, and I feel like those three areas we're going to be pretty solid.
You know, what was it about these two ladies that you wanted to bring to Media Day for them? Tell me a little about these ladies, what makes them special in your program.
They're two seniors. Have Ava, she started as 7th grader, and to see her, maturity and level play, and she's brought it every practice. I mean, it's never a lack of effort on her part, and that's the reason she's gotten better every year. And she's a player that has played every position but catch, I believe, for us, and that's what's made our team successful. Got a lot of girls. I like to try to get them playing different positions. That way, if you have sickness or an injury, you kind of fill in and you're not, behind the 8 ball. And she's one of those type of players. Gracie is back after year two, and looking for good things for her. She's going to be able to hit it for us, and she's another girl that I feel like she's going to do some pitching, probably play a couple other positions. So, looking for a good senior season from Gracie and good senior leadership. You always need, and that's one thing about, I've always, for the most part, had very good girls, not just on the field, but in the classroom, and good leaders. And so I don't expect anything different this year.
Give me a name that maybe the average third region softball fan doesn't know right now that you're looking maybe to take a step forward this year compared to either maybe it's a young player, maybe it's an older player that you're just looking for a big jump for. Do you have one out there that you could give me a name to keep an eye on that we need to know that we don't maybe not know right now?
Well, I've got about 9 of them, I think.
There you go.
I hope.
You hope.
But Riley French, she's a little freshman. She's going to be one of our pitchers, and she surprised me a little bit last year, being able to hit it as well. She did, and so looking for good things. Got a good sophomore class. Jordan Waltrip will be back at shortstop, I guess, for 3rd year, just a sophomore. Boom Higdon be doing catching. I'm going to list about Aubrey Mosby. I think is a girl that people probably in this region haven't heard a lot about, but there's a couple of colleges that know about her, and so she might surprise. She's a girl that I can put anywhere and be very successful wherever I put her, and her hitting's coming around. Bella Bryant, another girl, is going to do some pitching, can play up multiple positions. Ansley House is going to be back playing the outfield. I know I'm missing somebody. Audrey Carnes, she's led us in hitting last couple years. Be just a junior, be on first base. Who am I missing? Laney is a freshman that I do a lot of running, putting outfield, defensive purposes. So I think I've named just about everybody.
There you go. They don't leave anybody out. We'll jump down here to Ava real quick. And my first question is, do you get a bronze star or like a ribbon or something that you had to put up with Coach Rowe and Coach Cowan over here since you were a 7th grader? I mean, to me, that seems like you should have got like a Presidential Medal of Honor or something.
I think they've more had to deal with me more than I've had to deal with them. I mean, Dwayne's always been consistent with me, and I've always been consistent on what I need to work on and stuff. So it's not really like he'll jump on me for something out of the blue. It's just, it's always consistent in what he needs me to do, and we're always clear with the goal. So.
And I think, I know coaches are going to do this. Is like, you talk about the program they've built, and it's always, I've had great girls. But, I mean, it all starts at the top. Talk about that because you've been with him, like you said, since the 7th grader. You're now a senior, right? And so, so talk about, the leadership he's provided, not only on the softball field, but off the field. And, I mean, he is the guy that's kind of built this program and made it what it is.
Yeah. Dwayne's always been clear. Being such a small school, we go up against people that we know we're not going to come out on top with. And he's always just very clear that if you can't do anything, just compete. And I think that's where a lot of our like hard work ethic comes from. We just know how to show up and we know how to do our best, even if it's not coming out the best out of the two teams. And I think that's what helps us a lot of the time, because if we can compete against these big teams, I know we can do a lot better with some of the smaller teams that we maybe struggle with a little bit.
And coming off a year where you hit 337 last year, had a nice year. I mean, if there was something that you were wanting to improve on, what was it this year?
I think a lot of us struggled with wanting to take those risks and taking, especially hitting. A lot of us are not keen on outside pitches. And that's a struggle a lot of us have, because nobody wants to take it.
Nobody wants to go the other way. Everybody wants to.
Don't give away
So everybody's got a scouting report on you in the whole region now, Ava.
We've got a lot of girls with fast hands and a lot of girls that don't want to wait on the ball. So I think a lot of us, it's just knowing when to take a step back and knowing when to wait on the ball just a little bit more and just wanting to grip and rip.
So now you have guaranteed that all you are seeing are outside fastballs and changeups. That's all I know. No.
That's what bait them into.
There you go.
I didn't mean it like that. We're going to be great either way.
Growing up in from Hancock County, a smaller community, but what has softball meant to you, and what has it taught you, and how has it helped you become a better person and a better young lady?
Softball's always taught me that, you can walk into any team and it's just what you make it. Softball's a failure game. And the fact that we can all sit here and talk about our victories and, we've had a great year. It doesn't feel like that whenever you're in the moment, but coming out of it, like, dang, we had a really great year. You told me my batting average last year, and I was like, I did that. But
so you're not a numbers part. I mean, a lot of baseball. I mean, I was. I mean, I could tell you, what I was hitting, my fielding percentage, because it's a numbers-driven game.
Yeah.
Now, but I think you short-sighted it a little bit. You said it was a failure game. No. Baseball and softball is the ultimate game of failure, because you are going to fail a lot more times than you ever succeed. But I mean, are you not a numbers person or not a numbers driven person? Is it like you really don't know? Like, I went 2 for 4 last week, and if that's the case, teach me how you teach that, because that's the problem. Is too many people take yesterday's 0 for 4 into today.
Well, I think it's just a little bit of that, but we focus on the failures. We don't really focus on the numbers. We just focus on, like, man, I really should have taken that inside pitch. I really shouldn't have taken that down the middle. I shouldn't have watched that. Like, we just don't really focus on the numbers specifically. We just know that we kind of didn't really do that good last game. We could probably improve on this at bat or this game. But I think that's a majority of our players. We just don't really look at the game changer. We just kind of show up and try and bring a new energy every game.
Coach Rowe, you hired the wrong person as an assistant coach. I mean, I listened to her talk. I mean, she's a lot brighter than Ty Callan. I can tell you that right now.
She's done a good job. That's what I was talking about, the maturity part of her from coming in as a 7th grader to now. It's been pleasure to see.
Let's go down here to Gracie real quick. And, Gracie, one, you got to follow that. I'm sorry. I mean, that's part of it. But what were some things that you were looking to improve on this year?
I think that our defense will be a lot better this year. I wasn't there last year, but I watched them play a lot last year. And now that they
hadn't had to play defense in 4 years. I mean, I'm just just hand the ball to Lily Roberts. All I need is a catcher.
Yeah, but they've seen a lot now, so I think we're well prepared for this year.
How hard is it when you miss was it 1 year or 2 years that you were out?
2 years.
How hard was it, one, to make the decision to come back? Because sometimes you feel like, I don't know if I want to, but talk about that whole experience a little bit. And what was it that made you decide to come back, and how hard of that decision was it?
It wasn't really a hard decision for me. I knew I wanted to come back. I missed softball a lot. Like, when I quit though, I knew I wanted, softball was my life, 24/7, and I just needed a break. But I knew I wanted to come back. I was kind of nervous to talk to Dwayne about coming back. I didn't know how he was going to. I mean, it went good. Okay. He was happy to have me back. I'm glad about that. I miss my girls a lot, because softball is more than just a sport. I'm very close with all my teammates, so it wasn't a hard decision at all. I wanted to come back, and I'm very glad I did.
I think it's hard for people to realize that, for, guys like myself or Dwayne or, Coach Callen, they've been coaching for years. It's not the games or the practice that you miss the most. It's that locker room, and it's just that camaraderie. How hard? I mean, did that hit you? Like, you made the decision where softball had gotten so big, and I just needed a break. But when you stepped away, was that the first thing that you realized? That's what I missed the most. Is just that getting on the bus and teasing somebody about something, or just that whole camaraderie with your teammates.
Yeah, I definitely missed them. Like, I still talk to all of them when I wasn't playing, but it wasn't the same as, like, going 5 days a week after school to softball and being on the field and having our inside jokes and everything else and joking around with Dwayne and Todd and making fun of them at practice and stuff.
I need to get your coach, whoever you hired as your media personnel or whatever, because I know it didn't come from you guys. Yeah. I mean, tremendous. I mean, you're talking about impressive young ladies, just the way they handle themselves.
Yeah, and I've got a team full of these, and that makes my job
keeps you young
a lot easier. Keeps you young. Have good parents, so it's been a great place to coach at.
We'll go down here to Coach Banther real quick. I'll have you slide that into the second season at Hancock County. And, you took over a year last year. It's a little tougher year for you guys than what Hancock baseball is normally, used to, 8-21. Talk about, do you feel like you're better prepared going into your second off season after starting last year and going through a year than maybe you were when you got the job?
Oh, 100%. I think you learn something every year. You learn what works, what doesn't work. You learn your kids. On the psychology of it, what motivates them. But we eclipsed our win total, I think, from the year before.
Yeah, it was good. You knew you had to build.
Yeah, but I think the bigger piece of it was that as poor statistically as poor as we were in some areas, we competed in a lot of games. Now we got run through a couple, 3 or 4 times, but for the most part, our boys competed, and that was without that's with a lot of errors and with a really, lower batting average than we wanted. So the boys competed, we cleaned some of that stuff up this year. I think we're going to be, in a lot better situation this year.
I'm digging those black Hancock County hats. I kind of like that hat. I like that, Coach. I may have to talk to you about getting one of those, because those are sweet little.
Come see me.
Those are sweet hats, And is that the thing? Would you look back at, say, just making the routine play, like if we're going to reach our ceiling this year, whatever that ceiling may be, and for some teams the ceiling's 15 wins, some it's 10, some it's win a district and compete in the region.
Yeah.
For whatever your ceiling's going to be, do you feel like that's maybe the biggest step you have to take? Is one, offensively, be a little bit better offensively, but especially just making the routine play?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think we had 95 errors in 30 games. You can't do that.
That'll make you turn gray, Coach.
Well, I was already gray. I'm gray. But no, you're right. I think the bigger piece was it too. We weren't able to put the ball in play and give ourselves a chance. I got to tell everybody, I can't steal first base.
Right.
And so, we've got to do some stuff better from the offensive side of the ball. I've always been of the thought that, in a high school baseball game, you're probably going to have a couple errors, and you can kind of absorb those. One of our problems was that we tend to make those errors at the most inopportune times. And, so we couldn't really absorb them. And sometimes the errors just multiplied, but to answer your question, yes, I think if we can, we can become, put the ball in play more consistently, and we can cut our errors in half. I think, we're going to be able to compete with most of the better teams around and beat the ones that we're supposed to beat.
What was about these two guys that you decided to bring to media day? What are they, in the off season, the leadership they given, or what was it about these two guys that you wanted them to bring them down here for this experience today?
Well, I think we'll start with Grant here. Grant's a sophomore. Grant is he's a 100% run through a brick wall for you. I think he's got a lot of untapped potential. He's probably in the weight room. He's probably our strongest kid on the team. Obviously, he's a really good football player. He just has to hone his skill set a little bit better. But I think he's got tools to play his game and possibly play at the next level if he chooses to. He works at it. But he's one of my captains. Both of these guys are my captains. And I've got Dylan Mucker down there, who was just phenomenal for us last year. He hit the ball, was very consistent all year. Dylan is a luxury player for us that coaches love, because I can put him anywhere and he's going to do the job for you. I can put him at second. I can put him short. I can put him behind the plate and have every bit of confidence that he's going to do a good job for us and help us to win. but both outstanding young men. They're learning how to be leaders on the team. That may be one of the harder things. You catch a ground ball, learn how to catch a ground ball. Being a leader is a little bit tougher, especially amongst your peers. So they both are working on that and trying to become leaders to continue to build our program.
Looking at looking at the staff that's coming back this year, the people that are interested out there, who are you expecting to step forward and be the leaders, on the mound for you this year?
Well, no doubt Porter Hay.
One of the best in the region when he's healthy.
When he's healthy, he is healthy. I think Porter's kind of learned how to take care of his body a little bit better. He obviously signed with Southern Indiana. He's going there, and I think it's become real to him that, look, I'm going to be a Division I pitcher, and he's doing that, and he's looked great in the pens.
Do you find that's maybe the hardest thing to understand, because it's for young kids, or to teach them that, because we all think that when we're 15 years old, we're 10 feet tall, 100 feet tall, and bulletproof. Right. That sleep, taking care of yourself, eating right, that it all factors into how well we play. And I've always said, like, the greatest performance enhancer is just getting enough sleep at night. I mean, it's unreal. Yeah. You find that that's something you're having to teach a little more than maybe you had in the past?
Well, we talk about that a little bit. We talk about taking care of your body, respecting your body, and knowing, the performance is tied to how you take care of your body. And you have to be smart when they're in weight room. Guys trying to Hulk out, like, look, that's not the exercise to do that. You're going to hurt yourself. Be smart about that. But yeah, I do. I think it is. I think, and with all the media that's available out there, in terms of nutrition and sports health and workouts and stuff, I think some of our kids are kind of gravitating toward that and learning how to take a little bit better care of themselves. But Porter definitely would be one. Of course, we got Jack Roberts, not on the mound, but who knows? He may pitch some. Who knows? It depends how the season goes. But we've got him. We've got Noah Cowan that's gonna throw some for us. We have Colby Cowan, who sat out last year. He's coming off ankle surgery, but I think he's going to end up eating up a ton of innings for us this year. Pretty good control, can kind of spot his fastball pretty well, and his all-speed stuff. So we've got him. And then we've got some other younger kids, Landis Pate. I think we'll throw. Now Grant's going to throw. He's been working hard. Lefty, we got 3 lefties, and they've been working hard on just zone pitching, trying to really spot the ball up. And they, to date, they've done a really good job of doing what we've asked them to do. And, in terms of tracking pitches, they're doing exactly what we're asking them to do. Now we just have to translate that to the hill.
Yeah, and it's always a tough district. I mean, you're in a district that the 2 teams in your district last year played for a regional title, and it went 9 innings, and what a game! So I mean, it's one where it's going to be tough to get to the region. But I mean, the one thing about Hancock is they've always competed with whoever they were playing. I mean, is this a team that could surprise some people, you think, this year?
I do. I think anytime you have Porter Hay on the mound, and we do the things
in a one-game scenario, I'll take him, and he keeps me in the game.
But I think we've got the kids, we've got some competitors. One kid I want to mention was Trip Hager. Mm-hmm. Trip's just if you've been around watch football, baseball, he's a phenomenal athlete. And we've got our boys have the same type of mindset that he does, and that's they're going to compete. So yeah, I think we could beat some people, especially with Porter on the mound.
Let's go down here to Grant, and he looks like let's slide that there, Mike, in there to you. I mean, you look like you spent some time in a weight room, Grant. That's all I'm going to say. But talk about some things that you were looking to improve on from your experience last year going into this year, just a sophomore, right? Is that what he said? Yeah. That you were looking to improve on.
Well, last year, I mean, as a freshman, it was new, and I was like unexpected what was coming, and then when games started, I was like, all right, let's go. I mean,
did you ever have your welcome to high school moment as a freshman? I mean, can you think back to something that happened last year? I mean, it could have been seeing a certain pitcher on the mound, and all of a sudden he pops it up there in 91. You're like, whoa, okay, this has gotten real now.
Yeah, I mean, Meade County is pretty rough. I mean, I was not expecting it, but I mean, we all pushed through. I mean, we work very hard, and I think we're ready for them. And but this year I'm gonna try to work on my hitting. I've been in the weight room and the building a lot, hitting and pitching and throwing, and just be ready for the team and give everything I got.
For you guys to reach your ceiling, we talked to the same question I asked Coach Banta, for you as a player, what do you see that this team has to do just a lot better than it did last year for you guys to take that step that you're wanting to take?
Well, I feel like a lot was like errors and hitting, and I feel like we keep working on it and we're doing good. But I feel like in football and baseball, it's always like after the game, it's like, I wish we can do this, or I wish we can do that, wish we could do better than that. It's just, you don't got to think about it after the game. Just do it before the game. Get ready. Coach always tells us right when you step up on that field, get ready. Y'all lock in and just be ready,
And let me ask you this: who is the funniest guy on the team? Of your teammates, who's the guy that can crack a joke and kind of can ease the tension a little bit? Like when you've had a bad practice and maybe Coach Banta's come in and peel a little paint off the wall, let you know he's not happy. He leaves. Who's the guy that can kind of crack a joke and everybody just kind of releases the tension?
I think we all know it's Florida Hay. A lot.
A lot. Okay. All right. Was there anybody in particular last year in the region, pitcher-wise, that you just seemed to really always have your number that you just had no success off of?
Meade County mostly. It's I don't know what's his name.
Stansbury?
He was.
Or Hale. I don't know if you saw Hale, but Stansbury was pretty good.
Pretty hard.
Okay.
It was, but all you got to do is just adjust to it and just. Coach always told me when you get up to a plate, don't think, just swing and hit the ball.
There you go. Let's go down here to Dylan. You talk about a young guy that had a huge season last year, 343 at the plate last year, 7 stolen bases, 23 hits, 10 runs scored. I mean, great numbers, but you're always looking to improve something. If you felt like there was a weakness in your game last year, what do you think it was?
It's definitely the fielding aspect. I think it was more of a mental thing for me because, I would all pile it up in one game.
Okay.
But that's pretty much it, man. I mean, fielding, I can always get better at everything.
All right. Let me ask you this. People are stitious. All right, that's what I like to say. Baseball players are superstitious. It's two different things. Do you have any superstitions, whether it be a pregame routine, whether it be pre-anything? You eat the same thing every day. What do you have any superstitions that literally just kind of run your baseball career?
It's kind of funny. I always eat Subway before my games. No matter what, Subway and a blue Gatorade.
Subway and a blue Gatorade. Is it a certain sub sandwich?
It's I either get a melt or I get a steak and cheese.
I'm not saying anything Subway, but there is NIL deals in the state of Kentucky for high school players. I'm trying to help you here, Dylan.
Nah, the reason I eat Subway is right next door. It's like a 2-minute drive.
Let me ask you this. Do you think if you didn't have Subway before, let's just say you got out of, school late, you're running to your car, you got to get up to Vastwood, I know it's a little bit, it's not a much drive, but it's a little bit of a drive. Would you be in panic mode?
I might. Especially without the blue Gatorade.
Oh, there you go. The blue. I'll remember that. The blue Gatorade and the we'll have to come up with a nickname for that. But I'm just Subway Gatorade. There's an ideal there somewhere.
Gotta be.
Talk about your experience with Coach Bandit. Came in last year. Do you see a difference in him from the first off season to this off season?
Oh, a huge difference. He's running us a lot more.
I thought you were going to be like, hey, he's cooler. No, he's even more work. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes. But I love it. He's really putting us through it, getting us ready. Because, we need to improve in every aspect. We got practice today, practice tomorrow, practice every day of the week. But, hopefully he just takes it a little bit easier.
I'm going to ask you the easiest question I think I can ever ask because I think I know the answer to this. But who is the smarter one of the two, you or Ava down here?
Oh, I had to give it to Ava.
I was going to say, listen, there you go. I was going to say, I tried to make it easy on you. But, I'll ask you this one about your teammates. Who's the worst driver? Who's the one guy, if you got to get a ride up to Vastwood Park and he says, here, you can jump in with me. You're like, nah, I'll find somebody else.
Definitely no account.
I love it. How good can this team be? I know it's in a tough district with Brecken and with Meade, but is this a team, if you reach your ceiling, catch a break here or there, can it get to the regional tournament?
Definitely. I feel like we have a shot in every game.
Okay.
No matter what. Especially with Porter on the mound. As long as we just do the fundamentals, just field the ball, just keep it clean and simple, don't try to do anything fancy, we can compete with every team.
How do you like? Do you like? Well, I don't know. I was going to ask you about Vastwood, but I don't know if you were old enough there. You played enough there before the wall was there. Now they went to the chain link fence, But talk about just your home in Hancock County, what it means to you, and and what the community means.
It's everything. They always got our back and everything. I mean, got a nice little field with a little lake in the back. Now you can't beat that.
It's a great view up here at the top of the hill when you get there at night and, right there at sunset. Yeah. Now, there's like that 10-minute area that if you're in right field, you can forget about seeing a baseball. I know that. But the other than that, it's great. And what's the favorite subject in school?
Oh, math. Math's all the way. I'm not a big English guy. I don't really mess with that.
Okay. Are you a big numbers guy? Like if I was like, if I would be like, hey, Dylan, how did you do this? Hey, I'm hitting 341. I got this. That's what baseball, it's all about the numbers. It's all what goes on the back of the baseball card, right?
I love the numbers. That's why I play it.
There you go. Well, coaches, thank you so much. Dylan, Grant, Ava, Gracie, y'all all killed it. Stay healthy this year. Have a good year. And we hope to be following you guys all the way through the regional tournament. And when we come back, we'll get more interviews here. Southwire Baseball Softball Media Day presented by Owensboro Health.
Experience ultimate control and peace of mind with Labor Management Federal Credit Union's Secure Lock Equip, an easy-to-use mobile app that allows you to protect your credit and debit cards in real time. Turn your card on or off. Customize permissions as needed to prevent fraud and control spending. Visit lmfcu.net for details. Power to protect with Secure Lock Equip at Labor Management Federal Credit Union member NCUA.
Need insurance you can count on? Jeff Johnson with L&I Insurance has you covered. From auto and home to life and business. Local service, personalized coverage, competitive rates. Call Jeff Johnson with L&I Insurance today and get protected the right way. L&I Insurance, protection you can trust.
Ace Hardware Livermore has everything you need for all the jobs you do. We offer Craftsman, DeWalt, and Milwaukee power tools. We are also a full-line lumber and building material store. Ace Hardware Livermore, the place for all your hardware, building, and farming needs.
Looking for a bank that truly puts you first? At Sacramento Deposit Bank, we've been serving our communities with hometown care for over a century. From personal checking and savings to business loans, mobile banking, and more, we make managing your money simple and stress-free. You'll always talk to someone who knows your name. So whether you're saving for the future or chasing a dream, we're here to help you every step of the way. Visit sdbky.com or stop by one of our local branches today. Sacramento Deposit Bank, where banking feels like family. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. Got a pizza craving? Come on down to Gino's Pizza in Livermore. Proudly owned by Matt and Carrie Huff. Enjoy mouthwatering pizzas made with the freshest ingredients. Come see us at 405 East 7th Street or give us a call, 270-278-5121. Gino's Pizza, your local pizza hotspot.
Your home, your car, your family's future. Protect what matters most with reliable coverage you can trust. We offer home, auto, business, and life insurance tailored to you. Call Drew Young for a free quote at the Insurance Group in Owensboro, 812-608-0649.
Owensboro Health Cardiothoracic Surgery welcomes Dr. Jeffrey Silver to its team of experts. For the most advanced heart and lung surgery right here close to home, visit owensborohealth.org/CT surgery.
Kentron Manufacturing is hiring. We're looking for entry-level associates who are dedicated and drug-free. In business over 50 years, we offer insurance, paid holidays, vacation, and a clean, controlled environment. Apply in person at 610 Industrial Drive. Kentron is an equal opportunity employer.
Honoring someone with an award, plaque, trophy, or just a unique gift? Then there is no better place to check out than the Trophy House. With their new location at 325 Park Plaza, they have everything you need to honor someone. Nick Clemens will help you with all your award needs.
The Owensboro Health Neurosurgery team welcomes Dr. Keith Preston, who provides advanced surgical treatment of the brain, spine, and back. For expert care close to home, visit owensborohealth.org/neurosurgery.
Looking for a financial partner you can trust? Look no further than Green River Area Federal Credit Union. Whether you're saving for the future, buying a new home, or need a loan, we've got you covered with competitive rates and personalized service. Join the community that cares about your financial well-being. Visit Green River Area Federal Credit Union at one of our 3 locations in Henderson, Greenville, or Owensboro and experience the difference today. Your money, your future, your credit union. Member NCUA, equal housing lender.
Let's get back to the interviews of Southwire Baseball Softball Media Day presented by Owensboro Health, here on 102.7 The Game.
It's Southwire Baseball Softball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. Vic Evans here. 102.7 The Game. Also out there on all of our social media. You can catch the live stream, X, Facebook, YouTube. Talk about some of our great partners that we have to help make this possible. Hancock County Farm Supply, Labor Management Federal Credit Union, Sports Country, and, of course, Pepsi, who supplies all the players with drinks here. Unless you're Coach here, Coach Bennett. I'm joking, Coach Bennett. But my first question is, Coach Bennett, in this offseason, how much have you thought about 2-1, 10 innings last year?
Try not to think about it a whole lot. Guys like you bring it up.
You're a coach. I know the worst thing about coaching is the highs are not as high as the lows are lows. We remember the losses.
Yeah, but it kind of drives you. But I was proud of that team and how we played. Not just that game, but basically from spring break on, we really got on a roll, and that team did a lot. It was a special team, and going into that game, we had Connor going, they had Stansbury going, so we were. It was going to be tough for us. We knew it, but we fought. Draven had a big hit there in the 7th to tie it up, and then we had chances, had runners in scoring position, just couldn't break through, but. You're disappointed, but at the same time, you're really proud of how far they came. So.
Well, it was a tremendous game to call. It was a tremendous game to watch, to be a part of it in any way, shape, or form. I had Bradley Payne on the call with me that game. So, he was pulling for you guys. But, how's this offseason been? You got the reset now. It's always a new year, you're going to have a lot of high expectations of what you have coming back. But how's your offseason gone so far, in your opinion?
It's gone pretty well. We returned quite a bit. 7 of our top 10 hitters. A lot of our position guys. We lost a lot of pitching. That's kind of what we're trying to get some guys ready pitching wise, because after Tristan and Hayden, we don't really return a lot of varsity experience on the mound. So we understand. We're gonna throw the ball over the plate, because I think our defense is going to be fine. We just got to throw it over the plate. And make some routine plays, but they've been working hard. Real good group of kids. We've battled some injuries and stuff, so we're still not like 100%. So we got to get healthy and we've got to stay healthy and kind of develop some younger guys on the mound. But
yeah, you guys seem to grow pictures on trees out there. I don't know what it is, or develop them. I'd say it's your staff develop them, so I'm not really worried about that. But I was going to say, last year I asked you to give me a name that maybe the region didn't know that in a couple months they were kind of be a household name, and you named off this guy by the name of Hayden Henry, and all of a sudden, not only was he a household name, he was first team all ESPN Owensboro type of player. Who are some young guys that you're looking? It doesn't have to maybe make that step, but you're looking to make a big step forward?
Honestly, we're going to rely on mainly juniors and seniors. We've got 6 seniors, 5 juniors. So it's going to be a lot of the same guys who have played. Now, a lot of those guys, I think need to have better years than they had last year on the mound and at the plate for us to be as good as we want to be. So it's not. I don't think you'll see anybody new, but someone like a Draven or a Brody Butler or some guys like that really need to hit the ball better than they did last year, and almost everybody we've got on the mound has got to throw better than they have here recently, and kind of what they did last year to give us a chance to win some games. So,
Draven is a guy, though, that saves as many runs in the field as maybe he doesn't supply at the plate last year.
Right.
The fielding he put on at the regional tournament was second to none. It was an absolute gold glove type of performance. Do you see that from him every day in practice?
Usually, yeah. Usually. But I'll admit that whole tournament, he played at a different level. So,
so you were sitting there saying, where's this been all year? Is that what you're telling me?
He was really good, but you saw it. He was unbelievable.
It was Ozzie Smith level stuff. I don't know if I've seen a high school kid go in the hole to that far to his right, throwing across his body and be that accurate, that consistently.
And to be kind of cocky about it. He was in the dugout before the ball even got to first,
There was one he was. I know there was.
He sure was.
He just got throw it under my arm and keep running.
It's kind of a catch-22, though, because when they do those things, things. I'm like, okay, now I'm going to expect you to do that more often. So, and I mean, with all of our guys, juniors and seniors especially, like we have high expectations and standards pretty high. So, like we expect them to step up and kind of take that next step, and that's what a lot of them are going to have to do, especially on the mound. We return our top 4 hitters: Adam, Hal, Harper Lucas, Hayden Henry, and Jonah Miller. So we return the top 4, but the ones 5 through 9, like we need more production from them. And as I've mentioned, our staff, our pitching staff, we've really got to have some guys who eat up some innings for us.
Well, it's always good when you can hand the ball to Tristan, and any game, or whether it be a first game of the district tournament or a regional game, a regional semifinal against Catholic. I mean, it's a leg up on most schools when you can hand the baseball to him. What kind of growth have you seen out of him this year?
He each of the past couple seasons, he's gained 3 to 4 miles per hour on his fastball each year. He does it a healthy way, lifting religiously. He trains religiously, takes care of his body, takes care of his arm. So, this time last year, he was probably sitting 83 to 85 consistently. Right now, he just threw a pin at the PBR showcase the other day. He was 87, 88 consistently. But like I said, it's a healthy, it's not one of these 8-10 week plyo ball programs where you gain 10 miles an hour and then you hurt yourself, so he's built to eat up some innings for us, but he's done a really good job with his training. And you're right. We feel comfortable when he's on the mound. It's just once we get past him, we got to find some other dudes that are going to get outs for us. So,
and I'm curious to ask you, because I know there were proposals, of changing some regional stuff in baseball that was looked at, but also in basketball, super regional. My question for you is, would you be in favor of kind of a super regional in baseball too, or do you kind of like how it's set up, or is that something you could at least want to see a proposal and see if it'd be something you're interested in?
I'll be honest. I think if it's not broken, don't fix it. And I don't think our current setup's broken. I'm fine with where it's at. What worries me is if we go to a super regional type, they're probably going to bring in the RPI. And unless they fix the RPI, because it is not 100% accurate, like if they don't fix it, especially playing out of state teams and some other stuff, then I don't think we can use the RPI. My biggest thing is, why don't we class baseball? I've been a proponent of classing baseball because we're one of the only, I think there's 2, maybe 3 states in the United States who don't have classes for baseball. I would rather go to that than the super regional, but I don't know if they'll do that. But anyway.
Okay. That's one I hadn't thought about. Start classing baseball, though. Get into that. I know that's going to have the big fight about once you start classing one outside of football. Then
that's why they don't do it, because they don't want to class basketball. And I get it. Just don't class basketball. But softball, baseball, volleyball, they should all be classed in the state of Kentucky. The other 2 states are it's like Delaware and North Dakota or something, where they have like 20 high schools. That's why they don't class. But we are by far the biggest state not to class those sports. And just selfishly, because we would be a 2A school playing, we could play for the 2A title or the championship. But, if we're a 2A school, then I like our chances some years to compete for a state championship. It becomes really hard for a lot of schools competing against, some of the 6A schools. And if you look, in the past, it's mainly 6A schools who win state baseball championships. It just makes it really hard. But anyway,
do they have a 2A baseball like they do basketball now?
Yeah, they do.
Do you guys play in that? Are you going to play in it?
No, we can't, because each sport in our school has to play in the 2A. You can't just have one sport play. So I've not been able to talk our other coaches into getting in on that. So.
Okay, all right. We'll go down here to Jonah here. If you'll just kind of slide that mic towards you, Jonah. Coming off a year where you hit 330, talked about one of the returning leaders offensively, did lead the team 28 RBIs. What were some things going into your off season here? Because I know, as you're working to get ready for the season, that you want to do better this year. You felt like that you can improve on.
Mainly 2 things. First of all, not striking out as much, especially coming back from basketball last year. The first 2 or 3 weeks, I kind of struggled at the plate before I found my rhythm. But once I kind of got in the groove, I started hitting really well and helping the team out. So mainly this year, just not starting off as slow as I did last year, and just this year getting stronger too, be able to hit the ball farther and harder this year. Coach Blair does a good job with us at school in the strength and conditioning class. So I think him working with me is going to help my hitting this year too.
For a guy that plays multiple sports and probably has, most of your career there at Breck County, how hard is that in the off season for you to balance those two, to make sure that you don't, it's just not all basketball in the off season or it's all baseball. How hard is that, juggling that and making sure you find enough time to kind of work on both?
Yeah, it's tough sometimes, but while I'm still in basketball right now, I'll text Coach Ben on the weekends, like, hey, can I go hit in the building whenever we're not in basketball, just so I keep getting those reps at baseball. And both coaches, whether it's basketball or baseball, they understand I play both sports. So they want me to focus on the sports in season, but they also understand that, I'm playing another sport too. So they have a little lenient ways with me as far as practicing the other sports too. So they're really good at letting me do both.
As busy you can be in the off season or playing multiple sports, what's Jonah like to do just to kind of decompress and relax?
Love to hunt, especially turkey hunt.
Turkey hunt, huh?
Yeah,
okay.
That's my big thing. Like to farm too, live on a family farm, hang out with my buddies too. Just like to kind of chill out with the guys. So just
that quiet time in the farm, you jump in the tractor. Do you jump in the tractor and just go and just kind of just be you?
All the time, whether it's we have chickens, cows, goats, everything. We have it all. So I like messing around with the animals and stuff, getting outside.
All right. A couple dogs?
Oh, yeah. We got a lot of hunting dogs, too.
Oh, do you? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I may need you to train a few dogs. I've got a house full of 7 dogs. I need somebody to train them. Yeah. So that's what I need. Tell me about your 2 teammates here. Which of these 2 guys is the funniest?
Oh, out of these guys, definitely Adam. Adam's a little jokester. He likes to mess around and stuff.
All right, well,
Draven's more the serious type.
Serious type. Oh, with the way he strutted off that mound when he threw it over to first base in the dugout, I wouldn't have taken him as serious. But I'll take your word for it. Let's go down here to Adam and another guy that had a big year. He talked about one of the leaders coming back, hit 280 last year, 26 hits, 17 RBIs. If you felt like you didn't do something to your best that you needed to improve on from last year to this year, what would it be?
Definitely my arm strength. So I was struggling with a torn labrum all last year. I threw the ball probably 10 times in the whole season. So, I had a labrum repair back in the summer.
Okay.
So it's been a struggle. It's been a process trying to get back from that. But
100% healthy now?
I'm getting there.
Getting there? Okay.
Getting there. Give it around 80, 85.
All right.
I'm getting back.
How tough is that? I think sometimes it's not talked about enough in the world for high school athletes. But when you're injured like that and you're trying to go, you can get in some deep, dark places where you don't know if you're ever going to get back. Talk about that mental struggle of trying to get healthy and play when you weren't healthy.
Oh, yeah, it's hard. I'd say the hardest thing probably was whenever I was in the sling. I was just bedridden pretty much. I couldn't do anything. Couldn't even hang out with friends, really. Couldn't do anything fun. Couldn't do baseball. And then coming back, it's like starting to throw baseball, starting to hit. You're weak, You go from being this strong dude who's good at baseball to basically restarting all over again, and it's tough.
He talked to Coach Bennett, talked about, I don't try to think about it, but in this offseason when you are working out, how much have you thought about 2-1, 10 innings of dropping that game to Meade? Because it was an unbelievable game, and it's always like, it's the thrill of victory and, the heartbreak of defeat and stuff. Talk about that a little bit. Has it driven you any of this offseason?
I'm going to be honest, I haven't really thought about it.
There you go. I like it.
I'm kind of self-driven, so, and all my buddies on the team, we just kind of drive each other, so I try not to think about the past, try to get it out.
What do you do
especially a loss like that?
What do you do to kind of decompress and relax? You got any big hobbies that you get into?
I like to play ping pong.
Okay, you're any good?
I'm pretty good. Yeah, I'm
okay.
decent.
All right, we'll go down here to Draven, and just put on a wizardry of defense at the regional tournament. And the one thing you've now done is you show Coach Bennett that you could do that for 3 straight games. Now you got to do it for the next 30.
Challenge.
Yeah, talk about that a little bit of what you wanted to get better at in the off season.
This off season, I just really focused on hitting. Last season,
just lean in just a little bit. There you go.
Last season, I went into a little bit of a slump, so this off season, I've been just really focusing on meeting the ball with my barrel and getting my hands to the ball.
Okay, and
situational hitting.
They say you're the serious guy on the team. Is that kind of how do you feel like you're the serious guy on the team, or do you feel like you're a little bit of you can cut up with the best of them?
I'm probably definitely the serious guy. I just always want to win no matter what.
Very analytical. I like that. Very numbers driven. And I've got to ask you, I've always said this, that everybody's a little stitious. Baseball players are superstitious. do you have any that, whether it be a pregame routine, whether it be, I don't wash my socks when I play well or whatever? Do you have one that it just has to happen before you can play?
Usually try and eat like the same type of food before every game. Just a lot of good protein, carbs, just get the body going for a game. A lot of water, of course.
Okay.
Especially in the summer.
All right, let me ask you this. If you have to, you got to come from Breck down here, who's the worst driver on the team? Like, who's the one guy to be like, oh, Draven, I'll give you a ride to Owensboro? You're like, nah, I'll walk.
Probably our catcher, Brody Butler. He's a little
iffy.
Over nervous wreck. But.
All right. Who's the smartest guy? If you had to pass a test on Thursday to play on Friday against Meade County, who you having help study with you?
Probably both of these guys. Either one, both of them are really smart. So.
How much did you guys pay him? That's what I want to know. Coach, Coach Bennett. Before we go back to get over to Coach Chris, what is it about these three guys? I mean, one, you built a tremendous program up there. You talk about for us to reach our goals, but I think Breck County comes because of the job you've done with expectations year in and year out. That people on the outside looking in just figure, this is what you're going to get at Breck. What is it about these three guys that made your program special?
They have all come a long way as far as being in the maturity department. They've all played for. Adam's played since 7th grade. He's played.
I thought he was I thought you were getting that 7th year senior like the NCAA when he came back.
He's played in 131 career games for us. And Jonah was our DH as a freshman, and Draven's been playing with us since his freshman year as well. But they've all matured each year. And this next step is going from a junior to a senior and really being leaders and helping the younger dudes and showing them, kind of how we do things, and which they great kids, very coachable, every single one of them. All my seniors are Isaac Miller, Landon Schartzer, Hunter Smiley. We've got 6 really good seniors that we're going to have to really lean on because we're going to have some younger guys that are going to have to do some things, and the senior leadership's really going to be important for us this year. It always is, but
we'll go over here to Coach Chris. Now I'll just have you swing that mic to Coach. In his first year at Breck County, taking over a program that had a rough year last year, as you got into it in the offseason, in your first offseason there, have you been happy with the performance so far and the work ethic from the ladies?
Yeah, we've been pleased with what we've seen. The girls have really bought into the commitment of rebranding our identity of our program and surrounding it with a thriving culture. So the older girls have really done a great job of taking that task on and leading the younger ones as we continue to work on different drills and stuff that they're being introduced to, and different setups and stuff that we've seen over the footage that we reviewed.
As every coach, when he takes over a program in his first year, there's kind of like a stamp he'd want to put on it or tries to put on it. Not saying it's better or worse than what was there in the future. This is just how he wants to see his program run. If I was to ask you, what kind of stamp you were looking to put on Breck County, what would you say it is?
Just to build on the identity of the program, to have something exciting to look forward to when you step into the high school varsity side of things of the program. We're just really looking to raise the bar this year. That's the biggest thing that I want out of them, is just to pick the bar up and start raising it.
Yeah, and you look at it with the baseball program and where it's come in the last 15 years, being one of the top programs in the 3rd region year in and year out. There's nothing that says that you can't do that at softball at Breck County.
Absolutely.
And what is it about these 3 ladies as you've gotten in that you decided you wanted to bring them to media day and get them a taste of this? This craziness.
Great leadership. They listen really well, and all 3 of these ladies have been really invested in what we're doing and the vision that we're creating for ourselves. Zoe's worked really well on her pitching craft, and she's come a long way on that. She's working on various pitches and stuff, so we're excited to get her back on the mound and get her comfortable and confident out there. PK is a great leader. She's a silent leader is what I like to say. She just comes in and gets the job done. She's great about helping out the younger girls when she sees them struggling with things that we're showing them and stuff. She gives great advice. Kylie's came over from Owensboro, and she had a little bit of varsity time last year, and she's blended in great. I really think the glue's starting to stick with them.
every coach, you have to look yourself deep, dark in the mirror. If I was to ask you to grade yourself, because I'm going to ask them to give you a grade this offseason. Yeah. We'll put your earplugs in so that way they can speak freely. But, what kind of grade would you give yourself there early in this offseason so far?
I would give myself a B plus or an A. I think we've really we've hit home to what we want to do, and the girls are really surrounding themselves around that. And I'm really pleased with where we're headed and the direction that it's headed, and it excites me for our first game.
For the people around the region that don't know you, and you're here. We got people listening on the radio, the live stream. Where's the background? Have you been of your coaching background in softball? Is that something that you have we found out earlier today that Muhlenberg County's coach is always a baseball coach, and now he's a softball coach. Yeah. He's loving it. What's your background, and where's it come from?
I've been in the travel scene for many years now. I coached the Nashville Cruisers on that side of things. I went to school in Florida and got my sports science degree and really picked up softball down there. I got to do a mentorship and being around some great coaches and great college players and stuff. And it just motivated me to come back home and dive right in.
Well, we'll start first with Peyton. Since Kylie's new, we'll start first with Peyton down here, so I'll ask you the tough question first. You got to give Coach Chris a grade A to F in this offseason so far. He's not listening, I promise. But, what are some, it's a new experience for you guys on coming off a rough year last year. What grade would you give him this offseason so far?
I'd probably give him an A.
Okay. All right.
Just feel like he's made a lot of the girls want to play again, because last year we had a rough year and not many girls wanted to play anymore. I think this year a lot of the girls have came back to play.
When you come off a rough year like that and maybe a bad experience, and we're not going to get into that, but sometimes it can test the love for the softball. I mean, did you run into times last year where you questioned about, is this what I want to do? And if so, how's he changed that for you, where you said the other girls are now wanting to play again? Talk about that experience of going through, if you did struggle a little bit where you're like, hey, is this really what I want to do anymore? Did that happen to you last year at all?
Yeah, a little bit, especially towards the end of the season, because we don't have a very good record and no one really wanted to go and play and no one wanted to go to practices or anything like that. And nobody just really wanted to be there because no one had any hope for the team.
Right.
But this year, I think everyone's excited to actually go to practice and all get together as a team and because we have fun. And
and then a lot of that comes back to the job he's done so far, do you think?
Yeah, I think so.
Tell me, talk about your teammate here, Zoe. Of course, Kylie's new, coming from Owensboro. How long have you known Zoe here?
I've known Zoe since elementary school, and we've played together for a long time. She's goofy for sure, but she's fun.
So if we want to get dirt on Zoe, you have all the dirt. Is that what you're telling me?
Maybe just a little.
All right, just a little. Who's the team clown? Who's the one that's the funny one on the team?
Definitely Zoe. I'm not sure she's ever serious.
Ever serious. All right. You look at it coming off a year, what was something that you wanted to be better at this year that maybe you kind of struggled with last year and wanted to work on in this off season?
Probably my batting.
Okay.
Last year, I don't think I did not have a very good batting average, but this year has been pretty good.
Hold on, you play softball. You can tell me what your batting average is, can't you? Like what it was last year?
I don't actually remember.
Really? Okay.
It was low though.
It's amazing to me that, and maybe it's just I'm like Draven here. I'm all about numbers and stuff. And you could ask me what I hit when I was a sophomore, and I could tell you. For you to stand here and be like, I don't know what I hit. That's awesome. I mean, it's also it's just everybody ticks differently, I guess. And what's the plan after school? I mean, what if you look into the future 5 years from now? What's the goal for Peyton Kennedy to be doing?
I don't know. I want to go to nursing, but I'm not sure I want to play in college yet. I think I do, but
okay. All right. Well, the Coach Chris, that's your job to make sure she's got enough to play in college. Let's go down to Zoe. Talk about the pitching. You pitched some last year. It was kind of rough here and there, but in this off season, what were some things that you worked on or you wanted to be better at?
Well, I went to more pitching lessons, and I've tried to continue and going to the gym and everything, just trying to build my speed and everything. I really was dead set on not pitching this year, but Coach Chris has definitely brought me back to the love for pitching.
Do you feel like this early first off season that one of the best things that he has done is kind of restilled the love of just the game into not just you talk about in the pitching, but not just you, but for a lot of people in the Breck County softball program?
Most definitely. I've talked to many of our teammates, and we've definitely like all come together and collectively agreed that I think this is the best thing that's happened to our team in many years.
You know, it's a program coming in. You know, if you were to ask the media, rank the top 10, I'm not sure in the region it would be there. It was a rough year last year. Does this team have the ability to surprise the people and win a lot more softball games than what people would give it credit for right now?
Absolutely. I mean, we have new faces and so much talent on this team, and I think that will definitely surprise a lot of people.
Before we go down here to Cali, I got to ask Peyton one more question. You said you've known Zoe forever. Just how jealous are you of those, like that flaming the locks? I mean, come on. You got to admit, that's really good hair.
Yeah, she has really good hair. It's really pretty.
I got to give you credit. I mean, for a guy that's losing his, there you go. Let's go down here to Cali. And, coming from Owensboro into Breck County, was it this year that you moved?
Yes.
So did you start school early, back in August?
No, I started in the fall.
Okay. All right. So talk about that move to Breck County and how Breck County and the Fighting Tigers have accepted you, being down here from the 9th District.
Yeah, well, the team has all been very welcoming. Everybody's very nice and everything. Whenever I found out that Coach Chris took the coaching job, I was just very excited and felt like I needed to take the opportunity. He's been coaching me for many years.
Oh, so you're kind of one that knew him beforehand.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And I just love the way he runs his softball programs. I played travel ball for his team, and I just really love his values. I know one thing he's done good is he's paid out good money, because whatever he's done money-wise, you're getting his money worth here. But as you moved there to go play for him, which coming from me, I did that when I was in school. I went to Catholic schools. I wanted to play for Eugene Van Hoos, and so I was going to go to Owensboro. Did girls come to you because you had known him when you made the move there? Did they know that you had played for him and would have come and ask you about him and give the lowdown on the new softball coach? Yeah, a little. Yeah, there's.
And talk about your, as you Peyton and Zoe, how they've accepted you in, the friendships that are building. I mean, it's got to be a little scary when you make that move to go to Breck County and beautiful. I mean, I love beautiful scenic Harnan, but I don't know, how did talk about that a little bit of just how nervous it was walking into Breck County that first day.
Yeah, there was definitely some nerves, but the girls are all very welcoming and generous, I'd say. And they're just very loving, and it all just all the nerves just went away once I met them.
Well, the best advice I can give you, and I'll give you the advice Coach Bradley Payne gave to me, is if it comes from a Bennett, do just the opposite. That's all I know. That's what he tells me. If it comes from one of them, do just the opposite. And you coming down here, as you got into practice, is this a team that can exceed some expectations that people have? I think can it shock some people in the 3rd region?
Oh, most definitely, yes.
And who's the funny, Peyton or Zoe? Who's the funniest one?
Okay, I love PK, but I'd definitely say Zoe.
All right. Which one of the two is the worst driver?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. All right. That's fine.
Probably both.
Probably both. Well, ladies, thank you so much. Let's stay healthy this year. Guys, let's stay healthy this year. Draven, keep the Go Glove work. I mean, it's fun to watch you play defense. I will say that. I don't know if I need you running into the dugout as the ball's still being thrown. But coaches, thank you so much. Coach Bennett, great to meet you. Coach Chris, looking to follow you guys all year long. Thanks for coming down here to Media Day.
Thanks for having us.
And when we come back, we'll have more interviews. It's Southwire Baseball Softball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, 102.7 The Game.
Southwire in Hallsville has been family-owned since 1950 and strives to be generationally sustainable for years to come. They are one of the leading manufacturers of wire and cable used in the transmission and distribution of electricity. Southwire delivers power to millions of people around the world. Their mission to be a preferred provider of solutions to the electrical industry by providing innovative products and services with exceptional quality and delivering on our promises. They also are proud supporters of all Hancock County athletics. Go Hornets!
You can trust that your heart is in expert hands at Owensboro Health. Our board-certified heart specialists provide the full spectrum of care, from minimally invasive procedures to the latest technologies and life-saving treatments. Get the advanced heart care you deserve close to home in Western Kentucky and Southern Indiana. Learn more or schedule an appointment at owensborohealth.org/heartcare.
Craving championship flavor? Tune in every Wednesday night at 6 for the Owensboro Catholic Aces Basketball Coaches Show on K News, proudly sponsored by Old Hickory Barbecue. Savor the insider scoop on your favorite teams, while you imagine the smoky, slow-cooked taste that's made Old Hickory a hometown legend. Don't miss our weekly fix of hardwood insights and mouth-watering barbecue, because legends deserve legendary barbecue. That's the Owensboro Catholic Aces Basketball Coaches Show, Wednesdays at 6 on K News 101.3.
Kentron Manufacturing is hiring. We're looking for entry-level associates who are dedicated and drug-free. In business over 50 years, we offer insurance, paid holidays, vacation, and a clean, controlled environment. Apply in person at 610 Industrial Drive. Kentron is an equal opportunity employer.
Hey, Chris, can you fix my leak? Yes, we can. Hi, I'm Chris Estes, owner of Above All Roofing and Seamless Gutters. From your windows leaking air to installing new energy-efficient windows, we can do it. 313-4275. Gutters leaking past few rain? Get new 5 or 6 inch gutters with guards. You have a roof leak? We can install a premium roof on your house or business. We have an affordable solution for all your leaks. 270-313-4275.
Hey y'all, it's Kellyanne Harris with the Harris Group at Keller Williams Elite Realty. As a proud sports mom, I know what it takes to show up, stay focused, and deliver results on the field and in real estate. That's why we're offering our Guaranteed Cash Offer program. We guarantee to get your home sold or we'll buy it. For all your real estate needs, trust the Harris Group. We're always ready to go to work for you. Call us today at 270-929-5857 for the details.
Looking for a financial partner you can trust? Look no further than Green River Area Federal Credit Union. Whether you're saving for the future, buying a new home, or need a loan, we've got you covered with competitive rates and personalized service. Join the community that cares about your financial well-being. Visit Green River Area Federal Credit Union at one of our 3 locations in Henderson, Greenville, or Owensboro and experience the difference today. Your money, your future, your credit union. Member NCUA Equal Housing Lender.
Let's get back to the interviews of Southwire Baseball Softball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, here on 102.7 The Game.
This is Travis Holtree from Foreman Watson Holtree. You know, I recognize that there is a stigma against personal injury lawyers, and I understand that stigma because of some of the ways that personal injury lawyers portray themselves. But at Foreman Watson Holtree, we are real people helping real people with their injuries. We are your one call for injury law. Foreman Watson Holtree, dedicated to you, committed to justice. FWHlegal.com.
Kentron Manufacturing is hiring. We're looking for entry-level associates who are dedicated and drug-free. In business over 50 years, we offer insurance, paid holidays, vacation, and a clean, controlled environment. Apply in person at 610 Industrial Drive. Kentron is an equal opportunity employer.
At Davis County Teachers Federal Credit Union, our priority is you. With mobile banking, free financial tools, and a team that listens, we're here to help you grow. Visit us at 1900 Southeastern Parkway in Owensboro. Davis County Teachers Federal Credit Union. By the people, for the people.
When you're looking for the perfect place to eat, drink, and have a blast, head to Mr. B's Pizza and Wings in Owensboro. Dive into hot, fresh-made pizzas, bowl wings, and all your favorite game day classics. And now take the fun even further at Club 18 Golf, the indoor golf experience right inside Mr. B's. Bring your friends, book a bay, and swing through world-famous courses while enjoying great food and cold drinks. It's the ultimate night out with great eats, great swings, all under one roof. Mr. B's Pizza and Wings in Club 18 Golf, right on Highland Point Drive, where Owensboro comes to play. Need electrical services? Call Bailey Electric. Serving Western Kentucky since 2002. We handle commercial, agricultural, and residential needs. With over 50 years of experience, we're licensed, insured, and ready to help. Bailey Electric, your trusted local electricians.
Are you looking for an unbeatable quote on home, life, or auto insurance? Contact Kyle Colberth or Sarah Brown with Kentucky Farm Bureau in Hallsville. Their prices are second to none and the service is spot on. Located at 445 Halls Boulevard in Hallsville. Go see them for all your insurance needs.
Step into sports country and let your game day spirit soar. From autographed jerseys to retro memorabilia, we've got the gear to turn your space into a true fan haven. Sports Country, located right behind Shammy's Car Wash on Park Plaza Drive, Owensboro's ultimate destination for sports enthusiasts. Looking for quality tools, building supplies, and equipment for your next project? Visit Miller Building Supply, Seabury Hardware and Rental, or the Providence Home Center. Owned and operated by Opie and Leslie Parrish, they have a friendly staff with great selection and everything you need to make your next home improvement dream a reality.
Let's get back to the interviews of Southwire Baseball Softball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, here on 102.7 The Game.
It's Southwire Baseball Softball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. Vic Evans here. And before we get to Grayson County Baseball, tell you about some of our fine partners that help make all this possible. Drew Young with the Insurance Group, Cycropenal Deposit Bank, Harris Group of Keller Williams Elite, and Rick's Tire and Auto Service. And we're now being joined, Coach Nutt here of Grayson County, a team that went 15-14 last year, Coach. You kind of look at it off to a really, really slow start, and then really after spring break kind of turned it around. How's the offseason gone so far this year?
So this offseason, we've really taken advantage of getting stronger and staying healthy and mindsets. We've done a lot of conditioning and stuff of that nature. Just a lot of stuff like control your mind, control your thoughts, and just try to prepare for the season as a whole. And we kind of know what to expect coming in. So, yeah, I think we'll be fine.
You know, and have you been happy with those results so far and what you've gotten out of the guys so far this offseason?
We've gotten stronger. Our reps have gone up. Our weight's gone up. It's just the push and the drive that the kids just want to get better. So that's all about, and that motivates me from day to day when you see kids wanting to come in and coach. I'm kind of old and I kind of like it's a grind, and I want to wait as long as I can to come in, and the kids are like pushing down the door wanting to get started. So that kind of motivates me. So yeah, we're getting ready for a good season. So, you know,
for this team to reach its ceiling, whatever it may be, and that, you know, whether that be, you know, a district championship, a regional semifinal, or a regional, playing in the regional championship and taking your best shot, for whatever that ceiling may be, for this team to be as good as it can possibly be, what's a couple of things that have to be better than maybe you have to do better this year than you did last year?
So baseball, of course, I've watched some of the media's interviews this morning. I think everybody's kind of added, hey, we got to hit the baseball, scoring, timely hitting, scoring, pitching, all that stuff goes in effect. We can always get better at those avenues of the game. Yeah, I mean, we got a monkey on our back. We're looking for four-peat district. Of course, that's one of our goals coming in. It's my 5th year as head coach, and we've always had a goal we haven't reached yet, but win 20 in the regular season. That's something that I feel like we're definitely capable of doing, and then making a run at region and getting the monkey off our back with winning a region game. Heck, why not try to win it all?
Yeah.
But it just, you know, playing baseball, playing simple, just make the routine plays, put the ball in play, limit strikeouts, and hit behind runners. And just keep the game simple. Don't think too much about it. Just play.
You know, a lot of coaches talking about, you know, putting the ball in play more. You know, at the collegiate level and the professional level, you know, like the strikeout numbers you see now, like when we grew up watching the game and looking on the baseball card. I mean, Rob Deere, you know, he was more of a kind of a jokester where, you know, hey, he hit 30 home runs, but he had more. His strikeouts were higher than his batting average. It was kind of a running joke. In today's world, those guys are making $38 million a year. Have you seen that trickle down over the last few years into baseball, that now, you know, that striking out is not thought of by players as the same it was when we grew up playing up? I remember striking out 3 times in a game and I blew the dugout up and tore it up because I took it as an insult. Have you seen that change even at the high school level?
I have. I think a lot of people just try to striking out. To me, is terrible. To the kids, they want the instant result of, hey, I want the big hit or whatever the case is. But, yeah, I mean, striking out.
It's the most unproductive thing in baseball when you strike out.
Just put the ball in play, make them make a play, and move a runner. And if we can do that, we'll be successful.
You know, the one thing that you have going for you this year is you know, every fourth or fifth day you get to hand the baseball to the guy to your right and, you know, engage Napier. And what a year he put together last year, 7-3, a 1.34 ERA. Threw a great game in the regional. You end up losing to another great pitcher to Owensboro. It was a great pitching matchup in game one of the regional tournament. You know, talk about what it is like to give him the baseball every fourth or fifth day and how it makes your job a heck of a lot easier.
It's comforting to know because Gage he's been pitching for me since he's been in 8th grade, and his senior year, I wanted him to go out with a bang, and it's always comforting to know. I always have a comfortable seat when he's on the mound. The first and second inning, he'll tell you the first and second inning sometimes a little bit slower, but he's a kid that gets better. The longer he goes in a game, he gets better, gets satisfied.
It's that old school ace. Get him early or you don't get him. Is that what you were telling me?
Yes. But the goal is he's a good guy to have around as far as just a mentor to the players and stuff like that. Maybe a little bit of his approach will kind of trickle down to some other guys. And maybe we'll have 2 or 3 days in a week where I can get comfortable and relax as well. So, yeah, but it's great to have him around. I've enjoyed every minute of it.
Who's a couple names that maybe the average baseball fan in the 3rd region doesn't know yet from Grayson County that come May 1st, people will be like, oh, where'd this kid come from? You got anybody down there that you're looking to either be a young player that we don't know or a guy from last year that take a big step forward? Do you have a couple guys that you think can do that for you?
Last year we started a 8th grader last year at second base, Case Rogers. His brother just graduated from the program. He's playing collegiately. Case is he's gonna do really good things coming in as a freshman. He's gonna do great things. Jake Bratcher is a senior. He's not here today with us, but he's gonna do great things as well. Jake is one of the guys that he can play. If I tell him, hey, you're going behind the plate or you're playing first base, he's kind of that platoon guy that he's really never had a set position because he plays them all. And so that's really good for a coaching staff to be able to kind of plug and play, especially in the high school level when you have a pitcher that's not just a one-way, everybody's two-way players. So that's really good. And we've got a couple other guys that's going to get their chances too. So, yeah.
And is this a team that you felt like that if it does what you expect it to do and does the small things, that it can go up there and compete at a regional level?
Oh, absolutely. I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't feel like we could.
Right.
I wouldn't be here. I'd be home with my family.
Right.
So.
It's a proud program. Going back to I coached against Danny Clark when they were playing for regional titles and then even before him winning regional titles. This is a program that has got a steep tradition in the 3rd region. I think maybe in the last few years people have kind of forgotten about that.
It has. Traditionally, baseball has always been the homestead for Grayson County. I've been with Danny now. This is my 14th year. So I've been with Danny during the good days and we've had good days here in the past 3 or 4 years. But yes, traditionally we want to get back to that. It's just playing the game the right way and just competing and coming in every day, willing to work and work harder today than yesterday and work harder tomorrow than you did today.
Oh, yeah. Do you like what you're getting as competition as you're in these off-season workouts and kind of into that time where you're going to get outside more and practice more? And, for coaches, we love that competition. For players, you get towards the end of it and they're ready to play somebody else. But what you've seen so far out of your team, are you liking the work ethic and competition you're getting?
I am. And actually, I think we just got outside last week, first day in probably a long time. We got outside and just going back in as we huddled in the locker room after the end of practice, I could see just the vibes off all the kids where it was just good to be able to stay away from the weight room and get out and do what we're doing here is play baseball and doing some routines and some drill work outside. So it's good nature just to be outside and throw the baseball around a little bit.
Last question before we go to the players. What is it about the game of baseball? You've been at this a long time. You coach with Danny and coaching a long time in the game of baseball. It keeps you young. But what is it about the daily grind of baseball that just you get up every morning and you can't wait to get to the field?
There's so many different ways to be able to win, compete. And it's just something about I don't really know, something about the game is just, it's like a chess match. Just kind of triggers me and makes me hungry and keeps me young. So
it does do that.
I just enjoy it. Yes.
Well, one thing you always have to have great coaches, have to have great support at home. You talked about your family that, if we weren't doing that, I'd go spend time with them. Talk about the support that your home life has given you to allow you to do what you love to do.
So my rock, my wife, she is my rock. She absolutely, she knows that this is part of my life. And she supports me 100%. My son, he and I got to do this. I got to see him graduate and play this game. And, they really support me in everything. They know baseball's under God and my family, they know baseball's right there with it. So
yeah. In a big district game, it may jump up a little bit every now and then.
Yeah, it does. I try not to let it get there, but yes, there's times it does.
Is she your biggest
later?
You say she's your biggest rock and your supporter. Is she also your biggest critic? I mean, have you come home and she'd be like, what were you thinking making that change?
Well, a lot of times she'll see me. She knows that look that I get when I get upset or mad, and she wants to make sure, hey, you weren't too hard on so-and-so or whatever. And I'm like, no, it's all good. They still love me, I think. So it's fine. So, but yeah, she just wants me to make sure I'm treating the kids fair and balanced and all that good stuff. So.
Let's go down here to Gage real quick. And coming off of big years, we said 7-3, 1.34 ERA in your 73 innings pitched, 85 strikeouts, ESPN Owensboro first teamer on the mound last year. I mean, you still want to perform. What were some things that you think that you could have done better last year that you've been working on this year? Because there's always room for improvement, unless you're Jack down there, and he's just a superstar already.
I think just developing more of my off-speed pitches, just not getting as deep into counts and, just getting ahead early and staying ahead.
Coach Nutt talked about, like the first couple innings sometimes give you a little trouble. I mean, is that something that you've noticed over the years? Have you done anything mentally or changed anything in your bullpen pregame to try to work on that? Or is it just seems to be one of those things?
I don't know. Just one of those things. It's just always, usually the first, second inning, I'm a little sometimes rocky and I just know just have confidence in myself so I can get back on track and nothing really changes. I just go out there and throw. Has there been a guy in the region? I mean, I'm looking at your numbers. There are not too many of them, if there's any at all. But has there been a guy in the last couple of years? Because I know you've been pitching for a long time. That's kind of had your number a little bit. Like when he comes to the plate, you're like, man, this is the guy that gives me the most problems. Is there a guy out there in the region off the top of your head that comes to mind? There used to be on Butler County, Colton Hudson. He was pretty good. But Hunter Wilson, he's pretty good. I think I got him last year. But talk about Coach Nutt, and like you said, you've been pitching for him since you were 7th or 8th grader. Talk about him a little bit and what he's meant to you in baseball, and also maybe even off the field. Yeah, it means a lot. It's good to have support like that with you all the time, and just a great role model to be around, everybody to be around, and it just helps you get better for sure. He really cares about us. Well, what's Gage like to do for fun when you want to relax? What's your go-to to relax? I mean, is it PlayStation? Is it, what is it that when you get some free time for your own and you want to decompress that you like to do? I like to play golf. Oh, do you? Yeah, I do. You're just a glutton for punishment, aren't you? Is that what you're telling me? I'm not very good, but it's fun to play. Oh, okay. Are you a better basketball player than Jack Loxton? That's what I want to know. I mean, can you take him one-on-one? Yeah. Let's go down here to Jack. And, the first question I want to ask you is there's a big basketball game tomorrow that may be sold out. I mean, you got to be looking forward to it a little bit. I know it's baseball media day, but, those are – when you're an athlete, games like that, when you get, a team that, you guys have been 1-2 all year long in the Owensboro Health Top 10. You played in the regional title last year. That's got to get the juices flowing a little bit than some random Tuesday night game against somebody. Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. For sure. I'm really excited. Yeah, and, did you play baseball last year? No, I actually haven't played baseball. I played my whole life up until 7th and 8th grade. Okay, so decided to come out this year. Oh, well, what went into that decision making? Was it just something I know you loved it or you used to play, but what went into that decision making that, you're a guy that, you've committed to Western. You're going to be a D1 basketball player. What was it about baseball, whether about maybe these teammates, Coach Nutt, that all of a sudden Jack Loxton was like, I want to be a part of this. What was it? We have a lot of players coming back to our baseball team this year. Just a lot of my friends are playing, and I think it'll be fun. So I've already committed. I can, play baseball with my friends. It's kind of a release and get you away a little bit. Are you looking forward to it?
Yes, sir.
So a pitcher, hitter? I mean, what?
Pitcher.
Pitcher
PO.
only?
Yeah.
PO, okay.
I'll play first base.
A little bit. All right. I was going to say, I mean, I was going to ask Gage, can you take the best time hitting? But evidently, if you're a PO, then, I mean, you're what we call that 333 hitter. You get one hit every 3 years.
Yeah. I maybe hit 8 times my 7th grade year.
All right. And so have you been throwing bullpens now in this offseason, or are you still kind of working your way into it?
No, I'm working my way into it. I'm going to start throwing soon. Probably after tomorrow's game, I'll start throwing a little bit and then getting used to it.
All right. Well, I mean, one thing is you're going to be intimidated on the mound. Anytime you can sit up on the mound and you're 6'7", you already got 12 inches on the mound, so now you're a 7-footer up there throwing downhill. So, I mean, you got some advantage of just being intimidating.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
You got a score for tomorrow?
A score?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say we win by about 5 points.
Okay,
it's gonna be a high scoring game.
That's what I was thinking. Maybe like 97, 92, because they are both gonna run them down the floor.
It'll be 80s and 90s. Yeah.
Well, like I said, 1027 will be there. Just teasing with you because it's gonna be fun to watch, and hopefully it's just maybe one of 2 matchups that we get to see of Grayson and Davis County.
For sure.
And tell me a little about your relationship with Gage. You're talking about you guys. You've known him forever. Talk about the relationships you have. We know about your relationships in basketball. You've talked about it, you guys and you and Brody, and you've known Jagged forever. But talk about just the relationships with guys and being able to keep those relationships and being able to them welcome you back on the baseball team.
I mean, I've been friends with all of them for forever, really. We've all grew up playing baseball and basketball together. I mean, we've all known each other for 10 plus years, and it's just going to be fun to get out there and play with them again.
I've got to ask, I think I know the answer, but is it the big dunk or the big strikeout you think that will get the heart pumping a little more?
For sure, the big dunk. It'll always be the big dunk. But no, I can't wait to strike some people out.
There you go. We'll go down here to Chase real quick, and then Chase, as Jack was talking about, more guys kind of coming back into the program. Do you think that has a lot to do with what Coach Nutt is building there and the way he's doing things?
Yeah, I think so. Coach Nutt always makes it a great experience. I mean, I've known him since I was 10 or 11, and I've always loved playing with him. So new guys will just love it, I think.
All right, coming off a year, you had a great year last year, 374. What were some things? If I had to ask you, what was the one weakness in your game last year that you kind of really worked on this year, what would it be?
Striking out. Because my sophomore year, I didn't strike out a lot, but last year I had quite a few more than I did my sophomore year. So I think if I get those down a little bit more, then I'll be way better.
Okay. Well, I mean, you struck out. I'm looking at the stats here. Let me look. You struck out 13 times. I mean, come on. You walked more than you struck out. I mean, that's kind of being a little hard on yourself, isn't it?
I guess. Maybe I didn't strike out as much as I thought, but I feel like I struck out in a lot of big moments that I should have put the ball in play way more.
All right, so situational more. Situational more. I've got to ask you, how about you? What do you do to decompress and relax a little bit?
Like Gage said, I love to golf, but besides golf, I just really like playing basketball and hanging out with my friends.
The worst thing about golf, unlike baseball, is golf, you got to play your foul balls.
Yeah, I have a lot of those.
Well, they say that, and I've said it before today, the reason golf got its name, it was the only 4-letter word not taken up. I mean, because when you play it, there's going to be plenty of 4-letter words that you say, how good can this team be?
I feel like we could be really good, especially with the addition of Jack, a new arm, and then more people coming back. I feel like we'll have a bunch of odd and end players that'll fill our holes that we had from last year and the people that graduated.
I asked Gage about is there a hitter that's kind of giving him problems over his career? Is there a pitcher that stands out that you think about just has seemed to have your number?
Not really anybody off the top of my head, but like Hunter Wilson, like Gage said, as a pitcher, really. Just because the big rival between Edmonson County, I always get my emotions high, and it's either I do great or I do really bad. So
even in baseball, that tobacco stick rivalry kind of means something. That's what you're telling me.
Yeah.
You know, and talk about that for people around that are, that are from the 9th district or even the 11th district that don't quite understand that Edmonson County Grayson rivalry. I mean, within words of FCC violations here, just remember that we are live on the air, but just talk about that, just that rivalry that's, you all grow up playing against each other all your life. So, you know them all, and some of them you're probably even friends with, but what is it like to step on that field and play Edmonson?
I mean, it's really a surreal feeling because, tensions are always going to be high. You'll always have your emotions up, but beating them is probably one of the best things to feel.
I'll ask you the same thing I asked Jack. You got a score for that big basketball game for me tomorrow? Does Grayson win that game?
Yeah, we win that.
You win that game?
I'd say we score 92-86.
92-86. I'm going to be calling that game on the air. So if it's 92-86, I'm going to have a blast. I will say Grayson's won the last 2 regular season matchups against Davis County. I do know that. But, let's be honest here. You and Jack one-on-one to a game of 10. Hold on. You ain't got the whole question yet. How many points are you scoring?
All of them. He ain't going to score none.
Oh, wow. I love it. Jack, I'll let you respond real quick. I mean, he's not quite Warren Central. I know it was a tough one for you about Warren Central. I was looking that up, and I think since you've been playing varsity, maybe your 7th grade year, you scored 2 points in a game. Other than that, nobody, talk about just rebounding. And again, going into baseball, that's a big game of failure. You grew up playing baseball. When you have a game like that, playing other sports and how you've bounced back, does that help you?
Oh, yes, sir, for sure. Yeah.
Is he right? He's not beating you 10-0, is he?
Think anyone, no one Grace County beat me.
I love it. Before we get you out of here, Coach Nutt, Jack talked about, some guys coming back this year and playing baseball that hadn't played in a while. It's got to be, you're doing something right. And what's it like getting some of these athletes from other sports and I know it's not like they're going to jump in and just be boom. They're like been playing all their life, but it's got to help when you get an athlete like Jack Logston to come and want to play baseball and be a pitcher.
It does. I think it speaks to not just what I'm doing or the assistant coaches are doing, just the environment itself, the culture that we present. I'm pretty laid back. I get upset from time to time when we do things. We're not doing things that we should be doing or the simple things. But all in all, they'll tell you, and I think they attested to this, that they know that I have their back no matter what, on the field, off the field. They know that the love I have for them is pure. And it just, when it's pure, people can see it. And I think it's just the culture that we build around here that other kids want. Jack and I, we go way back. Jack's a great kid, and I'm glad to have him.
Did he come to you, or did you go to him and be like,
it depends on what time you're talking about. So we've been back and forth trying to get him to play. There's times that he's like, hey, I'm coming this year. It just didn't work out, or the case is. And I understand. Hey, listen, basketball, you asked the question, basketball is number one. Hey, it's good. It's okay for baseball to be the number 2.
Oh, yeah.
So he had to go figure out his things and chase his stuff with basketball, and he did so, and now he's back.
Well, he's got the potential for it to pay some bills for him down the road.
Absolutely. So just glad to have him back or coming. I think he played his 7th grade year, I believe. And then Spencer Langdon, basketball player, superstar for Grayson County Cougars. He's coming back to play, and there may be a few others. It's just a testament.
You got you like an NIL recruiter down there on the end down there that's just bringing athlete after athlete.
Absolutely. I'll take it every day. So, but it makes my job easier. So, yes, we're super excited for what we built here. So,
well, Chase, Gage, Jack, good luck on the upcoming baseball season. Good luck tomorrow night. Looking forward to it. It should be a packed house at Davis County. If you're going to come to the game, I would advise you maybe to get online now and buy a ticket and probably get there. We're actually going to do live at 5 there, so we don't have to worry about parking. We'll be there at like 4 o'clock getting ready to do that. But good luck tomorrow night, too, and in the basketball season and then in the 3rd region tournament. Guys, thanks so much for coming.
Appreciate what you do for this, and so it means a lot, and thank you so much.
We'll be back with more coaches and players. Southwire Baseball Softball Media Day presented by Owensboro Health.
Experience ultimate control and peace of mind with Labor Management Federal Credit Union's Secure Lock Equip, an easy-to-use mobile app that allows you to protect your credit and debit cards in real time. Turn your card on or off. Customize permissions as needed to prevent fraud and control spending. Visit lmfcu.net for details. Power to protect with Secure Lock Equip at Labor Management Federal Credit Union member NCUA.
Need insurance you can count on? Jeff Johnson with L&I Insurance has you covered. From auto and home to life and business. Local service, personalized coverage, competitive rates. Call Jeff Johnson with L&I Insurance today and get protected the right way. L&I Insurance. Protection you can trust.
Ace Hardware Livermore has everything you need for all the jobs you do. We offer Craftsman, DeWalt, and Milwaukee power tools. We are also a full-line lumber and building material store. Ace Hardware Livermore, the place for all your hardware, building, and farming needs.
Looking for a bank that truly puts you first? At Sacramento Deposit Bank, we've been serving our communities with hometown care for over a century. From personal checking and savings to business loans, mobile banking, and more, we make managing your money simple and stress-free. You'll always talk to someone who knows your name. So whether you're saving for the future or chasing a dream, we're here to help you every step of the way. Visit sdbky.com or stop by one of our local branches today. Sacramento Deposit Bank, where banking feels like family. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. Got a pizza craving? Come on down to Gino's Pizza in Livermore. Proudly owned by Matt and Carrie Huff. Enjoy mouthwatering pizzas made with the freshest ingredients. Come see us at 405 East 7th Street or give us a call, 270-278-5121. Gino's Pizza, your local pizza hotspot.
Your home, your car, your family's future. Protect what matters most with reliable coverage you can trust. We offer home, auto, business, and life insurance tailored to you. Call Drew Young for a free quote at the Insurance Group in Owensboro, 812-608-0649.
Owensboro Health Cardiothoracic Surgery welcomes Dr. Jeffrey Silver to its team of experts for the most advanced heart and lung surgery right here close to home. Visit owensborohealth.org/CT surgery.
Kentron Manufacturing is hiring. We're looking for entry-level associates who are dedicated and drug-free. In business over 50 years, we offer insurance, paid holidays, vacation, and a clean, controlled environment. Apply in person at 610 Industrial Drive. Kentron is an equal opportunity employer.
Honoring someone with an award, plaque, trophy, or just a unique gift? Then there is no better place to check out than the Trophy House. With their new location at 325 Park Plaza, they have everything you need to honor someone. Nick Clemens will help you with all your award needs.
The Owensboro Health Neurosurgery team welcomes Dr. Keith Preston, who provides advanced surgical treatment of the brain, spine, and back. For expert care close to home, visit owensborohealth.org/neurosurgery.
Looking for a financial partner you can trust? Look no further than Green River Area Federal Credit Union. Whether you're saving for the future, buying a new home, or need a loan, we've got you covered with competitive rates and personalized service. Join the community that cares about your financial well-being. Visit Green River Area Federal Credit Union at one of our 3 locations in Henderson, Greenville, or Owensboro and experience the difference today. Your money, your future, your credit union. Member NCUA, Equal Housing Lender.
Let's get back to the interviews of Southwire Baseball Softball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, here on 102.7 The Game.
It's Southwire Baseball Softball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. Vic Evans here, Floor Concept Studios, getting ready for Butler County softball. Before we get there, I'll tell you about some of our great partners. Of course, Southwire, our title sponsor. When we came up with the idea of Media Day all the way back 3 years ago for basketball, Southwire's jumped on board. They have been the title sponsor for all the Media Days since then. And, of course, Owensboro Health, who's our great partner here in so much that we do, they jumped on board as a presenting sponsor. You've got Jacqueline here today where they put up shirts for all the players and coaches here for Media Day. Could not do these things without our great partners. And, of course, for our food of the day, you got Mr. B's Pizza and Wings, who supplied lunch, Rolling Pin, the best donuts in the United States of America. I'll fight everybody for that one, supplying breakfast. So without our great partners, we couldn't do what we do. And now we're going to be joined by Coach Rogers of Butler County. I was sitting there talking to you off the air, and I was like, is it like your 3rd or 4th season? And you're like, no, it's number 5. Has it seemed like it's flown by, Coach Rogers, of going into your 5th season as a softball coach at Butler County?
Actually, I think I just figured it up. It's my 4th season.
Okay, there you go.
It's flying by. I feel like I just started coaching these girls, last year, and watching them grow as athletes has been absolutely phenomenal. Reaching their dreams and either going to college to play softball or just, finishing out their senior year and going on to college to pursue their dreams. It's been a wonderful ride and a wonderful journey that I am most appreciative for.
Coming off a year, a little bit of a struggles at times last year. You went 10-24. How's the off season gone so far of wanting to kind of rebuild where Butler has, it's been a team that's been right at the top of that, not only the 12th district, but in the 3rd region. How's the off season gone so far?
Yes, sir. We actually have everybody returning except one. We had one senior last year. So, we've got the core of our team back, and thankfully, Tinsley Belcher is going to be back this year too after 3 years of injury ridden. So we're looking forward to having her. But this off season, man, they've worked hard, lifting weights, running, just getting stronger mentally and physically. That they're out to make a statement this year. That our last 2 years have been a little rocky, but we've got a good team, and they showed it towards the end of last year.
If there's a couple things that you felt like for you guys to take that step forward like you want to, what do you have to do better this year that maybe was a struggle last year?
Position-wise, we have so many girls that can play so many different positions. So trying to find the right aspect of who needs to play where, that's the big thing for us, because we do have so many that can either play outfield or play infield. So trying to figure that out. Pitching wise, we're still working every single day. Miley's been working her tail off this winter and this summer to make strides this year. That we've worked on hitting too. So, there's not one certain thing that I can say we need to work on, because if you do, then that's really not beneficial. You always find something that you need to work on.
Talk about why you brought these two with you, of bringing them to media day. And what about these two young ladies is like when you see media day, you're like, okay, here's what I want to bring in. What is it about these two?
Well, these have been my two leading seniors all through preseason. I've got 5 total, but the other 3 are playing basketball. And so when it comes to deciding which seniors to bring, these were the 2 that had been with me through all of preseason and at this time didn't have another sport they were playing. So, I couldn't ask for 2 better seniors. And out of the 5 I've got, all of them are tremendous and wonderful leaders on this team.
Give us a name or two of maybe either somebody that was either had a little bit of a down year last year or somebody that's younger that you're looking to make big strides that maybe the average softball fan doesn't know the name yet, but come May 1st will be like, where did this person come from, Butler County?
The one I can think of right off the top of my head is Tinsley, of course. She hadn't played for us since her freshman year. She hurt her shoulder, hurt her knee, and had 3 surgeries back to back to back every year. And it just always seemed to fall right before softball season. So I'm looking forward to having her back, and I feel like she's going to shock some people this year, kind of like she did her freshman year. She was one of in the region tournament, she was named all-region tournament that year. So having her back is going to be great. And then, I've got a bunch of younger players too. Emmeline and Callan played a lot of varsity for me last year, along with these 2. And Brielle, Tinsley's little sister, is going to come up and play softball for us this year as well. So.
What is it about Butler County that makes it just a special place? When you talk to coaches from there in different sports, whether it be, football, basketball, baseball, softball, whatever, just the praise that they have for the community there. And you saw it when the basketball team, going to the regional tournament. Like I said, you could have gone to Butler County and robbed any house because nobody was in Butler County. They were in the sports center. What is it about that community that just makes it special, at least for you?
Our community is something special. It's something that I've grown up in. I was raised there my whole life. I graduated from a school. So being able to come back and coach and teach at the school that I graduated from was amazing. But when it comes to the county and the sports itself, we're just so tight knit. If just like right now, we've got a set of twins that have been in Norton's for, 6 months, close to it, that are having some heart issues, and our community's coming together to support them. anytime someone's down.
Well, you saw that with the basketball player whose family was involved in the wreck, and just the overwhelming support that they gave that family. It was tremendous.
And it's not just, sports related either. Our community is just great about being there for each other. If somebody needs something, we're there. And if we can help, we can. I mean, us and basketball, we're such a small community that we have to share athletes. So, football sharing with basketball and baseball, and we share with volleyball and basketball and track. I mean, we have to, or we can't have the teams that we need.
In the game of softball in itself, I grew up, you would see maybe the College World Series semifinals or championship game. You kind of knew who Lisa Fernandez was. And I know the young ladies may not understand how good Lisa Fernandez was. Just go find her changeup on YouTube. It looks like a yo-yo. But this is a game that's really exploding. Where basketball has been a struggle with numbers, you're seeing volleyball explode. Softball has become huge on ESPN, and maybe some of the most watched things is the World Series in college softball. Talk about even the growth that you're seeing down there and the love of softball that you're seeing down there in Butler County.
Yeah, our girls, I've got a bunch of girls from 7th grade all the way to seniors that are playing for me, and Miley and Taylor, Maddie Jones, Carrington Hunt, Tinsley, they've all played since they were tiny. And that's something we're seeing even more now as travel ball becomes a big thing. And so kids aren't waiting until they're 6th grade to start playing a sport. They start when they're 6 years old. And that's only helping us as coaches, being able to more fine tune the things that they've already learned fundamental wise, and being able to take that to the next step during our practices rather than having to backtrack and just go over basic fundamentals constantly.
It's easy to do for not just, the average fan that goes and watches, or people in the media, that we kind of forget sometimes that, coaches are human beings. Like things happen. It's like, well, that was the dumbest move there. Or why'd they make that move? That we're human beings. You teach down there, you're coaching down there. But what does Coach Rogers like to do when you get some time to decompress and relax?
Man, I don't know. I've been going to a bunch of concerts lately. So that's been kind of my reprieve, going to Cody Johnson and stuff like that. But what I really like to do in my free time is play golf.
Really?
I picked that up right after I stopped or graduated from Lindsay.
So teaching and coaching wasn't painful enough. You had to pick up the most painful sport there. You're a glutton for punishment.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just something about it. It aggravates the far out of me, but it's something that I can work towards and still do when I'm 70.
Yeah. What's average score for Coach Rogers out on the 18 holes? I know you got to put this out there, but what is it?
Good day, I can break 90, but it has to be a really, really good day.
Well, the great thing about golf is you can shoot 110 and you're about on hole 17 and you're like, I'm never playing again. And then you birdie 18, you're like, can't wait to get back next Monday.
Exactly feel when I 3-putt or 4-putt a hole and then I go and make 1 putt. I'm like, this is why I still play.
There you go. I'll give you something funny about me. I've never been to a concert in my entire life.
Really?
Never. I've never listened to music. I think music is the biggest waste of time there ever is. It's sports talk radio. That's all. Our talk radio. That's all I listen to.
That's all right.
We're going to go down here to Molly because she was always the most nervous to start with. So our first question for you is, how do we solve the Palestinian-Israeli crisis? No, I'm just teasing you. No, look at that face. I am just joking with you. But talk about, we talk about softball, and before we get to softball, what's Molly do to relax? Coaches going to concerts. Like when you get some free time and want to decompress, what do you like to do just to kind of recharge the batteries?
What I like to do is I like to play pickleball.
Pickleball?
Yes.
You're supposed to play that when you're like 40 or 50. What are you doing playing at 17?
Okay,
So you gotten into pickleball, huh?
Yes, I love it. Like if I'm bored, I'll do that or nap. So I am an old soul.
That you are. I mean,
practice, they go and play pickleball before practice.
There you go. Well, here's what I learned when you get my age. When you're young and your parents tell you like it's time for a nap, you would fight and cry. I would love for anybody right now to tell me it's time for a nap. That's all I know. So
you just gotta tell me it's time to nap. I'll nap.
Coming on the year, you pitched like over 128 innings last year. What were some things on the mound that you wanted to get better at, or you felt like you need to improve your game on to take another step forward?
One thing that I need to improve on is probably my mentality. I tend to get down on myself on the mound, but I've already seen like in preseason, like we've worked on like mentality a lot, not only strengthening our body, but also strengthening our mind. So seeing it in preseason, my mentality is already better. And then I also probably need to work on my movement pitches. And I've been doing that in preseason, and they're looking pretty good. So
okay, and talk about Coach Rogers says you've been with her for a long time. Just even off the softball field, as someone to look up to or a mentor, what has Coach Rogers meant to you personally?
She's meant a lot to me. Like, I also teach with her. I go to the middle school, and I'm like a TA for her. So
you are really an old soul. You're already teaching kids. You're already, you're napping. You're playing pickleball. I mean, are you sure you got any eligibility left? That's what I want to know.
I guess I do. I don't know. But, I mean, now I have to stretch before games. Like, normally, like, I talked about this at practice the other day. I was like, all these freshmen are not stretching. And I'm like, guys, y'all got to get on it. Because, like, right now I'm hurt.
Wait till you're my age. You just turn an ankle walking down the hallway. Or you sneeze wrong and you're down on your back for 3 days. Let's wait for that. Who's the team clown? Who's the one that if people are having a bad day or it's been a bad day at practice or at workouts, maybe Coach Rogers has gotten a little upset, chewed some tail. Who's the one that can always crack that joke and kind of lighten the mood? Who is the team clown?
Yeah, it'd probably be me.
I was gonna say everybody on stage is pointing at you.
Yeah, because whenever she gets mad, everyone tends to just go quiet and put their head down, and I'm the one that just tends to say something just something, and then everyone laughs because I guess no one has the nerve to say anything.
You've been with her so long. When she gets upset, you're probably laughing
exactly
or kind of hold that smirk back, right?
Yeah.
And who's the worst driver on the team? Who's the one?
Taylor.
Wow, that's maybe the quickest answer we've ever gotten of a teammate right there. Taylor, I want to go down here to your mic real quick. I'm going to let you. You got to defend your honor here, or is she right?
I really can't. I got pulled over before the district championship game last year.
So you're the lady that Coach Briggins is always talking about that women can't drive. That is you 100%. Is that what you're talking about?
It's bad.
Hey, at least you're honest. At least you're honest. Talk about coming into this year, something you were wanting to get better at.
Definitely my confidence. I'm really –
it works in driving, too. I'm just letting you know. Okay. You can take those same principles and then get it to driving. No, go ahead.
Well, I feel like I'm really great at picking other people up and being the person there for them that I kind of look over myself. Mm-hmm. And so my hitting was not good last season at all. I was just very down on myself. So I focused on my defensive side and I grew my confidence a lot. And I just played without limits out there. And that was just really helpful.
Molly had talked about, you guys working more on the mental aspect of it. And I always preach this, that, the game of baseball and the game of softball is truly the ultimate sport of failure. Because if you're going to play this game, not only are you going to fail, you're going to fail a lot. You fail 7 out of 10 times in any other sport and they cut you. In baseball and softball, you're in the Hall of Fame. Is that something that, just understanding of how to be able to take that failure and make it about the next pitch or the next at bat?
Oh, for sure. So going back, I struck out a lot. When I'd get to an 0-2 count, I was just mentally just done. And so I went to my hitting instructor and I was like, what do I do? I just keep striking out. And he was like, just go up there and chop at it. Just make contact. And then that following week, I went 7 for 11 that week. And and then going into district play at the end, I really stepped up. And that was just what I needed.
Yeah, no, it's always about to get that mindset of it's always opening day. Because we are at our best on opening day because everybody's 0 for 0. And if we can take that every game and understand that yesterday's 0 for 4 has no bearing on today's game, or yesterday's 4 for 4 has literally 0 bearing on today's game, it's hard to do at any age. Give me a couple things. What do you like to do outside of the game of softball or sports to relax or decompress, other than not drive?
Well, I love to shop.
Oh, there you go.
Shopping is definitely my thing. And I also love to bake. I don't know, kind of in a grandma way. I like to bake and read a lot.
Coach Rogers down there just grabbing all these little old ladies that are like 16, 17, and 18 years old. That's awesome. Talk about your relationship you have with Molly. Coach Rogers says you guys have been with her a long time. That means y'all have had to know each other for a long time. Off the field, what's your guys' relationship like?
Molly's my best friend.
Okay.
Just during the snow, we couldn't do anything. So she texted me. She's like, "You want to go hit?" I was like, "Yeah, of course." So that's what we did. We just go hit, or just one of us has a bad game, we pick up each other. And we're definitely always wanting to make the other better. And I feel like that's how our relationship works so well, because we're always there for each other. And then if the other just like, "Hey, I need to go hit BP," the other is just right there with them.
I'll give you a piece of advice. I know, like with BF, best friends like her, they'll throw you under the bus that fast. You don't need enemies. I mean, because it was quick. That's the fastest answer we've ever had at Media Day, real quick. And I'll let you respond to that, Molly. You talk about the friendship that you guys built. How often, is there a day that goes by in the summer that you don't at least talk to Taylor? Or is it like, if I haven't heard to her in 2 hours, I better check on her?
Well, there's not a day that we don't talk, because we also work together.
Wow.
So we're together 24/7. And then after work, we're like, "I'm really craving some 7 Brew." So then we go and get 7 Brew. So, I mean, there's not a day that goes by that we don't really talk. Like over the snow, I'd be like, "Hey, I need to pitch." And she'll be like, "I'll be there to catch you." So even though she's not a catcher, it's pretty dangerous sometimes, but she really enjoys it, and I enjoy her being there. It's just a great friendship to have on and off the field. So,
any sledding in the Snowmageddon? I mean, did you get out and test the sled out any at all? Hold on 1 second. Real quick. Mic 3. There we go.
We actually almost fell down the hill on the way to the field house because it was so icy, and that's probably the only type of sledding I got. I don't know about her on the other hand, but.
And I will have to say, Coach Rogers, just meeting these two, one, I don't know why they were nervous. They've been absolutely tremendous. But, it's got to be a joy to go to the locker room and in the field each day when you get to deal. And I think that's what people miss. It's really easy when you're watching or you go to games and you see these, young athletes as athletes. That's one reason I love about media days. We get to see them outside of that and get to talk to them about other things. Like, it's got to be a joy to go and coach these two day in and day out. Not just these two, but these two especially that you brought here today, because I'm having a blast just interviewing them about other stuff. I could interview them all day.
I mean, coaching all my girls, the 5 seniors and everybody else, they're like my breath of fresh air. Do they make me mad sometimes? Absolutely. Do they strike a nerve with me sometimes when they do something I've told them not to 4 times? Absolutely. But at the end of the day, I mean, they're my breath of fresh air. After a hard day or a bad day, being out there hearing them laugh and cut up, and, I don't have to be as hard on them because they're hard on themselves. Mm-hmm. And so a lot of times what I just try to do is be that encouraging person that they need. A lot of times they'll be like, just give me a second, and, I'll go away. But, I've got a wonderful, wonderful group of girls from top to bottom that absolutely love just being out there and playing the game, and couldn't ask for any better group of girls.
Last question before I let you get out of here, Coach. Molly talked about, the mental approach of pitching. Taylor talked about the same thing. Was that something that, and I know you've probably done it, but is it something you kind of was a point of emphasis this year that we needed to be a little mental tougher and that we were going to work on that part? Was that something that in this offseason that was a point of emphasis?
Yeah, kind of, along with, just strength in general, getting stronger in general. But mental strength is always something that we focus on. We did more so a little this year just because as females, I mean, we're definitely harder on ourselves than most are. We can't just, I did bad this game and go to the next one. It's something always carrying with us, and, trying to be like, and we tell them all the time, just what you said, you go 3 out of 10 and you've done something great. Mm-hmm. So you're going to fail more than you're going to succeed. And it's really hit home. I mean, these girls have been with me for 4 years, and watching them grow as athletes, not only, but young ladies too. And in that mental aspect too is helped tremendously. And they've been wonders for our 8th grade, freshmen, 7th graders. They've been tremendous leaders.
Someone that's been there 4 years, has it hit you yet that, it's your last go around with these 2 young ladies? I mean, have you thought about that at all?
hadn't until just now.
Oh, my bad. We'll end the interview right here. I don't want to talk about that.
No, but it is something that now that I have been there 4 years, every class here on out, it's going to be, well, you've been with me 4 years. You've been with me 4 years. And it makes me feel old because some of them I've known since they were born, just being in that small county. But it's a delight to see them grow up and reach their dreams. And, some of them, like Miley's going on to play college softball, and, Tay's going on to Western.
Be a NASCAR driver.
But, just having that little part in their life, it's been amazing.
Well, Coach Rogers, good luck this year. Miley, Taylor, it was great to get to know you here a little bit. You guys killed it for as nervous as you were coming in. And then stay healthy this year and have a good season, and we'll be following you all year long. Thanks so much for coming to Softball Media Day. And we'll be up next. We'll have more coaches and players. It's Southwire Baseball Softball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health.
Southwire in Hallsville has been family-owned since 1950 and strives to be generationally sustainable for years to come. They are one of the leading manufacturers of wire and cable used in the transmission and distribution of electricity. Southwire delivers power to millions of people around the world. Their mission to be a preferred provider of solutions to the electrical industry by providing innovative products and services with exceptional quality and delivering on our promises. They also are proud supporters of all Hancock County athletics. Go Hornets!
You can trust that your heart is in expert hands at Owensboro Health. Our board-certified heart specialists provide the full spectrum of care, from minimally invasive procedures to the latest technologies and life-saving treatments. Get the advanced heart care you deserve close to home in Western Kentucky and Southern Indiana. Learn more or schedule an appointment at owensborohealth.org/heartcare.
Craving championship flavor? Tune in every Wednesday night at 6 for the Owensboro Catholic Aces Basketball Coaches Show on K News, proudly sponsored by Old Hickory Barbecue. Savor the insider scoop on your favorite teams while you imagine the smoky, slow-cooked taste that's made Old Hickory a hometown legend. Don't miss our weekly fix of hardwood insights and mouth-watering barbecue, because legends deserve legendary barbecue. That's the Owensboro Catholic Aces Basketball Coaches Show, Wednesdays at 6 on K News 101.3.
Kentron Manufacturing is hiring. We're looking for entry-level associates who are dedicated and drug-free. In business over 50 years, we offer insurance, paid holidays, vacation, and a clean, controlled environment. Apply in person at 610 Industrial Drive. Kentron is an equal opportunity employer.
Hey, Chris, can you fix my leak? Yes, we can. Hi, I'm Chris Estes, owner of Above All Roofing and Seamless Gutters. From your windows leaking air to installing new energy-efficient windows, we can do it. 313-4275. Gutters leaking, past few rain? Get new 5 or 6 inch gutters with guards. You have a roof leak? We can install a premium roof on your house or business. We have an affordable solution for all your leaks. 270-313-4275.
Hey y'all, it's Kellyanne Harris with the Harris Group at Keller Williams Elite Realty. As a proud sports mom, I know what it takes to show up, stay focused, and deliver results on the field and in real estate. That's why we're offering our Guaranteed Cash Offer program. We guarantee to get your home sold or we'll buy it. For all your real estate needs, trust the Harris Group. We're always ready to go to work for you. Call us today at 270-929-5857 for the details.
Looking for a financial partner you can trust? Look no further than Green River Area Federal Credit Union. Whether you're saving for the future, buying a new home, or need a loan, we've got you covered with competitive rates and personalized service. Join the community that cares about your financial well-being. Visit Green River Area Federal Credit Union at one of our 3 locations in Henderson, Greenville, or Owensboro and experience the difference today. Your money, your future, your credit union. Member NCUA, Equal Housing Lender.
Let's get back to the interviews of Southwire Baseball Softball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, here on 102.7 The Game.
It's Southwire Baseball Softball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. Vic Evans in the Floor Concept Studios. Before we get to Whitesville Trinity, let's talk about some of our great sponsors. Foreman Watson Holtree has been a great partner here with Live at 5 and so much that we do. Green River Area Federal Credit Union, Kentron Manufacturing, and RFI Plumbing. Without the great sponsors, we couldn't do what we do here. So make sure when you spend your money in the community to look at these companies that are out here supporting our athletes, not only in Owensboro, but throughout the entire third region. And with that, we'll start with Coach Morris and Whitesville Trinity coming off a tremendous year. They not only go 18-12, all the way to the regional championship game against Davis County. I will ask you, just because I saw, we're not going to talk, we'll talk a little bit about last year, but I saw you guys, when you leave Whitesville and you're going to go to the championship game, there's a parade there. The support that happens at Trinity is second to none. But just talk about that whole experience of throughout that regional tournament and the support that the city of Whitesville gave you guys.
Exceptional. You couldn't go anywhere in Whitesville that entire week without you couldn't go to the dollar store, to church, to IGA. The whole community was behind us.
You could have robbed all of Whitesville during the game.
Yeah. I was amazed by how many people made the trip out to Meade County just to support the girls. It was just, and every day that we left, Father met us in the parking lot, to see the girls off. It was an amazing experience, but the support that we had, that was second to none. I could not have asked for more.
I could see the priest out there kind of doing the Rocky Balboa thing where, yo, Father, throw me down some blessings. I can see, right there on the bus, making sure he blessed you. But, talk about this offseason. That is in the rearview mirror. And I know Trinity, whether it be softball, volleyball, they have been right there in the region as one of the top programs year in and year out in everything they do. Talk about your all season you had this year. I know it's going to get tough because you share so many athletes, but just talk about how have you been happy with how the all season's gone so far of trying to recreate last year?
Yes. And I will say there is something about this group of kids coming up, something about these girls, and they are multi-sport athletes, but they'll leave basketball practice and come to softball open field. They'll leave dance, they'll leave volleyball and go to basketball. I don't think you find that everywhere. They work so hard, and then they go to hitting lessons, defensive lessons on their own. Like, they have put in so much work. And you could say, I think it was one day we had an opportunity to get out on the field, and I was like, hey, we're going out on the field, and I think every one of them showed up. It's an incredible group, and they're young, but they're a great group of athletes, very skilled athletes.
Well, one thing that makes all coaches look smart is when they can hand the softball to Sophie Hatfield on the mound, where she's going to strike out 194 players last year, whether it's that or grabbing 35 rebounds in a game. Talk about a special young athlete in multiple sports. Talk about, what she did last year, the work at it comes. There's a lot of hard work that goes into putting up those numbers. Talk about what you see day in and day out from her.
What's so funny? So with Soph, I'm her aunt too. So I've seen her grow up as a ball player. And when she first started
playing, you've seen all the bad things then, not just the good.
When she first started playing, we laughed because I was like, maybe this sport's not for her. But what we did know is that her work ethic was that you just don't see all the time. And so that's what she does. She puts in work. When we said, when she was younger, she was a first baseman. We were like, so if we need a really good first baseman. And she was up there every day working on first base. She could dig anything out of the dirt. Then she decided she wanted to pitch. And we were like, okay. And we knew she'd put in the work.
So if I need $1 million, can you, there you go. Work towards that for me.
So, she's even in basketball, she's not a super tall kid, but she's going to get in there and beat and bang and rebound with the best of them. And we've seen that. But the amount of work that she puts in is just incredible.
For this team to reach its ceiling this year, you got to put last year in the rearview mirror, even though it was a great story and a great accomplishment. For this team to reach its ultimate ceiling, whatever that may be, what's something that you think you guys have to do better, and maybe even take the next step? What is something you guys have to do better this year than maybe you did as a team last year?
So we lost two, and those are two big players so we have some young girls that are going to have to step up. We knew there were some areas in our field that maybe we had more weakness than others. And we've talked to the girls about that, where we need some girls to really just decide they want to play that position and play it to the best of their ability. And so I think but the culture that we have going right now with this group, I think is really going to play to our best interest. Like, they are just a good pick you up, support one another kind of team. So.
And it was a year last year. You talk about, not only going to the championship game, the regional tournament, making a really nice run in the All-A. I mean, it was a special, special year for Trinity softball. Maybe one of the best years when you look at the grand scheme of things that it's put together. How hard is it to turn that page and get them to understand that, especially when there's so many young girls on the team that, hey, now everybody's 0-0 and we start all new. How hard's that been, on the mentality side of it?
We've told them that our expectations this year are even more. We made it last year. We want to do better. We made it to All-A state. We want to do better. And I think this crew understands that. They understand that assignment, and they know they have to come in and put in the work in order to get us back there and to improve on what we did.
And there's no reason, I've watched you play. I've, seen different things. I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility the first regional title for Whitesville Trinity is a softball regional title. I mean, this group is special.
Yeah, that's the plan.
There you go. We'll go down here to Sophie, and then as you got into high school and started playing, softball. I mean, how was that dynamic with your aunt being your coach? I mean, how is it? I'm sure you're used to it now, but were there some bumps in the road when you first started out?
Not really. I mean, I think she treats me just as she does any other one, but I think she can say some things to me and I can take them a little differently than she could say. Like, she can come out on the mound and say some things that she probably couldn't say to somebody else because I'm her niece. So
have you watched on social media like the thing where it's the whole gag where the guy comes out and he's like, you were the worst pitcher, the guy talking to the pitcher. Did she give you that kind of speech out there, or is she telling you that like?
She usually stays pretty positive, but sometimes I need to hear some things that I don't like to hear, and she'll let me hear it. So
and it's tremendous years you had last year. I mean, you look at the numbers; they're really unbelievable. You hit 362, 5 home runs, 45 RBIs. We talked about 15-8 on the mound. 194 strikeouts. But even then, you're always wanting to get better. If there was one thing you think that you need to do better this year than you did last year, what's that? Give me one. I mean, everybody's going to say, hey, I want to improve in everything. But give me that one you felt like maybe it was a weakness you had last year.
Yeah, I've definitely been working on my spin, on my pitches. I think like anybody can throw hard and anybody can hit hard pitching. But if you can spin it, it's a lot harder to hit. So definitely working both sides of the plate and spinning the ball really well. So
I know you got a lot still to go in basketball. How hard is it in the off season? Because I know the way you are and how you're kind of a perfectionist in everything that you do. Everybody I talk to talks about that. But how hard is it to kind of separate and make sure that, I get some softball in, but then I don't forget about basketball. But then, softball's kind of I'm assuming the first love. That, how hard is it to balance that time in your off season when you are playing multiple sports?
Yeah, I love basketball, and I do put a lot of time into that, but I make sure to really focus on my softball because I want to go to college for that.
No. You're going to go to college for that. Listen, I mean, college coaches aren't stupid. I've seen you play.
Yeah. Coach Hernandez does make it really easy for me to really focus on my softball, but she knows I like to play basketball as well. But Kendall helps out a lot too. She comes in late after games and after practices from basketball and comes in the Horn Center and lets me pitch to her. So she really helps out a lot too.
And is this your catcher?
Yes.
Talk about that relationship, just overall. And listen, I was a catcher. There's a lot of love-hate relationships at some point in those times. But talk about that relationship that you have with Kendall as your catcher.
Yeah, I've known her since I was little. And, we went to some college camps this summer together. And, even the coaches there would realize, and they were like, you, just read each other so well. And she knows, she's really honest with me. And she'll be like, no, you left that way too far over. That's going to be smoked over the fence. You got to get it off more. So I think having her honesty with me, she just says what I need to hear again, it helps a lot.
Let's slide that mic down to Kendall. We're going to get your catcher here. And one, it's got to be a joy to catch her. But two, tell me, is she right on that? You'll go out and tell her, be like, yeah, or she'll be like, I'm not getting the call. And you have to be like, you're 6 feet outside. I don't know what you want. Talk about that relationship you have with Sophie.
Well, I kind of just have to be honest because I'm a really competitive person. And so I will tell Sophie, really honestly, I'm like, Sophie,
I want the best for you, so I don't want that to be smoked. So like bring it out a little bit. Like
You know, when you look back on everything that was about last year, you know, a great all-A state tournament run, you know, a regional championship game appearance, and then looking what the ceiling could be for this team. If I was going to ask you, you know, I'm making you the head coach now, something that you definitely had to do better this year for you guys to take another step forward, not just you as a team, what would you tell me it is?
I mean, our communication was great last year. Maybe our hitting could be a little bit better, stronger.
What does Kendall like to do for fun? I mean, if you're not playing, do you play basketball also?
I actually quit this year.
Okay, so when you're not focusing on softball or doing whatever, what does Kendall, when she gets some time to relax and decompress? What's your go-to?
Probably going shopping.
Shopping. That's about the.
Yeah.
There you go. All right, expensive habit or just a medium expensive habit?
Kind of just, both. A little bit of both.
Favorite subject in school? What's the one that kind of gets you like that you really are passionate about in school?
PE. I like being active.
There you go. All right. And what's the plan when you're done at Trinity out there? I mean, what if I was going to ask where Kendall's going to be 8 years from now? What if you had to go? What is it?
Hopefully starting catcher at Tennessee.
There you go. Oh, hold on now. Hold on. I can get behind the starting catcher. You really want to put on that ugly orange? You live in Kentucky. How in the world is Tennessee your favorite school?
I mean, I love that they prioritize every single position. Like they care for every position on the field.
I can get behind that, but you can't sing Rocky Top. All right, that's a no-go there. Talk about your relationship with Coach Morris and what she means to you over the last few years.
I mean, Jess really knows what the sport means to all of us. I mean, she's definitely a coach that every person looks up to and wants to be like. So, and she knows me and Sophie really well. So she knows what our limits are in this sport. So it's really good that she knows that. So.
Well, Coach Morris, I will say I'm going to need one of those pullovers. Those are sweet. You and I are going to have to talk afterwards, for a sizing for a Trinity pullover. But we'll slide down here. I'll have you slide that microphone there, Coach Wright, and we'll go down here to baseball. Coach Wright, talk about the off season. Have you been happy with how it's gone so far?
Yeah. We've implemented a couple new things this off season. It's kind of like what I told the boys whenever I first started last year. I was told them right away I had a 4-year plan. When I'm going to implement everything right away, it's going to be a gradual process. So, this year this off season, this summer, this fall, we started implementing some new things that they haven't done in the previous, and even in the winter, started doing a little bit more weightlifting than beforehand. So all that's gone real well. All the boys have showed up and have kind of really bought into it. So it's kind of fun to watch them in the weight room and see how far they can go with it.
It's always important for coaches to go in that deep, dark mirror where they don't always like to go, where people don't always like to go, and be real critical of yourself. If I was to ask you to talk about some differences between last year when you got the job in your first off season and into this year, do you feel like you as a coach has gotten, a better, and I know you had this plan, but, just are you better off than where you were a year ago?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's always a learning curve. I played baseball and all my life, played in college. I've coached, for the majority of it as well. So from that perspective, you know who you are as a coach. But then whenever you start with the high school team and the older boys, things kind of change a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
So how to handle the temperaments and kind of adjust to the maturity of each boy and everything else. So, that was a bit of a learning curve. Obviously you can't coach everybody the same.
Right.
But as the season goes along, you learn who the kids are, then you know how to coach them better.
Yeah. Do you think that's the biggest adjustment? Is just understanding which buttons to push and how to push those buttons to get the best out of each individual player?
Oh, yeah. I'm still learning some buttons.
It's a district down there with Grayson and Butler and Edmondson, that it's a very competitive district. Is this a district you felt like if you guys make the steps forward that you want to make as a team, that you guys can compete for that district down there?
I do. I really do. I'm sure with every baseball coach that's probably interviewed today, it's all about pitching.
Mm-hmm.
That's baseball. That's softball really too.
For the last 250 years, it really doesn't change.
It ain't changed. But baseball, pitching's key. You look at Grayson, Edmondson, and Butler. Their number ones are solid.
Yeah.
I brought RJ along. He pretty much took the ball for us pretty much at every big game that I had last year. So do I think it's attainable? Absolutely. We would have to play exceptionally well. But I saw hints of that last year where they can play exceptionally well. So really with us to take the next step it'll be about our pitching, and it won't necessarily be about striking people out. It's throwing strikes.
Right.
Last year we struggled throwing strikes. We put a lot of runners on that didn't deserve to be on. We didn't make them a hitter. They went up there, they got an easy walk. Right. And, you do that a couple of times, then all of a sudden you get one big hit, you're down 3-0. And even if your pitcher strikes out the next two.
Right.
And what else that does too is it eats up our pitch count, and somebody that, we're not a very deep team, if we can't get our starters to go 3 innings at least, then all of a sudden the back end is going to start getting weaker. And if you're doing that on Monday or Tuesday, then
good luck on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday.
Yeah. You're going to be hitting the kind of the bottom of the barrel. Everybody's arm's going to get more sore. Then all of a sudden attitudes start to go down a little bit too. So, it just feeds off each other.
Yeah, and it's so hard to play defense when you're not throwing strikes too. You walk one, you walk two, you get back on your heels, and then all of a sudden the ball finds you, and now that error's, turned in. Looking at the stat, would you say that's the biggest area improvement? You had over a walking inning last year. So when you're putting somebody on every inning, you're kind of taxing yourself. Is that been the biggest point of emphasis for the staff itself this year?
That's our biggest point. Our defense was solid last year. I was very happy with our defense. Offense, they came together last year too. I think we had 4 or 5 kids batted above 300. So as an offense as a whole, they did really well. Our defense they kept us in some games.
Mm-hmm.
But, just with the flow of the game, whenever the defense is, you tell them not to be, but it's just natural, especially as a high school kid, to start getting agitated, annoyed, and then your mind starts to wonder about other aspects of the game when you're not getting the action because the pitchers are struggling a little bit. So, with our pitching staff, though, last year, all our pitchers from top to bottom, it was the most innings they've ever pitched in varsity.
Right.
So they've got a ton of experience. So I'm really leaning on them to take that next step. And like I said, not necessarily strike everybody out. That's not needed. We've got a very solid defense. I've only lost one kid. He was a big part of our team, right? But everybody else is coming back. So I really believe everybody else that, especially on that defensive end, can really help their pitchers out as long as they can just throw some strikes.
Oh yeah, as they say, strikeouts are communist. I learned that in the movies.
Yeah, right?
There you go. You know, it's a communism. But we'll go down here to Isaac Hernandez. The one thing I can tell you about Media Day, there's going to be a Hernandez here at some point during Media Day or a house. So welcome, Isaac. And what was something a little bit that you wanted to be better at this year in the offseason that you worked on to try to improve from your performance last year?
I'd say mainly my hitting and my pitching. Because last year my hitting, I started off and I was getting 0 hits. I was bottom of the lineup. So I really worked on my hitting, and I'd say I'm going to try to get at least a hit a game this year instead of 0 hits some games. So
you're not asking for too much. Just be, you're out there breaking Joe D's record or whatever. If you're going to set goals, set them high, right?
2.
2 hits a game. Oh, there you go. Let me ask you. You talk about pitching too. If there's one that gets the heart pumping a little more, is it the big strikeout or is it the big hit?
Probably the hit.
Okay. Why?
I've never really been big on pitching, so I like hitting because it's just you get to go out there and you get to swing something and get to hit stuff hard.
There you go. Sounds like you grew up in a Emily Hernandez family. When you're upset, go hit something hard. I've seen it. What's Isaac like to do when he gets some time off and he wants to decompress? What do you like to do to relax and kind of recharge the batteries?
I'd say hunt or fish. That's probably the main two things I do.
You're 100% of meals, aren't you? That's all I know, because that's how they all were doing that. And is it basketball or is it baseball that is the first love?
Baseball.
Oh, really? You've been excommunicated out of the Hernandez family, I believe. I mean, you're no longer allowed, in the family there. But and talk about Coach Wright in his second year. Do you see a difference in just how not that he did a bad job last year, but as you grow and as he says he learns how to do certain things or learns how to communicate better with each individual player? Can you see a difference in this offseason and where he's at now than maybe last year at the same time?
Yeah, definitely. He really has just learned who we are more as people. And so that's really helped him to be able to coach us in a more personal way. So that's really helped out a lot.
So if I put you at the plate against Sophie, then I put her at the plate against you, who wins that battle? Do you strike her out or does she strike you out?
Yeah, no comment on that.
I like it. Let's go down here to RJ. And RJ, he talked about you got the ball last year, 43 and a third innings, which led the team. He talked about how everybody on the staff was by far and away the most innings they'd ever pitched at the varsity level. Did you feel yourself, and everybody gets this where you at every level where you're a little fatigued at the end. And when you take that big jump in innings pitched, is that something that you were looking at that you learned from last year that, hey, maybe I wasn't quite in the, the legs weren't quite in the shape or the arm wasn't quite in the shape or I didn't take care of my body, that maybe an adjustment you were trying to make this year? Did you see that last year when you made that big jump in innings pitched?
Yeah, I saw the fatigue and all that, and I've just been weightlifting and putting the work, and hopefully I can get more innings this year.
Well, I mean, it seems you're the guy he kind of hands the baseball to in the big games, so I'm sure that's going to happen. And what's RJ do whenever he's not on the baseball field? I mean, what do you like to do for fun or to relax?
I do like to shoot hoops, play video games too, and lay down.
What's the video game of choice?
Probably MLB The Show. I like that.
Which one?
MLB The Show.
Oh, okay. All right. That's not bad. And, and talk about just the camaraderie of the guys out there. It was a year. It was, I'm not going to say it was a terrible year, but I mean, it was a growing experience with a lot of young guys playing a lot. Talk about this year and the camaraderie you're seeing this year and just in the culture and the teammates of how you guys are getting along and attacking this upcoming season.
Yeah. Like, all of our upperclassmen, well, most of them have basketball, so all of us are really just practicing with younger guys, and I have to be the leader and help them mature in the sport of baseball.
Is that something that came natural to you, or is that something you have to make sure that you work on too? I mean, some people are just born. I mean, you can tell Kylie or Kendall down here, the way she handles herself and the way, I mean, it exudes out of her that she's a catcher, and that's just because catchers are the greatest thing ever. We're the smartest people in the world, while pitchers are usually idiots. And no offense to you, but I'm just telling you, But I mean, is that something that came natural to you? Is that something that you really have to work on to step forward and be more of there's vocal leaders, there's leaders by example. Being an older guy, the only one out there while basketball is going on, you need to be a little more vocal. Does that come natural to you, or is that something you really have to work on?
I have to work on it. I used to be all about myself like a few years ago, so I've been working on it, and I think I've been getting pretty good at it, hopefully.
Okay. You can't help it. You're a pitcher. No offense.
Yeah.
Coming from an old catcher, I can tell you that. But, how good can this team be? Is this a team that you think if you guys reach your ceiling, that you guys can compete with anybody in that 12th district down there?
Yeah, if we play together and we learn about what coaches taught us, I bet we can be a regional team.
Now, he wouldn't comment. I'll ask you, can you strike out Sophie or can she strike you out? Are you going to no comment at also?
I bet I could get a hit off her, but she'd probably strike me out too.
Smart man out there in Trinity. Well, coaches, thank you so much for coming to me today. RJ, Isaac, Sophie, Kendall, good luck this season. Stay healthy for the most important thing, but we look forward to following you guys all through the baseball, softball season. Thanks so much for coming. And when we come back, we'll have more interviews with coaches and players. It's Southwire Baseball Softball Media Day presented by Owensboro Health.
Hi, this is Travis Holtry from Foreman Watson Holtry. You know, I recognize that there is a stigma against personal injury lawyers, and I understand that stigma because of some of the ways that personal injury lawyers portray themselves. But at Foreman Watson Holtry, we are real people helping real people with their injuries. We are your one call for injury law. Foreman Watson Holtry, dedicated to you, committed to justice. FWHlegal.com.
Kentron Manufacturing is hiring. We're looking for entry-level associates who are dedicated and drug-free. In business over 50 years, we offer insurance, paid holidays, vacation, and a clean, controlled environment. Apply in person at 610 Industrial Drive. Kentron is an equal opportunity employer.
At Davis County Teachers Federal Credit Union, our priority is you with mobile banking, free financial tools, and a team that listens. We're here to help you grow. Visit us at 1900 Southeastern Parkway in Owensboro. Davis County Teachers Federal Credit Union. By the people, for the people.
When you're looking for the perfect place to eat, drink, and have a blast, head to Mr. B's Pizza and Wings in Owensboro. Dive into hot, fresh-made pizzas, bold wings, and all your favorite game day classics. And now take the fun even further at Club 18 Golf, the indoor golf experience right inside Mr. B's. Bring your friends, book a bay, and swing through world-famous courses while enjoying great food and cold drinks. It's the ultimate night out with great eats, great swings, all under one roof. Mr. B's Pizza and Wings in Club 18 Golf, right on Highland Point Drive, where Owensboro comes to play. Need electrical services? Call Bailey Electric, serving Western Kentucky since 2002. We handle commercial, agricultural, and residential needs. With over 50 years of experience, we're licensed, insured, and ready to help. Bailey Electric, your trusted local electricians.
Are you looking for an unbeatable quote on home, life, or auto insurance? Contact Kyle Colberth or Sarah Brown with Kentucky Farm Bureau in Hallsville. Their prices are second to none and the service is spot on. Located at 445 Halls Boulevard in Hallsville. Go see them for all your insurance needs.
Step into sports country and let your game day spirit soar. From autographed jerseys to retro memorabilia, we've got the gear to turn your space into a true fan haven. Sports Country, located right behind Shammy's Car Wash on Park Plaza Drive, Owensboro's ultimate destination for sports enthusiasts. Looking for quality tools, building supplies, and equipment for your next project? Visit Miller Building Supply, Seabury Hardware and Rental, or the Providence Home Center. Owned and operated by Opie and Leslie Parrish, they have a friendly staff with great selection and everything you need to make your next home improvement dream a reality.
Let's get back to the interviews of Southwire Baseball Softball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, here on 102.7 The Game.
It's Southwire Baseball Softball Media Day presented by Owensboro Health. Vic Evans in the Floor Concept Studio. Let's talk about some of our great sponsors. You've got Davis County Teachers Federal Credit Union, Bailey Electric, Miller Building Supply, and Old Hickory. And without them, we couldn't do what we do and put on events like this for the athletes in the third region. So make sure when you're spending the money, spend it with the ones that are supporting your athletes. And usually we have them go last, but we've got them a little earlier today. It's the sixth time, if I got that right, defending regional champions in softball, Davis County and Coach Biggs. I've got to ask Coach Biggs, is that, it gets a little tougher and tougher every year because everybody's racing the game to chase you. But, talk about just the overall experience of getting to the top and then have to stay up there is kind of even harder.
I think once you get to the point that we are every game, you got a target on your back. But it's something that this group and the last few years has really embraced. They understand that for us to keep the high standard that we do have, that each and every one of them need to get better, and we got to get better as a team, and we got to get better as coaches to maintain. Oftentimes, the climb is easier than staying at the top. And, one of our goals is for each one of these kids to get better. And we feel like if they can get better individually, then our program's going to be better.
If I was going to ask you for one thing, and it's never one thing, but one thing you would like to see this team maybe improve on as a unit compared to last year to take even another step forward, do you have one off the top of your head?
There's one thing that we're going to put an emphasis on, and we actually started it this year in our middle school program, just to be able that everyone is comfortable doing it. And that's we're probably going to play a little more small ball.
Okay.
We want every one of our kids on the team to be able to lay down a bunt at any time. If you watched the state tournament championship game last year, assumption basically won a state tournament bunting the ball. And there's going to be nights when the bats aren't clicking. A pitcher's got your number. But if you can go up there and put the ball in play, catch people off guard, I think that's going to be something that we can have in our back pocket. We're going to put a big emphasis on it this year.
You know, and as you guys have been there and made some deep runs the last couple of years, the round two's been a kind of a bugaboo for you. But, you think about a couple of years ago, you get beat 1-0 on a home run. Is it some of those experiences of arms that you see at the state tournament to take another level that maybe gives you a little bit of a change and wanting to go, not change to a small ball thing, but able to do that maybe at a better clip than you've done in the past?
Sure. I think, when you get to state tournament, the competition, you're going to face good pitching. All right. And I think our approach has still got to be the same, being selective and seek out pitches that we can handle and that we're looking for and not get caught up in maybe what the other pitcher's doing and chasing balls out of the zone. Because, the pitchers that we have faced in the state tournament, the last couple of years that have put us out, we faced them in the regular season. We were able to put the ball in play.
Yeah, it's always, you as you said, it's always as a coach, and something I think you've done a tremendous job about is no matter where you're at the level, you're always looking for what can I do better as a coach to keep getting better each and every year, and it's very admirable, and I think it's what makes you one of the best coaches, not even in this region, but also in the throughout the state. You bring 4 girls with you today. This is a year. We've heard different people. I don't know if you've listened to any of the media day, but if people talk about that this was kind of a year maybe circled for Davis County because of this group that you have that are going to be seniors. Is this a group that, how special has this group been for you to coach going into a lot of them for your final year?
Well, as far as this group being circled, I'm not sure about that. Each group is a little bit different. It's kind of an anomaly at this day and time to have 9 seniors that on a team. And you got kids that have stuck with it and bought into the program. So it's a special group because it's a large group and they've been here with us so long. But their approach is just the same as any other group that we've had. So, we've got some good young kids coming on right behind them. So, it could be a special group, but that's going to kind of lay on how hard they work and the things that we can get achieved on the field.
In this day and age, you talk about 9 seniors, and some of them had to bide their time and wait. As a coach, that in today's world where instant gratification at all levels, whether it be college, high school, even down to grade school, where that idea of me waiting 2 years for that, for this senior to graduate, then it's my time. To have people that have stuck with it like that is kind of new and different in today's world and society. Is that the culture you've built? Or is it some of it also just the individual girls?
I think both. I hope that we built a culture where kids can see that they're going to have some opportunities. Some it's going to come earlier than others, but to stick it out, I think that says something to the culture that we have, that those kids want to do that, because it'd be very easy just to give up, go get a job, do something else socially. But those kids have bought in, and not only our older kids, but we have younger kids in our program that if they
started at a lot of places,
if they were at any other school around in our region, they'd be starting and still getting them to understand that. And I think by this group, the ones that have chosen to go on and play at the next level, they can see that opportunity is there, even though they're not starting from day one as an 8th grader or as a freshman.
If I was going to ask you to give me just 1 or 2 names of maybe a young lady that maybe the average softball fan in the region doesn't know yet, but that you're looking forward to make a big step forward and be somebody that come May, 25th or whatever in a regional game that you may have to ask to either pinch hit or do this or do that to help you win a baseball game. Who are some names that we don't know yet?
We've got a few that are in the mix. The one that one of our upperclassmen, a junior, that we're hoping can provide some offensive power for us is Lava Morris. She spent most of the time on the JV team. The past couple of years, she did some pinch hit roles, but she's working real hard. We think that's someone that could provide some offensive spark to us. Another one, I tell you that a name you're going to hear is the freshman Kyla Zimbricki. She's swinging a really hot bat for us in the off-season workouts. Great athlete, can play the corners, can catch a little bit. So we're hoping to get her some time in there. Along with our two, senior pitchers, we hope that Sadie Beecham's going to be able to step in this year and be that third pitcher in that rotation. So, and then we got some other kids that will have their first opportunities. Brian Boswell and Madeline Jarbo, Avery Morse are vying for a couple of spots there that were vacated from graduation last year.
I always love it when a coach gives me a name about how well somebody's swinging a bat and the pitchers are shaking their head. That when you know the coach is telling the truth, because the pitchers will never lie. Let's go down here to Annie, and we'll just swing that mic down there to you. UK signee, that's got to sound good. I mean, now that that's over with and you've signed on the dotted line, how easy it is for you to just kind of relax and let this senior year be something special?
I try not to let it stress me out or anything because I'm focused on Davis County softball right now. I'm focusing on what I can do to improve now. I'm trying not to look ahead while I'm excited to go and play at the next level. What I'm really worried about is how we can improve as a team and just do best this season. Looking
at your numbers last year, I don't know how you improved, but I mean, everybody's got something they want to work on. If I was going to ask you, something maybe you want to do better this year overall than you did last year, what would it be? And then for everybody in the third region, I'm sorry because we're already talking about somebody putting up 535 with 15 home runs. But what weakness? What was something last year you that I can do this better? I got to get better at this.
I think in high intensity moments and big games like in the state tournament, we have a hard time getting past that hump of going to the next game. Just making in-game adjustments when it's really high intensity because it's hard to really focus on, okay, what do I need to do this at bat when there's so many people watching and it's a high pressure moment. So just making those high pressure and game adjustments.
Is there a pitcher in the region that I don't know how it is because I've seen your numbers the last 3 years, but what pitcher it ain't to be in this region, what pitcher is giving you the most trouble?
I think there's a lot of great pitchers in this region and state, none that we can't prepare for. I think a great thing that we do as a team is before that game, we know what we're going to prepare for so that when we're in those games, we can relax in the box and just let our mind go free. So,
and how good can this team be? It's a team that, you and I, we've interviewed you. You were the ESPN Owensboro Softball Offensive Player of the Year last year. What is the ceiling for this team? Is this the expectation for Davis County now, right or wrong, is they win the region every year. It's been 6 straight years. But just how good can this team be?
I think everybody saw what we put up last year. We played a great first game in the state tournament, taking down the number 1 team, and we are capable of doing that again. And so we've gotten the time to get bigger, faster, stronger. So this year's just going to be even better.
What's Andy Newman do to relax? I know you play softball all over this country. Yeah. I think last year we interviewed you maybe a few days after the state tournament, and then the next day you were flying out to Colorado to play for a week. Yeah. But when you do get some downtime, what does Andy Newman do to recharge the battery or just kind of relax?
Think about softball. I don't really do anything.
You don't have any hobbies that you do?
No, not really.
None. Okay.
Shopping.
Right.
I like to shop.
There you go. Okay. Well, there you go. There's a hobby for you. I always ask this too. Most people are superstitious. Baseball and softball players are superstitious, and there's a difference. Do you have a superstition that you haven't released yet, or a pregame meal, a pregame ritual? Is there anything that if it doesn't happen mentally, you got to go make it happen before you're ready to play?
I'm laughing because this is my throwing partner right here, and I have to do the same exact throws every warm up, everything. And if I'm wearing my earrings and I don't get a hit my first at bat, they're coming out immediately.
I did that with
my pink hair ties. I have to wear pink hair ties.
Well, you got a bunch of them.
Oh yeah. There's multiple.
We'll go down here to your throwing partner and Sophie Kane. You were talking about beating the number one team in the state. She was tremendous as a starter in that game against South Warren. Going to Princeton, so she's the smartest person in this room. It's not really even close. But, everybody has something they want to improve on. I mean, all you did last year was go 10-1 with a 1.47 ERA. I don't know how you get much better than that, but what are some things that you wanted to get better at this year in your senior year for you to take another step forward?
Definitely the mental game, like just focusing on one batter at a time, and probably my tunneling pitches. So I tend to pitch my spin movement. So tunneling is just when
they all come out of the same spot and they all look the same coming out.
It's just when the pitch breaks, like the late break or the earlier the break.
Okay. Yeah. Now, are you as superstitious about throwing with Annie as she is with throwing to you? Is that so that's your big thing? You have to have the same.
Well, every game, all the pitchers go to the bullpen first, and I'm still out there with Annie throwing because I have to get that done.
How long has she been your throwing partner?
2 years. Yeah. Since 2 years.
I'm going to put you on the mound against Andy. Who's going to get the better of each other? Are you going to get the better of her, or is she going to get the better of you?
It depends on the day.
And one of the big changes you're seeing kind of in softball, and Coach Biggs talked about, a third pitcher coming in where it's more of a staff in softball. For a long time, Sophie Kane would have thrown every inning of every game that Davis County played 10 years ago. How different has that been to, one, it breeds competition too, but also it leaves some stress on you. Talk about how that changes and how pitchers have to hey, I'm going to start here, but then I got 2 days off before I start again.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's just every other game. How's that change been mentally for you?
I think it's just been very important to focus on my strengths. So I know where I'm weak pitching and I know where I'm the strongest. And I understand that my other pitchers can come in and back me up then, and same, I can go back them up as well. So
hitters aren't listening. What's Sophie Kane's weakness? I mean, if you want to put it out there, or you just want to leave that one in there. No. What was it about Princeton? I mean, tell me about Princeton and making that decision to go play softball there and go to school there, at an Ivy League school. Tell me about what led into that decision.
It's definitely just the environment. Every person has their school that they go to, and they're just okay, this is it. I'm ready to commit. But it's definitely the environment, the family. It just feels such family environment there, and there's no place like it. I've never been anywhere like it.
Well, we'll go down here to Story real quick. And all she did last year, you talked about, Sophie Kane took the day off. She was 10-1 with a 1.47. Story was 6-1 with a 1.74. Talk about the pitching stats, and you're down in the pen, and there's always a competition. But talk about the relationship you have with Sophie and her being a senior, and the relationship with you guys, how she's helped you, how you've helped her. Talk about that relationship a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's really important to have people that's that can back you up. I know that when I'm down, Sophie is going to be up, and I even know that Sadie Beecham, if we're both down, that she can even come up and back us up. So I think that's just really important that we have that here.
As you go into this program and you're playing in this program, the sixth time, talk about, Coach Biggs a little bit. And, it don't have to be on the field. How about tell me something about Coach Biggs off the field. What kind of mentor is he and what he's meant to you, not only in softball, but just in life in general, and teaching you things in general that you can take for the rest of your life?
Yeah, Coach Biggs, I think he's really helped all of us with not only just softball things, but just life things. He's really real with you. He's not going to sugarcoat stuff. If you ask him something, he's going to
You better want the answer, right?
Yeah, he's going to answer your question. And he if he expects something from you, he's going to tell you what he expects. You're not going to have to guess or anything like that.
I can remember interviewing Annie last year for when she was we named her the player of the year, offensive player of the year. And she talked about how much the team does off the field together. There was Bible studies. There was how much you guys are together off the field, and it's a great friendship. Talk about your feelings of that, of how this, not just last year, but this group that's been 9 seniors. He talked about, and just the relationships that's been built off the field.
Yeah, so we do a Bible study every Friday morning, and we're gonna start doing that with the whole team, after practices. And I think it's changed our dynamic and our culture of our team. We are all each other's best friends, and we know that we all have each other's backs. So
What story do to decompress and relax? So when you get some free time, what are you doing?
I spend a lot of time with my friends, and I spend a lot of time doing stuff at the church. Like, I'm one of the worship leaders at my church, and I just am really involved with that.
Oh, that's unbelievable. Let's go down here to Shelby to get another one that's been there. I've seen I've been calling Shelby Bennett's name forever, and all you did last year was hit 371, drove in 15 runs, 34 runs scored. Talk about your experience there so far at the Davis County softball program and what it's been like to kind of grow up into that.
It's been a long time at Davis County, and I just love it there because I'm with all my friends. Like Story said, we're all best friends, and we just have a really great connection within the team and just our coaches and stuff. Everything is good. When you need a pick-me-up and you just had a bad day or whatever it may be, which friend is the funny one that can make you laugh and just kind of which teammate is the kind of the one that can break the ice and make Shelby laugh a little bit, just relax? One of the funny ones on our team is definitely Avery Morris. She'll make us all laugh. There you go. Which one's the worst driver? Who are you not riding with? Brawley Henry. That one does not surprise me. I mean, she probably drives like she plays basketball, just kind of all over the place, knocking everything down. Is that what you're telling me? I don't know. You don't know? And how good can this team be? You've had to get used going into your senior year of kind of having the target on your back. I mean, everybody knows, how good the Davis County program is, but how good can this team be? Is this a team that could even take another step, even at the state level? I feel like we definitely have room to grow, and I know that all of our girls work outside of practice and that we put in the work and the efforts there, and I know that we will grow this year and be better than we were last year. Last question, favorite subject in school? Probably science. Science? Wow, okay, there's nothing wrong with that. And I'm assuming, I would ask you, if you had to get a passing grade on the test to play, who would you go ask? But everybody knows Sophie's the answer. She's going to Princeton. She's a smart one, right? Am I wrong on that? There you go. We'll go down here to Coach. Go ahead, Coach. One thing about my two pitchers here that I've noticed this year, when we would do our fall workouts and winter workouts, they would come down and they would pitch and, pretty much just kind of do their own thing, or whatever we were asking them to do. But the growth that I've seen in them this year of understanding the mechanics, understanding how to fix things on their own, and the talking of back and forth of how do you do this pitch? What's that pitch? How you work? And then relaying that to our younger pitcher, Sadie Beecham. So that's been a huge growth that I've observed. All right. And that's the one thing we talk about. All these kids go to pitching lessons. All these kids go to hitting lessons, just like baseball. But go there, but understand what they're telling you so you can bring that back on your own time and be able to fix those things in games and in situations. So that's just one thing I wanted to add on that. Well, and here's the scary thing is your team ERA last year was 1.27, and you're telling me that they're even understanding it more. Good luck in the region hitting this pitching staff. Just giving it out there to you. Good luck is all I'm saying. We'll go down here to Coach Clay. And, this was a year for you guys where you had a lot of seniors that graduated last year that played a lot of got a lot of at-bats, a lot of innings pitched. Kind of a new situation for you this year, by here at Davis County. How's that adjustment been with maybe some more inexperienced guys kind of leading the way under this program now?
Yeah, we lost a lot of seniors last year. We had 8 seniors, but we replaced them with some really talented. We have a really talented sophomore class. Sophomore and below classes are really talented. We have a good group we have 4 seniors, and they've been really good. Just what we expect every day. We have a young team, but it's a team that's played a lot of baseball. They're hungry. They go about everything the right way. And it's kind of exciting to be around at the park every day.
If I ask you, was there one specific point of emphasis in this offseason that you felt like that you guys had to do better than maybe you've done last year to take another step?
Yeah, I think defensively and specifically our infield defense was a big point of emphasis for me. I feel like we have 4 guys, no matter who the 4 are, on that infield that want the baseball. Being able to not necessarily the flashy plays are going to happen, but are we comfortable with you routine play day in, day out?
You guys got to play last year, the new facility that was built, coming off of, an unbelievable new facility out there. The adjustments going in and the ability it gives you to get work done earlier in the year and get on the field more. How's that moved your program forward?
Yeah, it's great. Like all this snow we had a few weeks ago, we would have been drying that thing out till March. So it's been a blessing. Just the amount of reps we haven't been able to, when we would have been normally fixing the field, raking in the past, we just turn the lights off, turn the lights on. That's it. There's some little maintenance things we need to do, but as far as maximizing reps, it's been a huge blessing to our program. Coach Biggs in softball was great last year, letting us use their facility before ours was good to go. But being able to kind of, it's allowed us to get going earlier. I feel like we're in a better position at this point of the year than we were last year.
Real quick, Coach Biggs, is Yearsfield turf? Are that still in the future, or have they already started that program for you guys to turf the softball field?
There's still kind of a hang up with the purchasing of the land. The school doesn't own that property that our facility is on. The tech center owns that, so there's some negotiations that aren't going real well at this point. So we'll see.
All right, and then back to Coach Clay here, and we talked about the new facility. Who are some names that maybe the average third region fan doesn't know yet that come May 1st and be like, hey, where'd this kid come from? He plays for Davis County. That you're looking for making a big jump for you guys this year.
Yeah, he played some varsity innings for us last year, but just John Rue is one guy I look at. He's a different person right now than he was last year, just physically more mature. Weston Lawrence is someone who's gotten some varsity innings for us in the past, but he will play a huge factor for us this year. Look for him to be a big piece. Braden Morris is another guy who's just a sophomore, but he will play a big part for us. Played a lot of baseball, just not necessarily on the varsity level in the past, but whether it's on the mound or in the field and at the plate, I look for him to be a big key.
When you lose a senior class like you did last year that played a lot of baseball, you're talking about it was big. What was it, 9 seniors?
Yeah, 8.
That's a lot of leadership that you didn't have to maybe worry about, in the off season of workouts because they'd been playing a while and they were seniors. Is that conversations you had with your 4 seniors this year that, hey, you guys have, or was that just some people that's just naturally? Did you have to have those conversations, or did you have some natural leaders on the team already?
Kind of, that's what I was going to say. Was we didn't really have to go about it, bringing it up, because these 2 guys, Gavin Howard, Cameron Rickard, as well as Ben Watkins, Nolan Johnson, those are our 4 seniors this year. It's something that's kind of happened naturally. They're able to lead by example as well as vocally, like letting our younger guys know this is how we do things. This is what needs to be done. And they've been great.
It's a tough district. Catholic, really good. Apollo, always really good. You got Owensboro, that's kind of in the same boat as you. They graduate a lot of seniors. How good can this team be in the 9th district?
I expect to compete for the 9th district and expect to make some noise in the region. Again, big things, pitching and defense, and I think depth wise, we have a lot of guys who can command 3 pitches, throw a lot of strikes, give us a shot to win the game. And I feel good about our defense. So I expect to compete and make some noise in the region.
Last question before I go down to the players. There's been some talk. There was a proposal for basketball for a super regional. In baseball, would you be a fan of a super regional type of tournament, or do you feel like that right now the regional tournament, the way it is just fine?
I kind of like the way it is. I think something's not broke, don't fix it. That's kind of my mentality on it. I think with other sports it would kind of make more sense. But with baseball, I like the way it's at.
The other thing that's been talked about is, changing the aspects of who can host a regional baseball tournament, and part of that would be having turf. Is that something you would like to see? Do you feel like that would make a difference for the regional tournament to make sure it was a turf field that was hosting the regional tournament?
In the past, I probably would have said no. But after having been on it and just seeing how big of a difference just having that turf can make as far as being able to play on days when you wouldn't have a chance to play in the past. I think it sets your region up better for having success going towards the state tournament because you can throw those pitchers on more days of rest. So I think that would be a good idea.
We'll go down here to Gavin and one of the seniors that's taken over the leadership role. You know, everybody has something they want to get better at than they were last year or felt like they can improve on. I mean, other than that tremendous hair, which is tremendous, I will just tell you right off the top. You know, what's something that you know you felt like you needed to improve on from last year to this year that you worked hard in this offseason?
Yeah, I've been working on probably I'd say having a more simple approach at the plate, trying to keep my strikeout numbers down. I feel like I struck out too many times last year, big situations, and I feel like I just better bat the ball this year, seeing everything better.
You know, and as you get into the season, this off season, you know, a lot of new guys and some new roles and stuff. You know, have you give your teammates, just not individually, but as a group, give me an A through F grade of how you think the off season has gone so far.
I'd say probably an A. They've all been working hard. A bunch of new guys, they're all stepping up into roles they haven't seen in the past, and really glad where this team's heading.
Which pitcher in the region, or has there been a pitcher in the region that's given you more fits than others? Is there one out there that when you know, there's always that one guy somewhere where they see the name on the lineup card and they'll be like, man, I just went 0 for 7. I'm in an 0 for 7 slump. I don't need to see him today. Who's that guy that's giving you the biggest fits?
I don't really think there's anybody specific who's been giving me huge fits. Just I gotta approach everybody the same way and just attack.
What's Gavin do for fun? I mean, when you get a chance.
It's just PlayStation.
Just PlayStation. You got a game of choice? What's the game?
Either 2K or MLB.
2K or MLB. All right. Not a college football guy fan or anything like that?
I got it. It's just, I think it's the same game as Madden. It's all the same every year.
All right. Not a race fan? I mean, I've gotten hooked into this F1. I mean, I've got the whole setup. I'll spend hours just out there driving a car around a track. That's all I know.
I got a few racing games, but like those are the same too.
Favorite subject in school? I mean, what school? What you know? What's the plan after school?
I'm going to Campbellsville and continue my baseball career. Going to major in management business.
Okay.
So looking forward to that.
Any other sports that you play? Like do you golf? I mean, I figured out that I think it was Muhlenberg County. They've all become pickleball players. I mean, if you're not playing baseball, if you want to just go out and do something, is there any other sports that kind of catch your fancy?
I'd say I attempt to golf, yeah.
Attempt to golf? All right.
That's not the prettiest thing ever.
Well, like I said, I told somebody else the worst thing about golf is you got to play your foul balls. You just don't get to re-hit, you know, like you do in baseball. Let's go down here to Cameron Rickard, another one that's going to be, you know, they're looking to kind of lead the way here. What were some things that you wanted to get better at from last year, Cameron?
Biggest thing pitching-wise for me is commanding the zone better. I give up too many walks in times that I can't.
I mean, when your head coach is a former pitcher, I mean, that's the one thing that probably drives him more crazy than anything else. Talk about those conversations he's had with you, with the words that we can say.
Yeah. Biggest thing he's been talking to me about is commanding the zone and trying to get out of an inning in like 12 pitches.
Trusting your stuff to know that I'm going to let my defense play for me. I don't have to strike out everybody.
Exactly. That's probably my biggest problem. I think it's the worst thing when someone just puts the ball in play off me. I'm pretty hard on myself about that.
Really? You realize strikeouts are communist, right? I mean, that's like, it's like socialism. I learned that in a movie.
Real.
It's a good movie. You ought to watch it. Well, I don't know. It depends on how old you are. Let me say that. But just the camaraderie of the team. You know, it's a kind of a new leadership group. You know, I'll ask Gavin. I'll give you just not even just the off-season workouts, but just the camaraderie overall and the teamwork atmosphere overall. How have you graded so far in the off-season? A to F. How's that transition gone?
Oh, I'd give it an A for sure. There's a whole lot of new kids coming into the program that haven't seen varsity time, and we're all just bonding. It's becoming a family at this point. I mean, we're all one big family right now.
If I put you on the mound and I put Annie in a helmet and set her at the plate from 60 feet 6 inches, you getting the better of her? Is she getting the better of you?
I mean, I'm a pitcher. I got to take myself. I'm not scared of anybody. at the plate.
I mean, hey, it's a great answer. I mean, you're wrong, but it's a great answer. I'm just teasing with you. Kevin, can you hit Sophie? If I put you in a softball field and let her put a softball in her hand, who's getting the better of that, Gavin, you or her?
I don't know. It's a completely different look, but I think I might look up and get one up.
Yeah, we'll go back to you may foul one or two off.
Yeah.
Go watch the major league guys hit softball pitchers and then get back to me on that. How good can this team be, Cameron? I mean, I know, if you talk to media or people are going to put out polls out there, they would have Catholic and Apollo somewhere, probably the favorites in the district. But how good can this Davis County team be? Can surprise people?
Oh, for sure. We have a young team, but as Coach Clay was saying, they play a lot of baseball. We're pretty hungry out there. I'm ready to play. I think everybody is on our team. We're ready to shock some people.
Yeah, and what individual goal? Do you have an individual goal that you've kind of set for you this year other than pitching to more contact?
Doing better with team at-bats.
Okay.
Like 2 strike at-bats, not having as many strikeouts. Pretty much.
It is music to my ears to hear all the coaches on both the softball and baseball side in this day and age where in Major League Baseball, if you hit 214 with 200 strikeouts, but you hit 25 home runs, they pay you $30 million. To hear getting back to the old school way of we've got to make outs moving runners. We can't strike out so much. It's something that's kind of trickled down from the top to the bottom here, and it's really nice to hear that again. Who is the worst driver on the team? Who's the guy that you would not want to drive right along with? He says, "Here, I'll give you a ride here," and you're just like, "Nah, you know what? I'll walk."
Man, Camden Wagner. He's rough sometimes.
That's great. And Coach Clay, he talked about, commanding the zone a little more. I think it's really hard for young pitchers, and being a pitcher that was, a tremendous high school pitcher, pitched in college, making kids understand that pitching to contact's okay. Like that is, that's the thing to do. Being a pitching guy, how hard is that preached to this young staff that you're talking that you now have?
It's hard to be a pitcher and try to pitch away from contact. It's something that even if you're chasing velo, chasing swing and miss, you still want to do it in the zone. So we tell our guys, control what you can control. Our guys get sick of me saying it because I say it all the time. They make a joke out of it, but attack. Like that's my thing for our hitters or our pitchers is attack. I say that probably 100 times every practice, but I think if that's your mindset, I think everything else take care of itself.
Real quick, Gavin, before we get out of here, there's a big basketball game tomorrow night at Davis County. Give me the score tomorrow night's game.
I'll go 64-55 and give me Davis County.
That's a low-scoring game with those two teams. I'd be surprised. Okay, we'll see. I'm going to go like 92-87, but we'll see who's closer.
You think it'll be that high?
Huh?
You think it'll be that high? I think it'll be some good defense played.
I just think they're both really good offensively. It's going to really be hard, but I could be wrong, but we'll see. I can't wait to call it. I know that. Guys, stay healthy this year. Good luck in your season. Coach Clay, Coach Biggs, good luck. And then, ladies, please stay healthy, and we'll be following you along all throughout the year as you're listening to Baseball Softball Media Day, Southwire Baseball Softball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. We'll be right back with more interviews here on 102.7 The Game.
Experience ultimate control and peace of mind with Labor Management Federal Credit Union's Secure Lock Equip, an easy-to-use mobile app that allows you to protect your credit and debit cards in real time. Turn your card on or off. Customize permissions as needed to prevent fraud and control spending. Visit lmfcu.net for details. Power to protect with Secure Lock Equip at Labor Management Federal Credit Union member NCUA.
Need insurance you can count on? Jeff Johnson with L&I Insurance has you covered. From auto and home to life and business. Local service, personalized coverage, competitive rates. Call Jeff Johnson with L&I Insurance today and get protected the right way. L&I Insurance. Protection you can trust.
Ace Hardware Livermore has everything you need for all the jobs you do. We offer Craftsman, DeWalt, and Milwaukee power tools. We are also a full-line lumber and building material store. Ace Hardware Livermore, the place for all your hardware, building, and farming needs.
Looking for a bank that truly puts you first? At Sacramento Deposit Bank, we've been serving our communities with hometown care for over a century. From personal checking and savings to business loans, mobile banking, and more, we make managing your money simple and stress-free. You'll always talk to someone who knows your name. So whether you're saving for the future or chasing a dream, we're here to help you every step of the way. Visit sdbky.com or stop by one of our local branches today. Sacramento Deposit Bank, where banking feels like family. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. Got a pizza craving? Come on down to Gino's Pizza in Livermore. Proudly owned by Matt and Carrie Huff. Enjoy mouthwatering pizzas made with the freshest ingredients. Come see us at 405 East 7th Street or give us a call, 270-278-5121. Gino's Pizza, your local pizza hotspot.
Your home, your car, your family's future. Protect what matters most with reliable coverage you can trust. We offer home, auto, business, and life insurance tailored to you. Call Drew Young for a free quote at the Insurance Group in Owensboro, 812-608-0649.
Owensboro Health Cardiothoracic Surgery welcomes Dr. Jeffrey Silver to its team of experts. For the most advanced heart and lung surgery right here close to home, visit owensborohealth.org/CT surgery.
Kentron Manufacturing is hiring. We're looking for entry-level associates who are dedicated and drug-free. In business over 50 years, we offer insurance, paid holidays, vacation, and a clean, controlled environment. Apply in person at 610 Industrial Drive. Kentron is an equal opportunity employer.
Honoring someone with an award, plaque, trophy, or just a unique gift? Then there is no better place to check out than the Trophy House. With their new location at 325 Park Plaza, they have everything you need to honor someone. Nick Clemens will help you with all your award needs.
The Owensboro Health Neurosurgery team welcomes Dr. Keith Preston, who provides advanced surgical treatment of the brain, spine, and back. For expert care close to home, visit owensborohealth.org/neurosurgery.
Looking for a financial partner you can trust? Look no further than Green River Area Federal Credit Union. Whether you're saving for the future, buying a new home, or need a loan, we've got you covered with competitive rates and personalized service. Join the community that cares about your financial well-being. Visit Green River Area Federal Credit Union at one of our 3 locations in Henderson, Greenville, or Owensboro and experience the difference today. Your money, your future, your credit union. Member NCUA, Equal Housing Lender.
Let's get back to the interviews of Southwire Baseball Softball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, here on 102.7 The Game.
It's Southwire Baseball Softball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. Vic Evans here. And before we get to Owensboro High School Softball, let me tell you about our great partners. So many of our great partners that jump on board for all these athletes throughout the region. Hancock County Farm Supply, Labor Management, Federal Credit Union, Sports Country, and, of course, Pepsi, who brought all the drinks for the players and coaches. And then, of course, it was Mr. B's Pizza and Wing for lunch and Rolling Pin for breakfast for the morning teams. You can't get much better than that. And we're joined now. We'll start with Coach Mormon from Owensboro High School Softball. And Coach Mormon, it's one of those years, and same thing every year, where you guys keep making, getting better each and every year as a program, playing one of the toughest districts in the area. But talk about your off season with the group that you've had this year so far.
So we've had an interesting off season. The weather's been tremendous, 100 times better than what we're used to seeing. We've been outside a lot.
Well, the new facility helps too.
Hey, I'm telling you, you can't beat that. When you got a turf, nice, brand new indoor hitting facility, we try to spend out as much time outside as we possibly can. And this weather's been great. We spent pretty much all of January outside until that snow hit at the end. But from October, we started in October, and we've been outside since. Rainy, nasty days. We came inside if it was cold, but we've had a great turnout. Typical year, we have open field and hitting, speed and agility, things like that. We'll have, 8, 10, 12 girls show up. But we've consistently had 14, 15, and the last couple of weeks, 18 to 20. So it's been a great turnout.
And you talk about that's a college facility you have at the softball. It's unbelievable. And talking to Steve on Live at 5, like he was talking about this the other day that, if we'd have had this snow, before you guys went turf,
you guys may have been April before you got on the field. Like, it didn't take much rain to get, not that it just didn't hold water well. I mean, it's got to be really nice where you're like, okay, it melted. We're on the field the next day. It doesn't matter.
Right. Yeah. It's amazing. We owe a lot to the school district, OPS public school system for getting that field and that facilities for us. It's a blessing.
And talk about, last year coming off a year 11-17, 2-5 in district play, a couple big wins in district play. For this team to take even another step, what were some things from last year to this year that you think have to be better as a team?
We just have to build on what we had last year. We lost five seniors. We lost the girl that transferred to Breck.
Mm-hmm.
Her dad took the coaching job there. And then we also lost the backup catcher that went to Breck. So we're starting from scratch on some of those positions, but we have a lot of upcoming talent. We just have to build. We have to gain confidence, and we have to start early. A lot of girls we're going to be expecting some things from this season didn't get any varsity reps last year. So they're going to have to come ready to work starting today at tryouts and carry it over to the season.
Give me a couple names of maybe that people don't know right now that come May 1st, they'll be like, whoa, where'd this person come from? That people that you're expecting, whether it be a young player, a new young player, or a player maybe in a different role who has to move into one of those spots that you're expecting maybe for them to jump forward and really help this team.
Well, I think the two girls sitting up here right now, we expect a lot of things out of them. India was a starter last year. Struggled a little bit at the plate, and she'll probably tell you a little bit about that. But we kept her in the field because her glove is great. Kirsten Hughes, we expect big things out of her. She's our lone senior, so we expect some leadership from her, as well as some pitching, some innings in the circle, and her bat. We need that. But a couple of new girls up and coming. We have she's not going to be a new name to you guys probably if you follow the soccer. Ella Hall,
Mm-hmm.
She was all district in soccer. She's come out to softball, and she's been a shock to me. First couple practices, open field, I was like, hey, where have you been the last couple of years? You should have been out here.
What did I do wrong? I mean, you got to get you a better recruiting service, coach.
Right. We have a couple young girls coming up. I'd rather not say a bunch of names.
Oh, that's fine. That's understandable.
Keep it secret.
That's completely understandable. And, it's a team you talked about last year. You had, quite a few seniors. This year's got one senior. I think sometimes even as a coach, that's a good reset because you kind of get back to basics with people who hadn't been playing. Not that we don't always are working on basics. I mean, softball and baseball are just a game of repetition. But I think even though when you get some kids that are maybe least experienced and a team that's a little more less experienced than you've had in the past, it kind of rejuvenates a coach. Have you seen that happen for yourself?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I've talked to my coaching staff about that. And I've talked to my wife about it at home. A lot of people the last couple of years thought, he's going to hang it up. His daughter graduated. He's going to leave when she graduates. Then I stayed around another year. Those girls were on his travel team. He's going to leave. And then I heard that at the end of last season. But I'm still here, and it's because of the young group coming up and because of these girls sitting here. They've brought a new energy to the program, which, lit a fire under me. A lot of people, I think, are expecting us to be having a rebuilding year, but I don't expect that. I think we are just as talented or more so, batters 1 through 9, than we were last year. We're not going to have the power that we had last year with some of the bats, but as far as base hits, speed, stealing bases, we're going to be able to do some things this year that we haven't been able to do in the past.
You brought up your wife and the conversation you have with her. Anytime a coach is coaching, and especially when he's doing it, it's one thing when your daughter's playing or, whatever, but now you're doing it. You got to have a huge support system at home. Talk about that support system that you get from your wife at home and what that means to you.
Oh, she encourages me all the time. Like I said, I was on the fence. People were expecting me to hang it up, and she actually talked me. She pushed me towards coaching again. So I thought she was going to kind of pull the reins in. Of course, I have to make sacrifices. I had to buy new furniture this week. But, that's part of it.
Well, you may think she was pushing it, but she's like, I just don't want him around that often. That could have been some of it.
Hey, don't come back home till the game's over at 11 o'clock at night.
Is she also your biggest critic? I mean, did she get into following the softball and then be like, Quincy, what were you thinking making that move in the 6th inning? I mean, is she also a critic of you?
She does follow the games. She still comes to the games, even though we don't have a kid playing anymore. She still comes. She doesn't really critique. She'll ask questions sometimes. Well, why did you do that? Not so much as pointing the finger, well, you shouldn't have done that, but she will sometimes ask why.
And it's got to be also good. It's a kind of a sounding board. That sometimes even you telling her what you were thinking, that sometimes you can hit in your head, be like, yeah, that wasn't the smartest move in the world. I mean, I'm sure that's happened too.
I've done that a couple times. Why'd you send that runner home? What were you thinking? Why'd you do that?
Yeah.
You're probably right now. Hindsight's 2020,
And I know it's always, as we say, when you're playing in a district, with Davis County, that's a 6-time regional champion, has got it rolling, and a Catholic, the history that it's had in softball throughout time. I mean, is this a team that can surprise some people around and lo and behold, find a way to get to the region? I mean, that's always the goal. I mean, you've been really close a few times, but I mean, is this a team that could shock some people and all of a sudden in that regional draw find an Owensboro High School there?
Oh, I don't think there's any doubt. I think we have a group of girls now that believe after we finally pulled it off last year and won a couple of games.
Do you think that, to me as a coach, do you think maybe getting over the mental hurdle was the toughest part? It wasn't so much the pitching and the fielding and the throwing and the hitting, but getting them to buy into the fact that, hey, we can play with these two teams that have kind of controlled this, not only this district, but this state for a long time, this area. Do you feel like that was the toughest hurdle to get over, is just get them to believe?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We spent a lot of time the last couple of years talking about that, the mental aspect of just automatically assuming that we can't compete. These girls can compete with anybody. And we've proven it the last few years. We've come up a run short a couple of years ago from winning 4 district games. We came up a run short in 2 games last year that would have gave us 4 wins last year in district. We were right there. We got over the hump in 2 of those games, and we're ready to take that leap this year. To be honest with you, I'm expecting it.
Well, I love it. I love it. And no, I mean, not just because you're here, but I think the job that you've done from when you've taken that program, is the program in better shape than when somebody took it and when somebody, where it's at now or when they leave. And I think the job that you've done at Owensboro goes very under the radar as one of the better coaching jobs, in the not only in the region, but in Western Kentucky, because when you got there, it was a program that if it got 1 or 2 wins, I mean, people were okay with that. That's what they kind of expected. And I say that as somebody that enjoys watching coaches work and how they go about their business. The job you've done there is very under the radar and one of the better coaching jobs I think I've seen in this region in sport, in any sport, not just softball, in the last 10, 15 years.
Well, thank you, Vic. I appreciate that. But I can't take the credit for all of that. I have a good coaching staff that are putting in the time. I've got great help. Now we hired my nephew, Collier Higgs, who played at Owensboro.
It's not a bad one to hire. I mean, that guy can swing it a little bit. That's all I know. He can swing it a little bit.
And the girls like him. He's younger. He's got a fire in him too. So that's helped. I got a couple volunteers helping now. We have a player from Russia that's come in to work with our pitchers.
Okay. For you to take another step, does the pitching staff need to take a step forward? I mean, it's kind of maybe been the weakness of the team, not overall. I'm not saying it's the weak, but maybe the weakest link of taking that next step had been the pitching staff a little bit with, too many walks in areas or different things. Do you see that improvement that you're happy with on the pitching staff as a whole so far?
Oh, yes, absolutely. We were limited last year in pitching. We had a senior pitcher, and from the senior pitcher, we dropped down to 2 8th graders. So that's a big ask when you ask an 8th grader to step up,
especially in this district. I mean, it's a little different.
Pitch against Davis County, coming in a Catholic and Apollo game. But our pitchers have experience now. We have 3 pitchers that we can rely on, that we can give innings to, and that's a big help. We asked a lot of Alyssa Reinberger last year to go out and pitch just about every inning. She was a gamer. She was all about it, but that's just a lot to ask.
And I think that's the biggest change in softball in the last 10 years. It's, 10 years ago, everybody's ace through every inning of every game. That's just the way it was. And now you're seeing more pitching staffs. You think that's been a good move for softball to kind of coaches move in that direction?
I do think it is. I think it gives the pitchers a break. I know they say they don't have the same arm and shoulder injuries as baseball, but you're starting to see a lot of those injuries in softball players now. And I think they're overworking. Between games, pitching every game, and then pitching at practice, live pitch, getting their reps in between.
Travel ball all summer.
Travel ball all summer. Yes. No, there's no break for them. So, yes, I think pitching by committee is a plus.
Well, we'll go down here to India and coming up. And before we get, he talked about your hitting. Is that something that you were looking to improve on from last year to this year? He said you wouldn't be happy with it. Is that maybe your point of emphasis that you want to do better this year?
Yes, sir. I did struggle a bunch on the field last year, not just on the field and hitting, but mentally. And I feel like on off season, I took the time to put in the work for when I do come back this season. Not only me, but our team would be better. And
outside of softball, and of course you're working at Texas Roadhouse. Let's turn that a little bit where you're talking into the front of it. Outside, my wife ran into you. You said hi to her when we went for Valentine's Day. But outside of working and softball, what's India like to do to relax and have just decompress and recompose after a busy week? Well, what do you like to do to relax?
Well, I talk to the younger kids in the community with my dad to prepare them for the future and help them become better for their future.
Okay.
Yes.
That's some natural leadership skills there already, Coach. She's out there talking to younger kids, and talk about just, the what Coach Mormon has brought to this program. I said what I thought is doing an unbelievable coaching job of what he's building there at Owensboro since he's been there. But talk about what he's meant to you, and not something about softball. It can even be off the field. I mean, what kind of mentors he's been to India in her own self?
He's a pretty good coach. I know last year, whenever I was struggling, he understood that I was struggling and needed time to get my mental together. And he realized and helped me through that situation. Maybe he didn't understand that he helped me, but he helped me in a lot of different ways.
At school, what's the favorite subject at school? What passion do you have at school? It's maybe like softball, but it's in the classroom. Or is there one?
My favorite subject is probably biomedical.
Listen, when you start talking those big words, you're well above my head. That's all I know. Biomedical. What is biomedical?
It's more studying more of the body and
how things work and get into kinetic energy and how all the muscles work together. Is that
yes,
okay?
Yes,
all right.
sir.
So what's the plan after